Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. The three schools appear. The class in the first week was very loose, and most people, including some teachers, did not pay attention to the class. In each class, a group of students sitting by the window could be seen staring longingly at the black darkness outside the window. The lake seems to be expecting a mermaid to emerge from it. In fact, on Tuesday morning, Dumbledore made an announcement. The formalities and preparations for Bogsbuttons and Durmstrang have been done, and you will be able to see them next Tuesday. He sat at the long table casually and said while cutting toast, as if he was talking about an ordinary household matter. The students who caught up with this breakfast instantly became excited. For them who lacked information, this news was not too exciting. It seems that everyone is looking forward to it. Dumbledore seemed not very interested, or he didn't sleep well last night, so he yawned and said, "Remember to prepare, we have a holiday next Tuesday, at 8 o'clock in the morning. Please be in class. Gather at the edge of the Black Lake under the guidance of the chief." After finishing speaking, he left the long table with a tray, without giving the excited students a second chance to ask questions. This notice directly affected the 5-day course from Tuesday to next Monday. Taking Professor Sloan as an example, during the two classes, he spent 2/3 of the time imagining about my return to the young. He expressed his good wishes to the students in the audience, and he also promised the students of Slytherin that, as long as the warrior comes from Slytherin, he will be the champion of the Slytherin. Students prepare a special gift. In comparison, the one with the best teaching quality and classroom atmosphere is McGonagall, who has just arrived. At this moment, she can already be called Professor McGonagall. Nelson originally thought that, because there were 3 classes of students who had studied with her at Hogwarts, she might not be as majestic as other professors. But Nelson discovered after the class that his thoughts were true. It was dead wrong. For most people in grades, and their impression of McGonagall is more about her sincerity and meticulousness when she was a prefect, and her unreasonable mouth, which actually makes them even more afraid of her up. As for the students in the lower and middle grades, they were overwhelmed by Mag's unique skill early on. In the previous transformation class, they had never seen the cat on the podium turned into a professor to teach themselves, which made McGonagall's popularity infinitely elevated at Hogwarts. Soon, the classmates recognized this young teacher who was not much older than herself, and Mag was very upbeat. She transformed into a teacher without any hindrance, and became more and more familiar with teaching work. Although Dumbledore is very good, who can say no to a young, beautiful, powerful transfiguration professor who can transform into a cat? As for the small disadvantage of too much homework, it becomes trivial. The only one who was worried was Nelson. After all, McGonagall had expressed anger over his leaving school for several years, and did not give him any good looks in class. But a week later, Mag did not ask him to go to the office during the conversation. Nelson knew very well that, although the questioning after the winter can take 2 days longer than the settlement after the autumn, it needs to pay interest. I don't know how they will appear on the stage. I have checked specifically. As a stage to show the strength of the school, the other 2 schools that are the hosts of each Triwizard tournament often use the most unique and shocking appearances. Standing at the head of the team, Tom took over the baton from Nelson, who was emptying himself, and took on the responsibility of Encyclopedia of Magic is the most expensive. I guess Bogsbutton students will turn into a group of murlocs and crawl out of the water, and then drag the prefect standing at the front into the Black Lake and tie them up with water plants. Alfred looked at Tom's back and snickered, but it was Professor Sloan's hand on top of his head that responded. "Blake, I just said that I seem to have forgotten something." Seeing that the team was already noisy under the leadership of Alfred, Professor Sloan frowned and approached from behind. Pinching the top of Alfred's head with his broad hands, he gritted his teeth and asked, "It seems that you have a good memory. Why did you forget to hand in my homework alone?" Tom chuckled silently, and the perpetrator walked out of the scene, gloating and running away. "Teach, Professor?" Alfred clashed his upper and lower teeth, and shivered. He didn't know whether it was because of the cold or fear. What is it? You haven't handed in your homework for the first week? Professor Slughorn said grimly. Perhaps for the sake of Hogwarts image, I should send you to solitary confinement. Professor, people from Bogsburtons and Durmstrang will be staying at Hogwarts for a while. Tom persuaded at the right time. You're right, Tom. Professor Slughorn nodded, scratched his chin, and suddenly realized, maybe I should write to Bollux and ask him to take the expelled students away from the school. Just a few days later, the school directors will also come to attend the opening ceremony. Alfred calmed down immediately, with a sad face, and shrank in place like a quail. Seeing him like this, Professor Slughorn left with his hands behind his back, satisfied. If they really crawled out as Murlocs, do you know what to do? Tom asked, walking past Alfred in the same posture as Professor Slughorn. I'll gag them with me. Very good, Tom, who returned to the queue, nodded with satisfaction as the scheduled arrival time was getting closer. I can come and pick up your homework when I go back at night. Alfred felt relieved, straightened his collar, and closed his mouth. I don't know how they will appear on stage. The question at the beginning was raised again, and Tom slapped Nelson's shoulder. Don't sleep, you can fall asleep standing up. Anyone is fine. Nelson stretched his waist, raised his hand and patted himself on the shoulder. A silver streamer flashed across his body. He twisted his neck and asked, are they here? Not yet. Tom shook his head, looked at the small silver ball that suddenly appeared in Nelson's hand, and asked, you seem to have put something on yourself just now. A set of pajamas is nothing more than a set of pajamas, Nelson said, waving his hand. The combination of armor and pajamas allows you to fall asleep freely at any time, and in any state. You can put all your strength on the clothes. How much for one? Alfred interjected before Tom could ask. Sounds like it would work. No, my neck is a little sore. Nelson rubbed his neck and asked, when will they arrive? On the Monday morning of the second week of school, the students crowded to the Black Lake early, standing in the already bleak autumn wind. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sky was already bright, and almost all the students of Hogwarts came out in full force, fully dressed. A square array of 4 colors stood by the lake, and waited for the other 2 schools who came to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. The students around talked a lot, and even Nelson and his party joined the discussion. Durmstrang's means of transportation is a boat. Hearing Tom and Alfred's new bet, Nelson said avowedly, why don't you bet with me? Mrs. Clemens said that gambling will blind every prophet's spirituality. Tom refused, but I still think the ship is unreliable. Even if it is a ghost ship, it will not cause too much shock. Doesn't gambling blind everyone's intelligence? Nelson protested. No one paid attention to him. Alfred struggled for a moment, seemed to recall the tragic experience during the sorting ceremony, finally made up his mind, turned around and said loudly, I believe in the true prophet. As soon as the words fell, as if he was the real prophet, the center of the Black Lake suddenly boiled like a boil, and rare waves hit the originally calm shore one after another. It's a boat, look. Alfred excitedly pointed to the center of the Black Lake and saw a towering column rising slowly in the middle of the roiled mist on the lake. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, I know, it's the mast. Here Tom, give me the money. The mast is still rising slowly, like an iceberg exposed on the sea level. People can't guess what's underneath, but it seems that its appearance is far from that of a ship. Witnessing this scene, all of them are trying to connect the things stored in their minds with the silhouettes in front of them, but without exception, they all fail. Only the ever-rising mast is still growing upwards, and finally stops after a few minutes' step. At this moment, only Alfred was still stubborn. This must be an erected ship. Nelson also frowned. Isn't it a ship? The fog on the lake also cooperatingly covered this guest with a veil of mystery. Dumbledore, who was at the front of the team, took a step forward, preparing to dispel the fog. But Durmstrang moved faster than him, and a shock wave from the inside to the outside instantly blew away the fog on the lake like a windstorm, and the strong wind caused people by the lake to squint their eyes and make resistant attitude. Several professors and deans took a step forward together, and the students were protected by the tight-fitting transparent barrier. Finally, the whole picture of the mysterious visitor caught everyone's eyes, and Nelson covered his mouth in surprise. The one sitting in the middle of the Black Lake is not a ghost ship, but a tower. A stone, simple black tower taller than Hogwarts castle stands majestically in the middle of the lake. It looks very much like the legendary sword in the stone. Soon, the windows on the black tower begin to glow. The streamer's magic pattern connects the light spots on the tower body, forming a pattern with a circle as the base and the interior filled with triangles and straight lines. Nelson saw that Dumbledore's face turned ugly for an instant, but changed into a welcoming smile a second later. The black tower cracked and swelled outward along the magic pattern of the streamer, and soon became larger, and now its specifications were comparable to those of the black towers in Ermengarde. From the position of the black tower close to the water surface, a suspension bridge was slowly lowered and extended rapidly during the falling process. It took more than 10 seconds to extend from the center of the lake to the shore. A wizard in a grey robe led 2 neat rows of students walked along the suspension bridge to the shore, which seemed to be hundreds of kilometers away, and it took them only a few seconds to complete the walk. Dumbledore took a step forward and held out his hand. "Sigmund, welcome to Hogwarts." "Ah, thank you for your hospitality, Albus," said Durmstrang's principal, who had a fashionable mustache and a very short cropped head showing the green skin underneath. But his features were extremely soft, with a bronzed face there are 2 sunburns left by wearing glasses. He is slightly shorter than Dumbledore, and his voice and words are extremely gentle. He didn't hold Dumbledore's hand immediately, but bent slightly and said sincerely, "Sorry, my students haven't seen such a big lake, that's why I put the black tower there. I'm really sorry." After saying these words, he took off the black leather gloves on his hands and shook hands with Dumbledore. "It's okay, these are nothing." Dumbledore asked with a smile, "Do you want to stay in the castle first, or wait for Bogue's buttons together?" Wait a minute. Sigmund didn't ask the students for their opinions, and the students behind him in standard black robes lined up in 4 rows in an orderly manner, standing next to the phalanx of the 4 colleges. If not standing too neatly, they might really blend in with the environment. I haven't seen anyone from Bogue's buttons for a long time, not to mention the principal, even the students. A few years ago, their situation was a bit difficult, so they hid the entrance. Dumbledore explained. After all, the German Muggles did that kind of thing. So that's how it is. Sigmund raised his eyebrows and said in a strange way, "I'll tell you what's going on. Why Durmstrang has had more and more freshmen in the past 2 years. That's really a good thing. Your sneaky pursuit of writing admission letters to French school-aged children before the age of 11 has paid off so quickly." A female voice rudely joined the conversation between the two. "Sneaking just be happy. Is yin and yang strangeness a requirement for the promotion of management in your school?" "Oh, dear Constance." Sigmund showed a surprised expression, and the next second, the expression froze on his face. A huge claw protruded from the clouds above the head, spread its wings covering the sky and rushed down, stepped heavily on the spire of the black tower, shaking off several pieces of rubble. It turned out to be a man in his prime dragon. There was a thick shackle around its neck, and the thick chains were strung on the scales on its back, leading to the depths of the clouds. Soon, 3 iron chains hung down, and there were 3 other such dragons. Chapter 250 to the 3 headmasters. The other 3 giant dragons poked their heads out from the clouds. Judging from the ferocious spikes on their dragon heads, these giant dragons are the most violent and strongest Hungarian horntail, the one that has fallen to the top of the black tower. The giant dragon raised its long neck high, opened its big mouth, bared its fangs, and roared towards the sky. Although it didn't spit out flames, the scorching air waves around its mouth still distorted the surrounding air. Even Huo, who was standing by the lake, the students of Gwars were also buzzed by the huge noise. The other 3 giant dragons descended from the clouds one after another when they heard its cry and surrounded the black tower, looking at the building in front of them like looking at a toy. This scene made Nelson think for a while that the 3 of them would just merge into the ultimate Hungarian horntail. They are suspended side by side in the air. Their huge wings are covered with battle scars. The wind brought by the flapping of the wings stirs up huge waves that should only appear on the sea surface on the originally calm lake. At this moment the sun has just risen from the east. Soon, the generous figures of the giant dragons covered it tightly, making the people by the lake seem to return from day to night. The students present are not uninformed. They have never seen real giant dragons. At least there are a few in the underground of Gringotts, but those dragons raised by wizards are like babies compared to the 4 behemoths in front of them, which is really nothing big. Which Constance. Sigmund's face turned stinky in an instant. He looked at the pieces of debris falling from the top of the black tower. Although the giant dragon couldn't really destroy the building, he couldn't keep his face. He calmed down his breath, put on an easygoing face, and said softly, "You should take care of these beasts." "Well, Sigmund," Dumbledore reminded, "she may not be able to hear you. After all, she hasn't come down from the sky yet." Damn. The blood vessels on Sigmund's temples throbbed, and he said suddenly after a few seconds, "No, then what did she just Albus? Have you finally become the principal?" Constance's voice appeared next to the two again, interrupting Sigmund's doubts. She seemed to be familiar with Dumbledore. "Sorry, Bogus Buttons, the little girls here are all a little irritable, and when they saw a tattered stick in the lake, they wanted to go down and play for a while." "Into our conversation?" Sigmund had just finished the sentence, but still, the ears are selective in receiving sounds. Constance said to herself, "For example, Dumbledore, who is that tall man over there? Is your teacher or a student?" Dumbledore turned his head to look at the line of students. A tall boy was very eye-catching. "Oh, that's Gryffindor's 3rd year, Rubeus Hagrid," said Dumbledore, "and he's a nice boy, good in every way. I mean, very tall, too. Good. Hungarian Horntail." Hagrid was standing at the head of the Gryffindor team at the moment, pointing to the 4 giant dragons above the Black Lake, and couldn't help admiring. "It's so beautiful, it's so beautiful." Standing in front of him, McGonagall seemed to be trying to pull his arm off, so as not to embarrass the school and the college, but she couldn't reach it, and the petite Meg only reached Hagrid's waist, so she had no choice but to put her arm down. "What a sight," Constance asked. "Will he be a Hogwarts champion?" Dumbledore was at a loss for words, and said after thinking for a moment, "None of us know what it looks like until the final result comes, don't we?" "That's true," Constance said. "It looks like the girls are tired of playing with this broken tower. Wait a minute, we are coming down." The giant dragon on the top of the tower bent its strong and powerful legs, kicked hard, and disappeared in place in the next second, even leaving a ring-shaped shockwave condensed by mist in place. When the audience reacted, the other 3 giant dragons also disappeared. Soon, the clouds above everyone's head suddenly parted to the 2 sides, and a black giant connected to a thick iron chain fell to the ground and smashed into the ground. In the lake water near the shore of Black Lake, only a few people can see clearly. What just fell was an anchor, a huge anchor. After falling into the water, it inserted into the mud at the bottom of the lake without hindrance. Suddenly, a monstrous huge wave rushed towards the shore, and the students were safe and sound under the protection of the barrier erected by the professor, but the suspension bridge extending from the Black Tower to the lake was completely flooded. Sigmund's face became even uglier. He remembered what the school managers had entrusted to him before. Just find an open space to stand there, and don't do unnecessary things. It now appears that he has screwed things up. With the sinking of the giant anchor, the iron chain connected to the tail made a toothache metal friction sound, and then collapsed straight under the huge force, and the 4 giant dragons led the chain, and landed on the 4 corners of the giant anchor. Pulling hard on the chains, tied to his body, under their hard exertion, a huge ship broke through the clouds with its prow, and flew down slowly. "It's really a boat. It's really a boat." Alfred became excited. "This is Bogus Buttons' vehicle, and Durmstrang's is that tower over there." "Alfred," Nelson patted his shoulder and sighed. "Sure enough, gambling can make people lose their minds." "Ah," Alfred said ignorantly, "it's a ship anyway, isn't it?" With the concerted efforts of the anchor and the 4 giant dragons, the big boat floating in the air docked at the lake. Although it was still about 10 meters away from the lake, at least it was on the lake. Nelson could only see its bottom, bow, half of the mast, and sails. This big ship was a wooden sailboat with a simple structure, much larger than the common wooden sailboats. The position from the bottom to the waterline was covered with hard iron sheets. The ancient runes engraved with flowing magic power. After a brief reading, he probably understood the meaning of these runes: strengthening, protecting, repairing, and breaking through. In addition to the ancient runes, the iron skin is covered with pitted scars, and it seems that it often hits something, but these scars are being repaired by the specific runes on the bottom of the ship every moment. Although it is full of scars, decorations can be seen on almost every part of the hull. Judging from the style, it should be made by different people. These decorations record some travel stories, which may be left by the passengers of this ship. The decoration on the iron sheet and the wood under the holes show that the ship is old, maybe even as old as the world's first wooden sailing ship. The bow of the big ship has a black ram like a dragon's head. It is a big killer at first glance. The ram is sharp and exudes a cold air. Beyond the ram, you can see half of the straight mast and the embroidered booth hanging on it. Brand new sails for Barton's badge. Dumbledore stepped forward, raised his wand, raised his hands, and within seconds a staircase of sand appeared, leading directly to the big ship overhead. "Thank you, Albus," came Constance's voice again. "We'll be down right away." Soon, several figures appeared on the stairs. The witch at the head was wearing a golden robe. On such a cloudy day, the golden light shone even more, like a blazing sun, making it difficult to see her face clearly. Behind them, 2 rows of girls appeared in azure blue robes, like dresses are better than robes. At the end of the line, a few boys fell behind sparsely. If it weren't for them, most people would probably think that Boxburton is a girls' school. Constance, the principal of Boxburton's, was the leading witch. After walking down the stairs, everyone could see her appearance clearly. Unlike her attitude towards Sigmund, Constance's appearance was extremely soft and beautiful, even somewhat the meaning of low eyebrows is pleasing to the eye, which seems to be due to proper maintenance. She looks much younger than Dumbledore and Sigmund, with long golden hair hanging behind her head. To be honest, the combination of blonde hair and golden robe is not good clothes, but her appearance is enough to support this weird match. Compared with magic, her beauty is not so important. Every step she steps will be dyed golden like gold, shining in the sun. When Boxburton students follow her standing on the ground, the staircase has been dyed a magnificent gold, but Nelson did not see her use the wand, and this is not like transfiguration, more like alchemy. "Sorry, Albus, I was afraid that my precious students would fall, so I reinforced it a little." Constance walked up to Dumbledore and spoke, and then she turned around. The golden staircase turned into sand and disappeared in the wind, and the wind that carried the sand seemed to be shining, as if really took away some of the gold. "The sorcerer's stone is not for you to use like this." Sigmund snorted coldly and stabbed her. "Be careful that it is stolen by malicious people." "Thank you for your reminder, Sigmund." The hoarse voice made Constance even thank you sound like a mockery, or maybe she was mocking Sigmund herself. "Why do you think I have the Philosopher's Stone? Question mark. You only know about the Philosopher's Stone as the way to turn sand into gold, right? Okay, I think you don't want your students to see yourself arguing with the headmaster of another school." Dumbledore stood up to smooth things over. "Hogwarts has prepared a grand welcome banquet for you. Let's enter first. Let's go to the castle. If there is anything you can talk about later, I'm fine. And don't worry, I've set up silence spells around." Constance shrugged and asked, "By the way, have you checked the goblet of fire? Is it still lit?" "Yes, you do. You know how to light it?" "Yes, it's recorded in the classics." Dumbledore nodded, turned around, walked out of the range of Principal Constance's silence spell, and said loudly, "Prefects, please lead the students from your colleges back to the auditorium, both of you boys and girls representatives, to lead Boxburton's and Durmstrang's." After all, he invited the 2 principals to go with him and head to the castle first. "Who do you think is stronger if the 3 of them fight?" Tom suddenly appeared next to Nelson and asked in a low voice, "Can Dumbledore defeat the 2 of them?" "Ah." Nelson turned his head. "Aren't you going to lead the team? Don't you know the way yourself?" Tom shrugged. "And Professor Sloan is walking ahead. They dare not make mistakes." "Well," Nelson said, "Dumbledore should be the strongest." His voice was a little louder and was heard by the Durmstrang students on the side. A guy with a hooked nose, thick eyebrows and big eyes stared at Nelson, making his heart tremble. Just when Nelson was about to say something to break the embarrassment, the Durmstrang student suddenly said, "Dumbledore may be the strongest, but we must be stronger than you." Nelson raised his eyebrows. Didn't he know that he had already lost when he said Dumbledore may be the strongest? I don't know what kind of education they received in Durmstrang, but they can have such an idea and say it openly. Can't bear to think about it. In order to prevent this sentence from expanding into a diplomatic incident, he hastily apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect your headmaster, Nelson said sincerely, but I'm still very sorry. My name is Nelson Williams. If you encounter anything at Hogwarts, you can ask me for help. But then, Nelson was even more shocked by the next sentence of the Durmstrang student. Are you Wurtling? I will defeat you. Tom shook his head and pulled Nelson away with "Don't talk to strange people" written in his eyes. Good guy. Tom raised his eyebrows and exclaimed after leaving the guy's sight. Are you already so famous? Durmstrang has your admirers. You call that an admirer? Of course, said Tom. If I wanted to beat anybody, I'd know him first. I suspect that someone is messing around, Nelson said with a smile. Would he be very angry and disappointed if I didn't sign up directly? Wielding, I'm here. Wait, who are you? He spoke in the colloquial German of the Durmstrang student, which made Tom laugh. If it was me, I might die of anger on the spot. Tom put his hands on Nelson's shoulders and said, covering his stomach. But why did he know me? Nelson said with lingering fear. It's terrible. Who knows? Tom finally recovered, turned his head, and glanced at Durmstrang's team again, and asked, it doesn't mean that Nagini will come to Hogwarts? Durmstrang's team teacher was. Why didn't I see her? Maybe she stayed in the Black Tower. Or changed her face? Nelson speculated. After all, Dumbledore may know what she looks like. It is said that they met more than 10 years ago. Oh. Soon, a group of people came to the castle, and the three principals gathered around an old wooden box, waiting for everyone. Chapter 253 Goblet of Fire. I thought that Hogwarts would always offer something good to entertain them when foreign schools came to visit. In the auditorium, Tom held a fork and rummaged through the dishes in front of him, trying his best to find something different. He had been doing this for several minutes, waiting for the principals of the three schools to finish their conversation. During this period of time, whether it was the bright and colorful Bogsbuttons or the gloomy Durmstrang, all the students in the auditorium maintained this fidgeting appearance, not because they were nervous, but because they were excited. After understanding the meaning of the Triwizard Tournament warriors, everyone is eager to represent their academy as a warrior. Maybe they have different purposes, honor, fame and fortune, or maybe the bonus of 1,000 galleons is consistent. It's better to put some rare fruits. Tom kept stirring in the dishes, not knowing what he was looking for. As a country with a long history, Britain has at least some distinctive cuisine, Nelson said. Like what? You don't know, do you? I mean, I really don't understand very well. Nelson was momentarily at a loss for words. In order to ease the embarrassment, he had to raise his head, pretending to pay attention to the round table above the high platform. The long desk for faculty and staff in the past has been removed, and what is placed there is a round table with a simple shape. 3 high back chairs with different characteristics strictly divide the table into 3 equal parts. In the fan-shaped area, the legends of each school's founding are depicted. Dumbledore sat on a high-backed chair divided into 4 colors, with the school badge above his head surrounded by snakes, eagles, badgers and lions. On the table in front of him, 4 wizards, 2 men and 2 women, led a group of flustered children to she hid in a valley, and was determined to turn it into a paradise for little wizards. A scale is carved on the chair behind Sigmund's face, with a wand on one side and a black thing on the other. The table in front of him depicts a meeting attended by 13 people. Some people are focused, some are looking around, some are secretly laughing, and some are worried. Constance sits on a chair depicting a Pegasus chasing something that has escaped into the clouds, and behind Constance, a witch on a white horse stands on top of a floating castle, protecting, looking at the little wizards behind him. This is really an amazing set of cultural relics, Nelson sighed, holding his chin. It will be of great significance to the study of school history. Is there anything special? Tom pouted and asked, why don't you read the school history of Durmstrang and Bogsbuttons? Don't they have something similar to Hogwarts, a school history such a book? Anyway, they will be here for a semester. If you are interested, I can help you buy a copy. Yes, There are, but sometimes the records in the history books are still a bit insufficient compared to the direct cultural relics. Nelson spread his hands, thought for a moment, and said, for example, I saw that Merlin was buried in the park behind Grimmauld Square in the diary of an ancestor of our family, but I found out that it was not credible after I went to dig it. Alfred replied quickly, you can say that. Nelson scratched his head and followed Tom's gaze to look at the two newly added long tables for students from the two schools. They will be placed here for a semester. Boxburton's long table is next to Ravenclaw, in the center of the auditorium. I don't know if it's because the French are inherently superior in aesthetics. The students in this school look a little better than the people around them. Of course, it's also possible it is because one of the criteria for Constance to select accompanying students is appearance, and the weight is relatively high. Boxburton's students are mainly girls, which made Nelson think that the school was a girls' school, but he realized that something was wrong when he thought that Morgan Wertning once studied in Boxburton. They sat elegantly at the long table, looking curiously at the starry sky dome of the auditorium, while discussing in low voices. In addition to the principal, Boxburton had 3 accompanying teachers, 1 male and 2 female, who looked at ease. On the other hand, Durmstrang on the side is very different. Perhaps considering that they only recruit pureblood wizards, Dumbledore specially arranged them next to Slytherin. But the scene of eager communication that Dumbledore imagined did not happen. The Slytherin students sat at the long table coldly, too lazy to talk to the long table next door. Durmstrang was even more exaggerated, and they seemed to have no communication at all. Wrapped in black robes, as if they were going to attend their principal's funeral, their eating movements seemed to be carved out of the same mold, and Nelson couldn't even tell which of them was the teacher, and which was the teacher-student. Nelson thought about it carefully. Except for his strange admirer in Durmster, no one seemed to have communicated with the outside world. It's so cruel. Nelson looked away. That's not indifference, Tom said jokingly. I've studied this school, and their school ethos is like this. You can't eat during meals, you can raise your hand to ask questions during class, and you have to be locked up for 2 hours if you go to the bathroom during curfew. Days of confinement, and they even made requirements for students' hairstyles. I know that. Nelson shrugged. I'm just curious why they must start eating from the plate in front of them. You see, that guy has already eaten 2 cold dishes, and he might have a stomachache. Alfred raised his head, looked at Durmster's area over the opposite Slytherin students, and commented, maybe it's because they haven't eaten cold dishes there. After all, look, their school uniforms are it has a fur collar. His voice was a bit loud, and several Durmster students raised their heads to look at him, and were stared at by a few similar looking crew cut heads. Anyone would feel terrified. Alfred shrank his neck and asked, they won't assassinate me, will they? I heard that the study of black magic is encouraged in that place. That's not the case. Durmster doesn't encourage assassination. Nelson patted Alfred's shoulder gloatingly, shaking his head, but in their spare time, their most common way of pastime is dueling. So after dinner someone will come to invite you to participate in the wizard duel. Don't forget, Durmster encourages the study of black magic. Can I admit defeat directly? Alfred said with a face full of horror, but there was even some expectation in his eyes. Alfred in 5th grade seemed to be just a troublemaker pretending to be a Slytherin, a poor student who didn't hand in homework all the year round, but his grades and strength were impressive. Not bad at all. As a descendant of the Black family and a friend of Nelson and Tom, how could he be a weak hand? Alfred has even secretly arranged to sign up for the True Wizard contest. Of course not. This is a diplomatic incident. Tom also patted Alfred on the shoulder and said, I will be your assistant. Of course, if both of you are dead, then I can consider being the assistant's assistant. Nelson said with a smile, not taking the people at the table behind him seriously at all. Students. The 3 people on the stage seemed to have finished chatting. Dumbledore stood up suddenly, followed by the 2 headmasters. He took a step forward and loudly attracted the attention of other people in the auditorium. The guests and judges we invited have arrived. After a while, we will witness the restart of the Triwizard Tournament with them, said Dumbledore, but before that, I need to make some advance explanations. The auditorium fell silent instantly, and everyone looked up at Dumbledore in front of them. I'm sorry that I have to pour cold water on all the students who are full of expectations at the very beginning. First of all, the Triwizard Tournament may be the highest level magic event that you can come into contact with during your studies, Dumbledore said with a serious face. But at the same time, it is also the most comprehensive and dangerous event. Don't forget the reason why the previous Triwizard Tournament was suspended. I hope that you will register after serious consideration. Don't put yourself in the dangerously. The air in the auditorium was scorching hot, probably because the cold air was sucked away. For students of Bogues Buttons, Hogwarts has arranged empty dormitories for you. After the meeting, Professor Constance will select a temporary prefect for you and inform you of the arrangements for your dormitory. Dumbledore Leto cleared his throat and continued, you will be placed in classes of the corresponding stage to study with Hogwarts students. In this regard, Durmstrang's students are the same. Dumbledore looked around and seemed to be counting the number of people. After a while, he continued, I hope you will like Hogwarts in the next semester. After all, Dumbledore nodded towards the door of the auditorium, and Nelson turned his head to look, only to see McGonagall standing at the door, waving his wand and opening the door. Welcome to all the guests who will join us as guests and referees in this event, cried Dumbledore, holding his wand to his throat. After an unusually lengthy introduction, a group of people whom Nelson had met, or had never met, stood on the high platform together, including the Minister of Magic of the United Kingdom, the Directors of International Affairs of the Three Kingdoms, the President of the International Wizards Dueling Association and the previous most of the dueling contest champions and various world-renowned great wizards will watch the competition as guests, and the judges will be selected by the organizing committee and will not be announced until the start of the competition. This is completely superfluous. Nelson believes that within a few days, the information about the judges of this year will be spread all over the sky. After all, cheating can be regarded as the second round of the Triwizard Tournament or an event, an equally long established traditional item. However, he didn't expect to see Newt here. He stood aside awkwardly carrying the box that never left his body. When Dumbledore pronounced the title Magic Beast Expert, he was even a little shy and nervous. In addition, Nelson also met another acquaintance, Flitwick, the senior who often helped him during school. He was the last champion of the International Wizarding Duel competition, standing in a group of strangely shaped among the sorcerers among the wizards. Nelson is not so conspicuous, but Nelson keeps in touch with him, but he doesn't know what he will do after graduation. After introducing the guests, Mac guided them to sit behind the long table that had just appeared behind the high platform. The three principals took a step forward and walked to the front of the high platform. The silence in the auditorium has never been broken. Everyone knows that the real highlight is coming. I saw Dumbledore stepping forward, holding his hands flat, and an old wooden box flew from the dome. It turned out that he had hidden the original wooden box there. It was said to be a wooden box, but in fact it was more like a wooden block, although old, but the whole body cannot see any gaps. Dumbledore caught the wooden box with a serious expression, and then let go of the wooden box. The wooden box was suspended in midair. Immediately afterwards, the three principals raised their wands together and pressed them against the top of the wooden box. A few seconds later, with a faint but extremely loud crashing sound in the auditorium, a straight gap was suddenly split in the middle of the perfectly fitted wooden box, and it was open to both sides, revealing the red inner lining and the rough wooden cup inside. Nelson saw that Constance's nose wrinkled, as if smelling the stale air of centuries ago, and then, at the gesture of the other two principals, she reached out, took hold of the bottom of the wooden cup, and lifted it up. Stand up. And Dumbledore also walked to the side at the right time, and stretched out his hands to the left and right of Sigmund, and pressed the sides of the wooden cup. This wooden cup may have been carved by the original founder of the event by his son or daughter. The overall artistic style highlights are casual, asymmetrical, and untidy, but after years of washing, these rough handcrafts left behind on the contrary, the traces seem more and more magical. We have checked. This is the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore said. The Goblet of Fire used to select warriors 7 centuries ago. We will place the goblet of fire at the entrance of the auditorium later, and students who intend to participate in the Triwizard tournament can register through the goblet of fire," Sigmund said seriously, following behind him. "The way to register is very simple. In the goblet of fire next to it, we prepared some cards with the school badges of the 3 schools, took the corresponding cards, and used magic to write our full names on them. Note that it is our own full name, and other people's names, nicknames, and abbreviations will not recognized by the goblet of fire. The registration process will continue until next Monday. At 8 o'clock on Monday morning, the goblet of fire will make its selection," Constance said finally. "Good luck, warriors." As soon as the words fell, a green flame burst out from the goblet of fire, and jumped more than 2 meters high, as if venting its loneliness for centuries. Chapter 254 Competition starts from registration. The next morning, although there was no morning class, Tom and Nelson got up early and came to the front door of the auditorium. Humans have a big common problem, that is, they can't see reality clearly. This is especially obvious for wizards who master magic. When the two walked out of the lounge and stepped on the stairs leading to the auditorium, they hadn't seen the door of the auditorium. Byron had already heard the roar of conversation and believed that, even if a Hogwarts Express drove by at this moment, the roar of the steam engine would be completely covered. "It's a spectacle," Tom couldn't help sighing, looking at the black crowd gathered around the goblet of fire. "In the 5 years at Hogwarts, I've never seen so many people voluntarily getting up so early. After all, the Triwizard tournament is only once for everyone." Nelson stared at the airtight human wall, thinking about whether there is any way to squeeze in gently, except for the green flames reflected on the wall. I couldn't see the scene inside at all. After a while, he suggested, "How about we go to eat first? I feel that there will be a lot of people who have morning classes after the meal is over." "It's all here." Tom shook his head and walked towards the crowd in front of him. The students standing on the periphery are not much closer than those who are not close together. In fact, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, most people can't see the middle, even if they stand on tiptoe. Talk about those inconsequential fantasies, or observe the imaginary enemies around you. On the periphery of the crowd, Riddle is here suddenly sounded. "It makes me sick to be stared at by so many people." Nelson imitated Tom's mantra in a low voice, shrugged helplessly, and followed. The restless shell of the human wall was silent for a moment. The students who heard the exclamation turned around and saw Tom, who was blocked by them. "Here comes Riddle," repeated the man who had first spotted Tom. "It's Prefect Riddle. This is a first-year Slytherin student. He just entered the school a week ago, and he may not even understand the levitation spell, but he is still stuck here and wants to sign up. He does have the potential to become a warrior. Do you want to make way for him? But it's not allowed inside." "Oh. Look at the guy behind him, the boy with the blonde hair. Williams is also here. This is a Hufflepuff girl who Nelson looks familiar. He is also very powerful. Many people say that the warriors may come from between the two of them." "Williams? Who is that?" The Gryffindor who asked this question was of a different class than Nelson and had never met him. "I think I'm also a strong contender for the Hogwarts warrior qualification. You can't even touch the goblet of fire." The crowd became noisy after a moment of silence. They talked about the 2 new heavyweights, but tried hard to control their voices so as not to be heard by the people talking. This simple commotion was quickly interrupted by Tom's movement. He took a step forward, and the students blocking the way in front of him consciously moved to the side, and did not forget to pull the robes of the students in front, telling them to move aside. Under the gaze of everyone, Tom walked through the path made by the students with a calm expression and looked at the goblet of fire in the center of yesterday's round table. There was also a small table next to the round table with 3 cards on it. The badges of the 3 schools were printed respectively. Tom stepped forward and picked up the card with the Hogwarts badge on it. Immediately afterwards, a new card appeared in the place where it was originally placed. Tom looked back, and Nelson was standing behind him. Before he knew it, he lifted his chin to the 3 cards, and Nelson picked one up. Suddenly, there was another commotion in the crowd on the opposite side. A boy wearing Durmstrang's black school robe held up his wand and pushed through the crowd, ignoring the dissatisfaction of the students around him, and squeezed out. "Who is this?" Tom asked with his eyes. A minion. Nelson shrugged. This is a new way of communication that they practiced in the forests of Albania without using magic. It is very efficient, but sometimes it doesn't work. The Durmstrang student who just appeared looked in the direction of Tom and Nelson, frowned, but didn't say much, instead turned around, looked behind attentively. In the path he squeezed out, a black-haired girl in a long skirt, came out holding the hand of a silver-haired boy. The girl seemed to be in the same grade, even older than Nelson and Tom. Instead of wearing a school uniform, she was wearing a gorgeous and extraordinary white dress. The style was a bit too classic, or old, but she wore it in. But she doesn't look old-fashioned at all. On the contrary, she exudes the aristocratic air of a long time. She is wearing a pair of black round-toed high-heeled shoes decorated with 2 opals, which looks like she came from a certain place. It's the same as running out of the set of the Princess movie. Seeing her for the first time, Nelson felt familiar at first, and then thought this is a nobleman. But in fact, she is not like the nobles that Nelson has seen, whether they are muggles or wizards. This girl's skin is not as fair as those noble ladies who socialize at home, but has some sun marks. Against the background of this white dress and long skirt, it should have looked dark, but it looked extremely harmonious when placed on her. Her black hair was coiled on the top of her head, and an enameled golden hairpin with Pegasus and flying birds in relief was inserted simply, glittering in the firelight of the goblet of fire. It looks like a lot of money. Tom stopped his movements and made eye contact with Nelson. This doesn't look like a minion. Nelson shook his head, quietly looking at the girl in front of him, recalling where he had seen her before. The girl let go of the boy's hand, without even looking at the boy from Durmstrang whom Nelson called his minion, and walked straight past him, floating briskly to the round table, standing at the table depicting the legend of Bogsbottom's position, put his hands on the table, squinted his eyes, and looked at the goblet of fire. Nelson carefully looked at this retro-dressed girl. Compared with her peers, she was a little too thin. She seemed to have no development except her height. She looked like a white swan that fell on a frozen lake in winter. A proud and beautiful curve, not perfect facial features form a perfect face. What a beautiful cup. She withdrew her hand, hanging beside her, and said, "This was the first sentence she said. As soon as she spoke, although some people did not understand what the French phrase meant, almost everyone was surprised by her voice. The hoarse and grainy ethereal voice made Nelson think that she had been smoking for at least 40 years. Sorry, I forgot this is in England." She switched to English. This is the second sentence. She opened her eyes wide, looked over the goblet of fire, and looked at Nelson. "Hello, friend. Do you know the registration card? Where is it?" Nelson felt a tingle in his temple, and he held back his discomfort, reaching out his wand-holding hand to signal the table. "Thank you, friend." Seeing her squint again, Nelson realized that the man was not wearing glasses. "You're welcome. Are you signing up here too?" she asked. "Have you signed up yet? You can ask first. Ladies first." Nelson didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in her gourd, and stretched out his hand, indicating that she could do whatever she wanted. "From the registration, the competition for the Triwizard tournament has begun," she said in a singing tone. "Since you are here first, please enjoy the privilege of being first." Nelson looked around, and looked at the Hogwarts students in the inner circle of the human wall. They were the first to arrive, but everyone who made eye contact with him at this moment retracted their eyes. No one put their name in it. "That's right," said Tom, nodding his head. "Then we'll take it easy." "Huh?" The girl's voice was a little surprised. "Are you two people?" She narrowed her eyes again, and after a few seconds, she said awkwardly, "Sorry, I didn't see clearly. I always thought you were a double image of one person. If she's a real warrior, flash her a confrontation." Nelson and Tom started making eye contact again. "Since none of you are willing, let me go first." Hearing the phrase "the competition for the Triwizard tournament begins with registration," the minion who had been forgotten by the side suddenly became interested, pulled out his wand, and pointed it in the direction of the goblet of fire, and shouted loudly, "The registration card is coming." Immediately afterwards, a card with the school badge of Durmstrang flew straight towards him, and after turning around him, a card with his name on it flew towards the flaming goblet of fire. Nelson frowned. Even if this person said, "Can you let me go first?" no one really cares who is the first to register. After all, this will not add points to the main match of the True Wizard tournament. But his sneak attack behavior made everyone present feel disgusted. Especially those who are close to him are still politely rejecting each other. Even the other Durmstrang students crowded around secretly cursed. There may be a character in every story that everyone hates, but no one wants this character to go to the same school as themselves. The three people in the middle of the crowd seemed completely unresponsive, standing there motionless, looking at the card spinning in the air. The two golden birds on the school badge turned into a group of golden flashes under the rapid rotation. This set of movements is smooth, and the card draws a perfect arc in the air. It can be seen that this boy from Durmstrang still has some research on the flying spell and the floating spell. Under everyone's gaze, the card landed directly above the goblet of fire, and the boy's face was filled with joy. Just as the card was about to fall into the cup, it suddenly split in two. In the next second, the process of percent, and percent was completed in an instant, and this card, whose name was still unknown, was shattered into pieces in an instant. The blue flame, which is different from the goblet of fire, immediately clings to the evenly split pieces and burns, and a small blue fire rain falls in the air. The flame bursts instantly and covers a green flame in the goblet of fire. When the flames are extinguished in the blink of an eye, finely divided ash floats in the air under the influence of hot gases, followed by a massive breeze floating on the mouth of the goblet of fire. The ashes and the smiling face of the card owner were blown away without a trace. "Nice juggling." Tom nodded and commented approvingly. "It reminds me of the card show I saw on the streets of London when I was young. It was beautiful and impressive. I thought it was magic, but the magic performer was a Muggle. Muggles can't do this kind of magic." Nelson continued, "but the viewing pleasure needs to be improved." "Very good." The girl from Bogsbuttons agreed. The face of Durmstrang's applicant was flushed. He raised his wand angrily, pointed at the three people talking and laughing in front of him, and withdrew his hand resentfully under the gaze of the three people. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and ran out from the aisle that had just been squeezed and not yet closed, leaving the audience bewildered. What is he doing? I don't know. What kind of opening program is this? Did he sign up successfully? Did the goblet of fire feel that he didn't have the qualifications to be called a warrior, so he rejected him? The discussion became louder and louder, and the male voice walked through the corridor and ran towards the auditorium. "Please," said Tom, stepping back, "ladies first." She turned her head to look at Nelson, and after walking a little further, she could finally see the two men, one blonde and one black. "The first person who wants to sign up has been rejected by the goblet of fire." Nelson nodded. "There will be no difference after that, as long as you don't get rejected." "Okay." The girl stepped forward, picked up a card from Bogsbuttons from the table, and left her name on it. "Thank you." She performed a wizard salute earnestly, waved her wand, and a chubby pigeon flew out from behind, hanging the card and throwing it into the goblet of fire. After receiving the first application, the green flame in the goblet of fire rose a few feet with a boom, and the surrounding brightness instantly increased by 1 unit, and even the crowd around the periphery took a step closer. It started to move around and waited for the two people in the middle to complete the registration. Nelson looked at Tom and found that he was also staring at him, so he nodded, and the two picked up the card with the Hogwarts school emblem on it, looked up at the goblet of fire, which was more blazing. Anxious and noisy voices came from the periphery of the crowd. "It's German." Looking at a group of Durmstrang students in black robes who squeezed into the crowd from the periphery, Nelson could distinguish the guy who was talking strange things to him behind him. "The students of Durmstrang are here." Nelson nodded, although he said that he always hated trouble, but the trouble had already begun, so he had to cut the mess quickly. "Give them a sample." Chapter 255 hit me hard. "Show us? Are all Hogwarts students this interesting?" Durmstrang's crew cut showed a warm smile, and he looked like a boy with a smirk. He twisted his neck and seemed very interested in the proofing of Nelson and Tom. He even took a step back and made a pleased gestures. "I just don't know if Hogwarts tricks are as good looking as the Muggle magicians you saw in London." "Hogwarts doesn't teach Muggle tricks," Tom shook his finger at Zyoping's head and chuckled. Hogwarts only teaches useful magic. The expressions of the students behind Zyoping Tao changed, which was equivalent to pointing at their noses and saying that what Durmstrang taught was Muggle tricks. For any student of magic school, this is intolerable. Some people even took a step forward filled with righteous indignation, as if they wanted to argue with Tom or make gestures. But Zyoping Tao stopped the students who were about to move and looked at Tom at the registration desk. His eyes swept back and forth between Nelson and Tom. His brow bones and cheekbones were extremely high, making his already deep eye sockets keep going down, like a hungry vulture scanning its prey over the goby. Useful magic? It's really interesting. Zyoping raised his arms, applauded lightly, and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm from Durmstrang. You needn't tell me who you are," said Tom, interrupting him curtly. "If you end up being a champion of Durmstrang, I shall know your name." Zyoping was stunned for a while, and laughed out loud after a while. "Interesting, really interesting. I thought there was only one person in Hogwarts, but I didn't expect. Very good. I'm looking forward to being in the Triwizard tournament. Meet you on the field." Before the game, I started doing all this stuff. Tom shrugged, dismissively, "but I'll take your word for it." After that, he turned to look at Nelson. "Are you coming first? Let's go together." Nelson picked up the card in his hand with 2 fingers and showed it to Tom. "I've already written it. Hurry up." "Okay nah." Tom nodded, put his hand on the card in front of him, and with a light swipe, a string of sharp letters appeared on the card. "Tom Riddle?" Zyoping head narrowed his eyes, staring at the card in Tom's hand and said, "I remember you. Gal, I'm ready." Tom ignored the noisy crew cut, but made eye contact with Nelson. Seeing Nelson nodding, he raised the card in his hand. Seeing this scene, Nelson grinned. This guy and the Bogus Button girl just got together is really interesting. One can't tell the difference between humans and animals 3 steps away, and the other has ridiculously good eyesight. Witnessed by these 2 guys, Nelson and Tom raised the cards with their names in their hands in a gesture that could be considered extremely shameful in a card game. "So, you are Nelson Wertling?" Zyoping Tao interjected again. Hearing this name, the expression of the girl in a white dress not far away froze for a moment, then took out a pair of strangely shaped round brown glasses from the pocket of the little boy beside him, put them on the bridge of his nose, and carefully looked at Nelson's face. However, both Nelson and Tom ignored Zyoping Tao's words, and they passed the cards in their hands into the air. All of this seemed very ordinary, and it was the simplest floating spell. The surrounding Hogwarts students were puzzled at first, then disappointed. Some even yawned, because they were sleepy. Everyone waited in front of the auditorium without breakfast, listening to these people talking for a long time. Boring scene. After all, Zyoping Tao did not disappoint the audience around him. Just when the registration cards of the 2 flew close to the mouth of the goblet of fire, the ring finger of his right hand, which was hugging his chest, tapped lightly on the forearm of his left hand. Holding the left hand of the wand also turned the wrist slightly. Immediately afterwards, a black beam of light rushed out from the ceiling and shot straight at the 2 cards that were pasted together. Nelson raised his eyebrows, and a slender paper bird flew out of the card and hit the beam of light above his head straight, but it only blocked the beam of black light for a moment, and it was like being immersed in strong acid. Bubbling black foam broken. Crew smiled contentedly as he stared at the black beam that pierced through the paper bird, which would then pierce through those 2 annoying cards, making Durmstrang the true winner of this boring contest. But his smile froze for only a second, and the crumbling paper bird turned into crystal fragments of mirrors that filled the sky, like a cloud formed by the gathering of mirrors, as if it was originally made of glass. The black light was repeatedly refracted in the mirror cloud. Its power was continuously weakened, and it was even gradually split into countless small beams. Before he could even react, a cluster of black mist generated in the refraction overwhelmingly directed towards Durmster headed by Zyoping Tao. Student Lang rushed forward, enveloping them firmly. The whole process took less than a second, but the situation was greatly reversed. The small crew only had time to tighten the muscles of his face. He quickly grasped the inner lining of the wizard's robe with his left hand, turned around and raised the hem of the black robe, and used his back to meet the spell he summoned. However, he was able to let the black robe cover the surrounding students. The black mist fell on the black robe and the next second, like raindrops falling into the lake, causing thousands of ripples before disappearing. He staggered and took a step forward. Let go of his hand with a livid face. The black robe fell down. He turned around, put on the warm smile at the beginning, and looked at the goblet of fire in front of him. The green flames of the goblet of fire became more and more vigorous, and the registration cards of Nelson and Tom had been thrown into the cup. This trick is much better than the one just now. Nelson, who hadn't said much, showed a friendly smile, spread his hands, and asked Xiaopingtao, "Can you do that again? It's really beautiful." In Durmstrang's team, there were many hot-blooded brats, and an unrecognizable guy jumped out and shouted, "Don't push your nose, okay, little card." Xiaoping straightened his collar, stopped the guy who jumped out, and said enthusiastically to Nelson, "Hogwarts is indeed very powerful. If you want to experience some of Durmstrang's magic, I think we can make another appointment. I have admired your name for a long time. Of course, we may not have this opportunity today. My classmates are very hungry." "Okay." Nelson nodded without hitting the smiling face, and said, "I hope you enjoy today's breakfast." "Thank you. We'll go to the restaurant after signing up." Xiaopingtao turned sideways, pulled the little devil who had jumped out, and took 2 steps back, giving way to the auditorium behind them. Nelson nodded, and Tom walked through the crowd to the auditorium under the complicated eyes of the Durmstrang students. By the way, just as he was about to leave the crowd, Tom suddenly stopped, turned his head and asked, "What's your name?" Huh. Xiaoping was stunned for a while, showing a happy expression. "My name is Ludwig, Mr. Riddle." "I remember, Ludwig, sir." Tom turned and caught up with Nelson. "This is the first name, not the last name," Ludwig added, but Tom didn't seem to hear this sentence. The auditorium this morning was extremely deserted. Almost everyone surrounded the outside, and only a few students who needed to attend morning classes and some professors who didn't care about the matter sat inside. Nelson glanced back across the gate of the auditorium. The people around the goblet of fire had already started to line up to receive cards in an orderly manner, and the students from the other 2 schools were also obediently lined up at the card prevention table, especially Durmstrang's students, under Ludwig's command, lined up in a straight line, like an army. "This guy's not bad," Tom commented after sitting at the long Slytherin table. "That magic is a bit powerful. If it weren't for the special material of his robe, the students behind him might have to suffer." "True," agreed Nelson. "That bird looks like paper, but the material isn't bad at all. But that's black magic." Tom frowned, took 2 empty dinner plates, and placed them in front of the 2, and began to order at the long table. Although the influence of black magic can be controlled, it's not like when you can use them casually, and it seems that Durmstrang's style of study is indeed very different from ours. "That's for sure." Nelson nodded, and said, "Durmstrang's great reputation is to encourage students to study black magic, which makes those who can't openly use black magic in other countries go there. This trend is only going to get stronger. If it was me in the past, maybe I would still be interested in this school," Tom said, curling his lips, "but handing over the keys to black magic to a group of idiots who don't have self-control and discernment ability is simply a game disaster. The boys behind that guy are almost all dark wizards." "How do you know?" "I know so much about black magic that I can smell their stench from a few meters away. It's really scary." Nelson smiled and teased, "It seems that you have been influenced by Chris. What does it matter to her?" Tom buried his head in his meal, and said, "Great wizards are all able to control black magic, and those controlled by tools are not far from death, so of course they will emit a corpse smell. But speaking of it, dark wizards will indeed be more belligerent. According to Durmstrang's tradition, before the name of the warrior is announced, you should be invited to a duel. I can see that the people behind that guy are all very excited." Tom said disdainfully, "If you don't know how to judge the situation, only Ludwig can have a little brain." Thinking about it carefully, Ludwig was just trying to help his classmates get back in the game, but unfortunately he didn't move. He was obviously angry, but could only smile. Thinking of his aggrieved appearance, Nelson shook his head with a smile. "What are you laughing at? So happy." An energetic male voice came from behind, and Nelson felt a generous hand on his shoulder. Nelson turned his head and saw Professor Slughorn's rosy, growing rich face, standing between the two of them, with his hands on their shoulders, looking at them with a smile on his face. Professor. When Nelson and Tom saw Professor Slughorn, they were about to get up, but he immediately pushed them down. Professor, is there anything good today? Seeing Slughorn's proud look, Nelson asked curiously. Yes, because of the impact of the Triwizard Tournament, the minister arranged for us a few places to sponsor students and internships, but this has nothing to do with you. Professor Slughorn raised his eyebrows. After all, with your abilities, you don't need this kind of opportunity. Being able to accept your teaching is our best chance. Nelson licked the honey on his lips and complimented him. Don't say such things with your understanding of potions, Nelson. Professor Slughorn clearly said I'm very useful on his face, but he still said reservedly, what you just did very nice. You know. Nelson shrank his neck. Could it be that he was going to be confined at the beginning? It's really good. It's really becoming more and more warriors, Professor Slughorn said cheerfully, puffing out his plump belly. It's almost catching up with when I was young. Well done, boys. Sorry, Professor, I have caused you trouble. Tom apologized with a straight face. Ha ha ha. Walrus-like laughter echoed in the auditorium. Professor Slughorn bent down, lowered his voice, and teased, Tom, you don't seem like the kind of person who knows that you shouldn't cause trouble for me. Professor, okay, Tom. Professor Slughorn raised his hand, rubbed the tops of their heads vigorously, and said with satisfaction, this is not a trouble. In fact, the more trouble of this kind, the better. This is the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, and the competition has started from the very beginning. Really? Professor? At least for now, that's the case. Professor Slughorn nodded, and said, you may not know that Durmstrang has always been against us. I can tell you secretly that the last demon in our school, the professor of conjuration, was dismissed by Hogwarts because of his obsession with black magic and finally went to teach in Durmstrang. Of course, this is a matter of the previous generation. Could it be? That's right. It's exactly what you think. Professor Slughorn lowered his voice. I think warriors were created between the two of you, and whoever meets them afterward will give me a hard time. Hit? Not necessarily, Professor. Tom shook his head. There are a few classmates, and they are also very good. Believe in yourself. By the way, don't tell others. Professor Slughorn seemed to realize that he had slipped his words, and then hummed and left. Will a warrior be born between us? Tom repeated this sentence playfully, then suddenly turned his head and looked at Nelson with wide eyes. Now, let me prophesy. Will the warrior be you or me? Chapter 256 Warriors are born. On the morning of the second Monday, all the students of Hogwarts and the student representatives from the other two schools gathered in front of the Great Hall of the castle. It was still a while before the deadline at o'clock, and there were still some students who were still on the tail of the deadline. The students gathered around the goblet of fire, took cards and scribbled their names into the goblet. What's more, at 59, he was still holding a piece of paper with his name on it. Standing in the corner, his face turned green and white, and he was still fighting ideologically. The door of the auditorium was closed, and the surrounding students were in a mess like in a vegetable market, and a stampede could happen at any time. It's Monday. Tom stood in the corner of the hallway and breathed a sigh of relief at Nelson in front of him. Last week, he was disturbed by Durmstrang's students. As expected of a school that encourages competition, there are several students every day. The representative of the right school, wearing a black robe and speaking English with a strong accent, invited him to a duel. Although Tom evaded everything by saying I only want to fight real warriors, they seemed to want to bore Tom to death by doing foreign work. Over the course of a week, he has met almost everyone in Durmstrang's team. As much as he hates this group of annoying guys, he has to admit that Durmstrang's students are indeed commendable in a certain sense. Competence and determination to hammer problems impress every Hogwarts student they meet in class. As for Buttons, this school is indescribable. Their students have more unconstrained ideas. In terms of spells, these qualities have been more manifested. Buttons students are even willing to let the new friends was met, and the fire dragons they brought came into contact with each other. Their jumpy way of thinking and the differences between each person gave people a feeling of Ravenclaw, but after a detailed understanding, it was discovered that their pursuit of wisdom more of a quest for inspiration than a Ravenclaw-like admiration for knowledge. This may be because almost all the student representatives selected during their trip are elites, but it can also reflect the characteristics of different schools. Durmstrang and Bogsbuttons are almost two completely opposite schools. You only need to know one person to know Durmstrang, but you may need to know everyone to know Bogsbuttons. One can do as one pleases, which is the embodiment of two completely different educational concepts. Are you happy, Tom? Nelson yawned and looked at the time on the wall clock on the wall in the corridor. It would be 8 o'clock in 15 seconds. He looked away and asked, I hope you like my story of becoming a warrior. Coronation. I don't think the Goblet of Fire will choose a person who can't wake up to be the representative of Hogwarts. Tom rolled his eyes and looked at the burning Goblet of Fire. The green light reflected his expression unpredictably. The few guys who were still fighting psychologically seemed more nervous than the students who had signed up. Tom glanced at them and looked at Nelson. What do you think about the Goblet of Fire? Before he finished speaking, his eyes went black, and in the next second, there was already a green tablecloth in front of him, and his butt was already firmly pressed against the chair. Tom looked up to his left, meeting Nelson's blue eyes. At this moment, they are sitting at the long table of Slytherin, which happens to be in the center. A long green tablecloth is spread on the long table. Observe carefully, the depth of the tablecloth is embroidered with a deeper emerald color. The pattern in front of everyone is difficult to see its whole picture. Combined together it is a long snake entrenched on the trunk. Two jewel-like eyes stared fixedly at the high platform not far away, where two semi-curved long tables were placed. Dumbledore sat in the center of the front row, and Sigmund and Constance, the two principals, sat on both sides of him, and further to the two sides are the officials in charge of the Ministry of Magic of the Three Kingdoms, and those great wizards who are quite famous in their fields are all wearing robes representing the highest achievement, and sitting in the back seats. Concentrate directly in front of Dumbledore. There, a raging red fire was burning in a rough wooden cup, and the scorching breath emitted made Nelson, who was far below the stage, feel the heat wave on his face. Cool. A comfortable sigh sounded beside Nelson. It was a Slytherin student who was struggling half a minute ago and missed the chance to sign up. Although his expression was complicated, he still looked much more relaxed than before. He looked around, and the long tables of each college and the other two schools were also changed into the most representative furnishings like Slytherin. The most eye-catching one was the green Slytherin and the opposite one, red Gryffindors. Their punchy color scheme is enough to make anyone with normal color sense look away. It seems that the Goblet of Fire has made its choice. Dumbledore stood up and got straight to the point. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to spread throughout the silent auditorium. While waiting for his answer, the only sound that could be heard in the entire auditorium was the expansion and crackling of the flames scorching the air. Officials on both sides kept their eyes on the Goblet of Fire for fear that something might go wrong. Before that, I think I still need to reiterate that a cup cannot really complete the judgment and evaluation of a person, especially when the only thing it can touch is a name. Dumbledore's voice sounded immediately. He said softly, the Goblet of Fire will only screen the applicants based on some of the characteristics that the Triwizard Tournament favors. If you are not selected, it does not mean that your level is insufficient, but because your talent is suitable for further development. Big stage play. After distributing the chicken soup, Dumbledore nodded to the two headmasters beside him, and they left their seats knowingly and raised their wands. Next, we will announce the players for this Triwizard Tournament. All of this will be done under the fairness of the wizard representatives. Dumbledore turned his head and looked at the wizards behind him. After confirming with them, he turned around and looked at the burning Goblet of Fire. The result will be revealed soon. He coughed lightly, and a roll of parchment appeared in his hand. Please, Professor Sigmund, Professor Constance. The three principals raised their wands at the same time, pointing to the Goblet of Fire in front of them with serious expressions. Beams of red, green, and blue primary color shot out from the tips of the three magic wands and plunged into the flames. The exuberant tongues of fire condensed in the air like ice cubes, making the parched people feel a burst of coolness. Immediately afterwards, the rune on the goblet of fire emitted a green light. It first scanned the students in the auditorium, and then separated 3 condensed beams of light, entangled like vines with the 3 color spells, used by the 3 principals to authenticate their identities, climbed to their wands, and touched their hands. Soon, after confirming the identity of the opener, the emerald green light of the rune disappeared, and the frozen flame moved amidst the sound of glass shattering, and burned again, bigger and more vigorous than before. The tongue of flame licked straight towards the dome above the auditorium, spread it at a speed that was poised to charge, and instantly ignited the dome. The audience who reacted raised their heads, and the originally shining stars on the dome of the auditorium have been replaced by jumping flames. Among them, the most vigorous and dazzling are the 3 pops made of green flames in the middle. The distance between the 3 stars is equal to form a perfect equilateral triangle. They are slowly growing, or rather, slowly falling. Let's start. Dumbledore nodded, sat back in his seat with the 2 headmasters, and looked at the 3 stars above his head, like other audience members. Suddenly, one of the 3 stars accelerated, and shot straight at Boxburton's long table. Boxburton, Dumbledore's voice suddenly sounded, when everyone's attention was attracted by the meteorite from the sky. The green star slammed into Boxburton's long table, and instantly turned into bursting sparks that exploded in all directions. The intense light caused almost everyone to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes, 2 Pegasus horses, which were as blue as the sea, and covered with golden harnesses, were stepping out of the starry sky with a drizzle. They separated and closed, spread their wings, and flew around Boxburton's long table. After 2 rounds, they stopped behind a black-haired girl in a snow-white dress, folded their wings, and landed on the ground, among other cloths. Under the envious gaze of Spartan student, he rubbed her shoulder with his cheek. This was the girl who was the first to complete the registration. She felt something on her shoulders. She turned around, and saw the Pegasus behind her. Nelson could swear her expression froze for a moment, as if she wasn't sure if the 2 Pegasus were separate or a double image of one. Fortunately, she didn't have to worry about it after a few seconds. After confirming the candidate, 2 Pegasus stood up against her. One of them turned into a green flame and flew into the air, and the other turned into a golden particle of light floating around her. Soon, the meteor belonging to Boxburton's in the sky cast a blue beam of light, covering her whole body. Margaret Sagan. Professor Constance's voice sounded at the right time, and her tone was full of appreciation. It seemed that this warrior satisfied her. Immediately afterwards, warm applause broke out on Boxburton's long table, surrounded by Hogwarts and Germany. Armstrong students also gave a courtesy applause. It wasn't until this moment that Margaret realized what had just happened. She straightened her skirt like a whirlwind, lowered her head, lifted the skirts on both sides, turned around in a circle, and greeted the students around her. After turning around, she faced Professor Constance on the high platform, and made a princess-like courtesy. In the green starry sky above her, the constellation Aquarius grew brighter. Professor Constance nodded, but Margaret should not be able to see it. After the dust settled on Boxburton's warrior candidates, the students around had different reactions. Some felt that it should be so, some were not convinced, and some were still dreaming. However, the goblet of fire did not leave them any time to dream. Quick, the second meteor accelerated its fall. This Durmstrang meteor is much more straightforward. It didn't go around too much, but quickly hit Durmstrang's long table. This time, everyone learned to close their eyes in advance, and was not caught. The bright light blinded him. Durmstrang Dumbledore took the time to say, while everyone closed their eyes. A golden two-headed bird uttered a unique cry when hunting, and hovered above the long table holding a blood-red sheep skull in its claws. This sheep skull that seemed to be bleeding, could hardly fail to remind people of myths and legends in the demon. After turning around, the two-headed bird fixed its eyes on a relatively inconspicuous one among the many small flatheads. It let out a strange quack cry, let go of its claws, and the blood-red sheep's head fell directly to the small flathead on the plate. Xiaopingtao stood up, raised his right hand, and put his palms together in front of his chest, and bowed to the 4 directions of east, west, north, and south respectively. The angle and strength of each bow were exactly the same. Finally, he turned to the high platform and stood at attention with his knees. A pair of big-toed leather shoes. The collision made a loud bang. He still maintained his right hand touching his chest, looking at his principal with his chin raised. Professor Sigmund nodded and introduced Ludwig Kant. Durmstrang's students seemed as convinced as they were unconvinced. Ludwig stood where he was, letting the bloody sheep's head float above his head, while the returning golden two-headed bird turned into a grass green. The beam of light shrouded him in it. Papa. The applause was relatively less enthusiastic this time, but Ludwig didn't care and closed his eyes to enjoy his moment. The constellation corresponding to the lighting this time is Ursa Major. Finally, the last undetermined meteor crashed into the center of the auditorium. After a burst of bright light, the creatures that appeared surprised almost everyone, including Nelson. Hogwarts Dumbledore yelled, despite his confusion. He originally thought that the creatures related to Hogwarts were nothing more than eagles, lions, snakes and badgers, but he didn't expect that after the strong light, what appeared above everyone was a dragon breathing out flames. This dragon is completely different from any known giant dragon. Its overly long wings are covered with scars, and it looks like it just came back from the battlefield. Its metallic gold and silver scales and slender the streamlined body does not belong to any known species. Don't disturb the sleeping dragon. Tom looked at the dragon above his head, murmured softly and closed his eyes. As if hearing the call of this sentence, the dragon really turned around on the Ravenclaw long table and flew over the excited Gryffindor to the green Slytherin. Tom didn't see this scene. He closed his eyes early and didn't know whether it was because of nervousness or fear or because he was sure of winning. Until the scorching breath of the giant dragon rushed towards his face, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Nelson stared at the giant dragon coming from the pavement, with a hint of confusion on his expression. This dragon is really too big. Even if it raises its claws, it will point to two people. So what is its choice? The dragon constellation flickering above his head seemed to be more confused than him. Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's shouts echoed throughout the Great Hall. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Alfred's 3 newspapers. Wait, Albus. Sigmund suddenly stretched out his hand, stopping Dumbledore's next move. All the attention of the audience was attracted by him. Under the gaze of the crowd, Sigmund said slowly, "Are you a little too anxious? What's the matter?" Dumbledore frowned and asked, "Is there any problem? Are you a little too anxious?" Sigmund twisted his neck, repeated what he said before, raised his wand, pointed to Tom and Nelson sitting beside him, and said, "Sleeping Dragon hasn't done it yet. Its choice. The constellation has not yet been lit. How can you be sure that the warrior selected by the Goblet of Fire for Hogwarts is this Tom Riddle or Nelson Wertling beside him? Where's Williams?" When she heard the surname of Wildening, Professor Constance's eyes became sharp. She just wanted to join the conversation between the two, but she was attracted by the giant dragon not far away. "I don't know why you want to make a fuss, but it seems that you know the students in our school very well." Dumbledore raised his hand and pointed at Tom with an unhappy expression. Following his movements, the sleeping dragon of Hogwarts raised his hand. It raised its head and let out a roar that shook the sky, almost shaking the stars above it down. Then, it rushed into the sky and turned into a thick red dragon's fire pillar, shooting straight at Tom from the air. There was a gust of wind blowing up the tablecloths on the 6 long tables. Nelson, who was next to Tom, felt the scorching heat the most, as if facing the high temperature of the sun surging towards him. At the moment when the heat wave hit, half of his face close to Tom was immediately covered by silver flowing metal. The mercury-like armor and the mask appeared by itself, protecting half of his body. Almost everyone involuntarily raises their hands to cover their faces, which is the instinctive reaction of human beings in the face of danger. Before they opened their eyes, the silver of Nelson's face quickly climbed into the neckline, and the pillar of fire on the side quickly extinguished, after losing its source, leaving behind a green beam of light cast by the third comet above his head. Tom attracted everyone's attention. Under the spotlight next, he opened his arms and slowly floated up in a prayer-like posture. The representative animals of the 4 colleges surrounded him, and the dragon constellation in the sky shone with eternal light. Nelson, damn, he pretended again. The champion of Hogwarts is Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's voice was very small as a whisper, but there was no doubt in his tone. No one would deny Tom's status as a warrior at this moment, and the scene Hogwarts gave him seemed to be choosing the headmaster candidate. Nah. When all the dust settled, Tom slowly fell from the sky, as if he had lost power. As soon as he landed, he looked at Nelson and asked in a low voice, "You must be very disappointed, right?" "To tell you the truth," Nelson shook his head and said, "to be honest, it would be a surprise if I was selected. After all, I only stayed at Hogwarts for 2 years. For me, I may have become their champion." "That's good." Tom patted Nelson on the back and didn't say much. "But how can someone like me who is used to watching the excitement not do something?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. "I will participate anyway." He thought for a while and added, "You can write it down. This is my prophecy." "Prophecy?" Tom thought for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Whether it's on site or cheerleading?" "Maybe it's the referee," Nelson said seriously. "I'll just say this to you, and I'll give you 0 points when the time comes. I can't thank you enough. Compared to this, you should think carefully about the partner of the opening dance. The 3 warriors are the default lead dancers at the banquet." Nelson showed a narrow smile. He knew very well that Tom didn't know how to dance. "It's time for you to dazzle on the dance floor in a lacy pink gown." "What dance?" Tom was stunned. He checked a lot of information about the event, and this was the first time he heard about the dance. "It's none of my business," said Nelson encouragingly. Now it was his turn to pat Tom on the shoulder. "I'm sure there will be hundreds of girls wanting to be your dance partner soon, and I'm not the same. It's gone. I'll ask Minerva later if she doesn't have a dance partner." He suddenly thought of Mag dancing happily with her hair loose. "Call me Professor McGonagall, Williams." McGonagall appeared behind the 2 of them like a ghost. She stared at Nelson for 10 seconds with dead eyes, then turned her head, looked at Tom, and said, "Go the principal's office. There are some precautions and competition system instructions that you need to understand, and besides that, there are some activities that require your cooperation." "Cooperating activities?" Tom scratched his head and left his seat after saying hello. Not far away were the other 2 warriors and their principals. Tom gave Nelson a playful look and followed Mag to the auditorium door. Just when Nelson thought he could finally have a good meal after the headmaster and the warriors left, the young British Minister of Magic Nobby Rich, who was invited to the scene, suddenly stood up. When the parchment was opened, Nelson's vision almost went dark, and Minister Rich also became hideous. Soon, the sleepy bugs in the auditorium multiplied rapidly. After many years of suspension, the ancient event of the Triwizard Tournament was finally held at Hogwarts. It is reported that this Triwizard Tournament was held between It was jointly organized by the Ministry's efforts in many ways. The next day, in the Slytherin Lounge, Alfred sat in the middle of a group of people, holding the newly arrived Daily Prophet and reading aloud, while commenting, "Oh my god. The meaning of Rich's existence is to make himself will his speech become a powerful hypnotic spell affecting thousands of people. This may be the biggest test in the Triwizard Tournament. Is there any nutritious content?" The young Malfoy sat at the side and raised his hand surrounded by several small followers. "Senior Black, can you read something that everyone likes to hear?" "What do you like to hear?" "The odds of the Triwizard Tournament?" "I suggest you go to Nocturne Alley to buy those illegal newspapers. Maybe you can find them." Alfred stabbed him, picked up the newspaper, and continued to read. "Hugo Albus Dumbledore, acting headmaster of Hogwarts, said in an interview, although the situation in Hogwarts and the wizarding world is still grim, now is not the best time to hold such exchange events, but the Triwizard Tournament, this event still has a lot of positive significance for alleviating the tension between all parties and promoting European magic exchanges." Hogwarts headmaster Armando Dupont is still missing, and his story appears in page. He picked up the newspaper and read it over and over again, looked at Malfoy, and said seriously, "You're right, it's really not nutritious." Then, he skipped the first few pages, turned the newspaper directly to the back page, raised his eyebrows, and read aloud, "Our reporter Lewis Shawk will serve as an accompanying reporter, and will bring the audience the whole process of the Triwizard struggle for hegemony. The first-hand report of the tournament yesterday, the candidates for the Triwizard tournament were determined, and the author interviewed the 3 warriors after the ceremony. Please read the report about the 3 warriors below." The goods are here. He turned a page backwards and pulled out the 4th page of the newspaper. On the cover of the 4th page, Tom was sitting in front of the bookshelf in the principal's office with his chin propped on his hand, looking out the window with firm eyes. Covering up Tom's handsomeness and temperament, it even made his lines more distinct. Posting. "This is definitely a posing." Alfred yelled loudly, but everyone urged him to read on. Tom Riddle, prefect of Slytherin House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was recognized by all his classmates as the best student at Hogwarts. Even when Albus Dumbledore talked about him at the same time, there is unabashed satisfaction and appreciation in his words. This student, who is perfect from the outside to the inside, has another side that is unknown, but this does not affect our respect for him being able to represent Hogwarts. On the contrary, when we know the stories in these glamorous backgrounds, we will love this handsome and talented boy even more. This reporter's vocabulary is too limited. Alfred licked his dry lips and continued to read. As a young wizard born in a Muggle orphanage, Riddle was selected by Slytherin House. This really surprised some Slytherin students, but soon, they discovered that this Muggle-born classmate possessed talents, conduct and knowledge that were no worse than pure-blood wizards, or even better. I'm very happy I found the reason soon. In the process of investigating Riddle's weird middle name, the author found that this name directly refers to one of the oldest wizarding families in Britain, the Gaunt family that has disappeared, and the Gaunt family is later the only direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Forest House, Slytherin. One of Malfoy's chubby servants jumped up and let out an exclamation. After all, the name Slytherin is a name that is well known to every British wizard, but he was quickly pressed down by Malfoy. "Any more? Let me see." Alfred was also a little surprised. It was the first time he heard about Tom's background, but he didn't care about it. After reading a few lines, he said, "The next few lines are about how he usually studies. Let me look at the back." Huh. Got it. He cleared his throat and read aloud. Riddle told the author that he was able to improve so fast, on the one hand, because of his own efforts, and on the other hand, it was also inspired by his close friend Nelson Williams. Influence. What's the deal? Can't we be blind? Malfoy pouted. Is their story a love story? Go out if you don't want to listen. Don't you subscribe to the Daily Prophet? Alfred said dissatisfiedly. Do you understand the gold content of Lord Dark Lord? Okay. Malfoy supported his knees dryly, straightened his back, and sat on the seat like a schoolboy. Yo, it really made me find something interesting. In this regard, the author did not report any hope, but I did not expect that in the end we found a photo of the two of them in a Muggle newspaper. Alfred read to the end of the page enthusiastically, although he was by his side every day dangling, but the gossip of friends is much more interesting than the course. He found the newspaper that was thrown aside and found the next page, but he suddenly screamed strangely, or everyone was startled by Alfred's strange cry, and they raised their heads to look at him, only to see that the newspaper in his hand was instantly reduced to a pile of ashes, except where the fingers on both sides were pinched. "Alfred," Tom said seriously, "I asked if during the Triwizard tournament there is no price to pay for casualties caused by training. It's really not humane." Alfred threw the newspaper fragments in his hand to the subway station, raised his head, and smiled at Tom. "By the way, what is the first round of projects? Have they notified them?" "Notified, but not fully notified. All notified is equivalent to no notification," Tom said. "By the way, have you seen Nah? I have something to do with him. I went to Professor McGonagall for confinement." Alfred said, "It seems that because of something, the left foot stepped into the transfiguration classroom first." "Okay." Tom nodded and turned to leave. Well, come on, Tom. Seeing Tom leave, Alfred heaved a sigh of relief, picked up a can of butterbeer, and put it on the table, took out a newspaper from his pocket, and shouted, "Didn't expect that. I want more. What else is there?" Nelson suddenly pushed open the door of the lounge. His forehead was covered with hun, and asked curiously, "What are you discussing?" Seeing the newspaper in Alfred's hand, Nelson lifted his finger, and the newspaper flew towards him with fluttering wings like a butterfly. Nelson raised his hand to catch the newspaper, glanced at it, and laughed out loud. Durmstrang's warriors are expected to be revolutionaries against Grindelwald's oppressive rule. Don't they know that Durmstrang is almost Nurmengard? Nelson happily flipped backwards, and a few pages later, his face froze suddenly. He raised his head to look at Alfred, and asked softly, "Did you just spread fake news?" "Of course not, Nelson. How can I be the kind of person who always does bad things?" "I hope you're not," Nelson asked, wiping the blemish on his brow. "Do you know where Tom is? Go over there. He was looking for you just now." "Okay." Nelson walked towards Alfred's direction, reminding him with a newspaper between his fingers, "Don't spread fake news, you know." "Understood." Alfred paid attention to Nelson's movements, took out a newspaper from behind, and quickly read aloud, "The source of their creativity comes from the pursuit of performance art. In fact, many years ago, they were already a world-renowned master of performance art." Chapter 258. Your illness is above mine. Strange, why have the stairs in the school become more and more naughty recently? For the third time, Nelson stepped on the air and fell due to the sudden disappearance of the steps. He quickly conjured an umbrella in the air and slowly fell to the next floor while holding the umbrella. Unexpectedly, he just happened to fall into a group of Gryffindor students who had just finished class. Under the weird gazes of the Gryffindors around him, he muttered to himself, quickened his pace, and quickly left this embarrassing place. After turning around a long corridor, you can walk a short distance to the principal's office. Nelson, who had just returned to McGonagall's office to look for Tom, was told by the stone statue at the door that Tom went there to wait for him, so he had to turn back and start again. Go to the principal's office. Rounding the corner, someone Nelson hadn't expected blocked his way. "How do you do, Nelson Wertling, Mr. Williams?" Sigmund, the principal of Durmstrang, was leaning against the wall in suspense and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. With his straight hairstyle and this action, he looks like a low-profile version of Grindelwald. "Professor Sigmund." Nelson bowed slightly and asked, "Are you going to the office too?" Sigmund is a person that Nelson can't figure out whether it is a seemingly complicated past with the other two principals, or his harsh and warm personality at the time. From the first time Durmstrang's Black Tower appeared in the middle of the Black Lake, Nelson knew that Sigmund and Nurmengard were inextricably linked, especially when Sigmund invested in himself. When he paid too much attention, he became more and more determined in his mind. Although he didn't receive any notice, this guy was probably Nurmengard's undercover agent. For Armstrong, that was perfectly normal. The school in Durmstrang has a long history comparable to Hogwarts, and as long as the school's history, it has a history of studying black magic. For thousands of years, Durmstrang has been successfully. The world has cultivated a large number of qualified black wizard talents, and black wizards have a distinctive feature, as we all know. Black wizards are the most accustomed to serving the strong among all wizards. Therefore, looking at Durmstrang's school history, there are successive principals who chose to cooperate with the powerful dark wizards at that time, but they were always able to walk between power and education with ECU. The dark wizards people come and go, only the banner of the ever-growing Durmstrang flutters in the wind. But it is impossible to judge a person based on the few predecessors. Nelson still has little understanding of Sigmund. He only knows that he was the champion of the World Wizard Fighting Championship before Flitwick's session. He enjoyed great prestige in the world, but he disappeared after Grindelwald's incident. He didn't reappear in the public eye until Grindelwald was caught by Newt for the first time, a man who had never been in Durmstrang. A legend who taught, but was hired as the principal by the school board. What made Nelson even more unexpected was that when deciding on the candidate for the Triwizard Tournament, the headmaster of another school he had never met stood up and spoke for him. looking at his speech. If the Hogwarts dragon, the final candidate, has not been decided yet, and he strongly resisted the opinions of the crowd, and pushed himself and Tom to the throne of warriors. Very good. He slowly looked at Nelson from head to toe, and then nodded slowly, repeating, very good. Are you going to the principal's office too? Nelson said, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. It's just ahead, and I can take you there. No, no, no. Sigmund raised his right hand, shook his index finger, and said softly, I just came out of there. In fact, I'm standing here just to wait for you. Wait for me? Nelson was taken aback, pointed to himself, and asked, you, what are you doing? There are some things you need to know, Sigmund said. It's related to the Triwizard tournament. Come with me. After that, he walked straight into an empty classroom around the corner. Nelson, who didn't know what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd, hesitated for a moment, but finally followed. When he walked into the classroom, the imagined 800 swordsmen, or for the greater good, did not appear. He only saw Sigmund standing in front of the desk, staring at himself, saying a word. Not sent. Very good. He repeated again. Professor Sigmund. Nelson felt that this person seemed to have some kind of disease in his eyes, and asked with a frown, I mean, what's good? You're fine, said Sigmund. It's a pity that Albus doesn't seem to want you to be a hero representing Hogwarts. He speaks a weird English, not the kind of accent that foreigners whose native language is German speak English, but a strange tone with a little breath and a cadence, so that the emotions he predicts often do not correspond to the tone, like dryly lying or showing off. If it's for this matter, Professor, I would like to say that I fully agree with this result. Nelson said, you may not know that, although I'm a student at Hogwarts, I didn't stay here for long. During the 4 years and 3 years, for some reason, I have been studying in Alvermorny, and it is normal not to be recognized by Hogwarts. Alvermorny, that's a good place. Their cafeteria is delicious, and the cooking level is far higher than that of our 3 European schools. Sigmund answered irrelevantly, and began to talk nonsense, as if he had drunk too much. Oh, I know this. 12 Trees told me not long ago that he picked up half of Hogwarts' outstanding students. Half. Nelson slandered. Your disease is far above ours. Do you think I'm mentally ill? Sigmund said suddenly, indeed, I think so too. I always thought this was the way great wizards speak. Every word is metaphor. Every word is pure, such as your principal Abu Dumbledore, but I realized later, when I saw a group of patients being escorted by psychiatrists on the docks in Poland, that this is actually how psychopaths communicate. Nelson, I really don't know how to answer you when you talk like that. Okay, it looks like you don't understand, but it's a pity you can't become a wizard like Albus Dumbledore in this way. Sigmund destroyed the thoughts he had left in Nelson's heart in just a few minutes. The image of the indifferent master, when he first arrived at Hogwarts, talking non-stop like a chatterbox. He shook his head regretfully, and suddenly said seriously, I called you here to let you cooperate with the first round of the strong tournament. Me. Nelson quickly responded and asked, yes, you. Sigmund nodded. I always think you have the qualifications to become a Hogwarts warrior. To tell you the truth, I was the external reviewer of your paper. I was inspired by it. I successfully took down an antique oil painting that had been in my house for many years. Oh, far away, there are many talents in the 3 schools, and because of the restart of the competition, we agreed that some considerations need to be made on the ancient system, the most important of which is one of the most important things is to make the Triwizard tournament no longer a show of 3 warriors and carnival. We need to involve other people from the 3 schools. Participate in the competition? In a sense, yes. Sigmund nodded and shook his head again, but not quite. You have a chance to be a competitor. I can't tell you about the first round, the specific competition system, but you can understand that the 3 players need to challenge each opponent and compare their results to determine the winner of the first round. Wait, what if someone can't beat me? Although this competition system is indeed somewhat innovative compared to the old Triwizard tournament, Nelson saw its loopholes at a glance. Also, if I give a certain player, how about water? You don't have to worry about that. Sigmund blinked and smiled, like he was crying. Magic is not about fighting and killing, and, instead of worrying about whether you will release the water yourself, it is better to worry about people like you. Will people release water? Someone like me. That's right, Sigmund said softly, maintaining his ferocious but self-confident smile. I found out early on that someone wanted to manipulate the direction of this game, although cheating can be regarded as a part of the Triwizard Tournament tradition, but I just want to plan a real game. Nelson, you are a student of Hogwarts, you are the orphan of Bogues Buttons, and you are inextricably linked with Durmstrang. The first reason for looking for you is that you can start thinking about your own project, and half an hour before the start of the game, I will notify you to prepare. Is there any connection with Durmstrang? Nelson savored this sentence, but he still couldn't think of the connection between himself and Durmstrang. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle point in Sigmund's words. I want to plan a real game and half an hour before the game starts. Nelson suddenly raised his head, only to find that Sigmund had already not in the classroom anymore. Good guy. Grindelwald's undercover agents probably don't want to do this kind of thing, Nelson thought, and he found this Triwizard Tournament more and more interesting. If he really finds a lot of people, sets up different levels, and holds a warrior breakthrough competition, without knowing the competition items in advance, then this competition will become a competition that cannot be cheated in advance. Neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald should want to see this kind of competition. Something happened. He simply walked to the podium, propped it up with his hands, and sat on it, recalling the familiar faces he saw at the opening ceremony. If it was for the purpose of being a judge, there would be too many people who came to the ceremony. Even the students and teachers on the 6 long tables need to pay attention. If cheating and intelligence really count as a tradition in the Triwizard Tournament, Nelson's brows stretched and furrowed from time to time. Possible special contestants, possible events. If it is what he said, a real competition, it started now. Albus, such a match is absolutely fair, and don't you think it would be interesting to put the warrior to the test of the strongest in his heart? In the principal's room, separated by a wall, McGonagall is explaining the rules that need to be paid attention to the 3 warriors, while in a dark room in the principal's office, Sigmund is sitting opposite Constance and Dumbledore, talking eloquently. Since you don't believe me, I don't believe you, and Constance doesn't believe both of us. Instead of wasting time in meaningless suspicions, it's better for us to turn the game into an unknown adventure. I think, as a former Gryffindor, you will not refuse this offer. Once Gryffindor, do you mean that Albus is not a Gryffindor now? Constance said bluntly. I don't think it's a problem, of course. I mean, if it's really like you like that. Even if I want to think about it, what can I do? Sigmund spread his hands. As long as some people don't go to inquire about those possible projects in advance, there will be no problem. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and finally nodded under the watchful eyes of the 2 principals. I have no problem, but are you sure Nelson will accept your proposal? You might as well start with someone who is easier to persuade. The person who is easier to persuade is the one who is easier to leak. You should understand this truth. Sigmund smiled playfully, then drew out his wand, closed his eyes, and after a while, he opened them tiredly eyes, and said with a smile, Albus, it seems that you don't really know this student who was forcibly pulled from the warrior's seat by you. He promised faster than I imagined. Is it really difficult to learn how to speak from you? It works. I didn't. Well, Albus, said Sigmund, interrupting Dumbledore's chant. If you go on, we are going to start suspicious of each other again. I repeat again, the dance partner of the warriors can only choose people from the school. McGonagall stood in front of the 3 warriors in the principal's office outside, and said with a serious face, stop making those Triwizard tournaments that let the past go. Celebrity history joke. Professor McGonagall, do you have to dance? Tom asked with some embarrassment. I really don't know how to dance. It doesn't matter, it's your face that's lost, not mine. Margaret on the side burst out laughing with a putchy. Okay, I'll learn. Tom resigned himself to his fate and had to ask the next topic. You just asked the referee a question. Will now become my assistant to help me duel? It's related to the confidentiality of the competition system. We can't disclose this. The secret door behind the bookshelf opened, and Sigmund walked out first, and said, but I can guarantee that the 3 students you miss will definitely appear in the accompany you on the field. It won't be a hostage or a prize, right? Don't worry, it's much more interesting than that. Chapter 259 Gap. Oh nah, here you are. Tom, who left from the principal's office, happened to meet Nelson, who was waiting at the door. He stepped forward quickly, put his arm around Nelson's shoulder, and dragged him into the empty classroom he had just left. What's the matter, Tom? Nelson stood at the position just now again. After standing for a long time, he simply pulled a chair over and sat on it. I have something to tell you. I just went to the lounge to find you. Alfred said that you went to Minerva's office. I didn't expect you to come here too. Hearing what Tom said, Nelson carefully looked at the door, fearing that McGonagall would appear again. He slapped 2 confinement notices on their heads with 2 paws, and then sent a sentence of please call me Professor McGonagall. Coincidentally, there was no one in the corridor, but Nelson still waved his wand, and the classroom door slammed shut. He turned his head, looked at Tom, and said, I also have something to tell you. Let me go first. Tom replied eagerly, okay. Seeing that Tom was so excited, Nelson shrugged and made a please gesture. You go first. Ahem. Tom cleared his throat and organized his words. It's like this. This morning, Minerva found our 3 participating warriors and asked us to declare a name for each. A name? Nelson's eyebrows twitched. That's right, a name. A person who impresses you the most among the students in the same school. The person who impressed me the most? Nelson raised his eyebrows. No, it was Minerva who said that, Tom explained. I mean, the one who impressed me the most. Seeing Tom like this, and thinking about what Sigmund told himself just now, Nelson had already roughly guessed what was going on, but he was not in a hurry to break Tom's excitement, but just followed his words and said, what did you say? Who is it? Oh, nah, you didn't guess it. Tom pretended to be mysterious, and lowered his voice, and said, I have studied the schedule of the Triwizard Tournament, and the 3 most frequently occurring events are wizard duels, puzzle solving, and against magical animals. Wizard duels appear most frequently. There will be 3 wizard duels in almost every 5 Triwizard tournaments, so I guess that wizard duel will most likely become our first project, and Minerva let us the reported name as likely to be our dueling assistant. Tom finished speaking such a long paragraph in one breath, took a big breath, and looked at Nelson with complacent eyes. But Tom, have you forgotten? The duel event in the Triwizard Tournament is different from the official wizard duel. There are no assistants. I know, but Minerva said that the 3 principals intend to make adjustments to the previous competition system, and it is very possible to add assistants. Tom paused and continued, of course, I chose you only because you are the strongest student at Hogwarts. Has nothing to do with your failure. After all, it is a loss for the audience and the event to put someone like you in the audience. I just don't want some idiot to drag you down. It's just my hind legs, so you don't have to worry about it at all. Tom. Nelson's eyebrows were about to fly to the top of his head. Tom still couldn't speak. He was silent for a moment, and finally choked out, the strongest student at Hogwarts, isn't it you? Tom didn't know how to answer for a while, and the 2 fell into an awkward silence. Finally, Tom stood up and broke the silence. Okay, I admit it. I want you to participate. See, it sounds like you really want to participate. Actually, it's okay. It was Professor Binns who suggested me to participate. In fact, for me. Nelson looked at Tom's face, trying to organize his words, stopped talking, and said, thank you, Tom. I'm very happy. Really? Tom asked happily, his expression relaxed. Nah, you'll help me, won't you? Yes. Nelson stared into Tom's eyes. These deep and clear black eyes were filled with the desire to win. He understood Tom's eyes in an instant. Famous anywhere, Nelson at least has the honor of being the youngest author of the paper on Transfiguration today, but Tom, when it really counts, has nothing. Before this semester, Tom seldom pursued victory deliberately, because for an outstanding person like him, no matter how hard he worked, victory would always come to him. Through recent understanding, Tom discovered 2 value rivals. Nelson didn't know what Tom saw in the principal's office this morning that made him so excited, but whether it was because of his youthful heart or his determination to win glory for the school, Tom at this moment exuded a desire to win that he had never had before. Yes, Tom, I will. Nelson nodded. Actually, what I want to say is also related to the Triwizard tournament. Huh? What's the matter? Tom suddenly became interested. As you may not know, I went to Minerva's office this morning for solitary confinement, Nelson said. I know this. Alfred told us, Tom said with a smile. It is said that it is because the right foot stepped into the transfiguration classroom first. It's actually the left foot, of course, mainly because I asked her if she needed a dance partner. Nelson waved his hand, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that after I left her office, I received a letter from New York City Special. Newt? Tom asked. By the way, isn't he the judge of this Triwizard tournament? No, he is just a guest. The judges asked Newt to pass the exam, but he is a Hogwarts student and did not take this exam. Doesn't that mean that he is the only wizard in England who can't be a judge? Tom smiled. It's true. Nelson nodded and continued. It's just a little note. It said that we were invited to 2 broomsticks on Wednesday afternoon and he wanted to treat us to dinner. And Phileas, he specifically asked me to call you. After all, Nelson took out a note from his arms and handed it to Tom. Oh yes, Phileas is here too. Tom took the note and remembered the little figure on the rostrum. It seemed that he was really not interested in anything except the candidates for the Warriors. Long time no see, they are gone. You can read what they wrote. Let me see. Tom opened the note and began to read it. I'm glad that the Hogwarts Warrior is the Tom we are familiar with. Although I haven't dealt with Phileas much before, we quickly got to know each other through the people we knew together. We agreed that Tom might need a little help. Tom raised his head. This time he finally paid attention to something other than the selection of the warrior. Cheating has always been a fine tradition in the Triwizard tournament. It's not cheating, Nelson said, sitting aside. When everyone cheats, cheating becomes a part of the exam. This is cheating after all. This is really. Nelson looked coldly at Tom, who was intoxicated by the performance. In the days when Nelson was away, he was the savior who passed the message to Alfred and others, and was called the second generation Dark Lord. This is really great. Is there a class on Wednesday afternoon? What class is it? Tom thought for a while. Oh yes, it's a divination class. I'll write a note to Mrs. Clemens at night. Just write our prophecy. If we go to class, the 2 of us will be bloody. You are such a genius. Don't say it. Mrs. Clemens is really like this. Nelson looked out the window, looked at the position of the sun, and said, it's getting late, and there is one more thing. Let's talk as we go. Are you going to eat? Tom also looked at the sun outside the window. Go back to the dormitory. I have a dozen of bread. I bought it in New York. It tastes good, Nelson said. I want to go back and write a letter early and ask someone to send my things back. Okay. Tom nodded, opened the classroom door, and walked towards the Slytherin lounge. And, for some reason, I have an ominous premonition. The question marks tore your sheets. Hiss. Nelson gasped. Say the question mark. I almost forgot about it. It won't have turned into a wildcat, right? A master like you is really irresponsible. Look. Is that it? Nelson pointed to a slim figure passing overhead. The next second, the overhead chandelier made a creaking sound. The moment Nelson set up the barrier, the overhead chandelier crashed down. I didn't expect the principal of Durmstrang to be such a person. In front of the Slytherin lounge, after listening to Nelson's narration, Tom said with a complicated expression, at first I thought he was trying to deceive you. I even think that, if the dragon moves slower, he even wants to arrange 2 warriors for Hogwarts. Nelson sucked his teeth straight. Judging from the current understanding of the condition, Sigmund might really be able to do this kind of thing. This Triwizard tournament is mainly led by the British Ministry of Magic and Nurmengard. If Grindelwald didn't do anything, I absolutely don't believe it. Tom continued. Then who did it? Could it be you? No, he didn't tell me anything. Nelson recalled the last time with Grindelwald and suddenly remembered a malicious hint. He looked at the door and asked, by the way, Prefect Riddle, what is the password for this week? Honor. Tom casually said to the portrait at the door. "Welcome home, Mr. Riddle, Mr. Williams," the person in the painting said energetically. "By the way, if Sigmund or someone is really an undercover agent for Nermengard, will you cooperate with them to deal with Hogwarts?" Before entering the break room, Tom throws a soul torture at Nelson. "What international joke? Competition first, friendship second," Nelson said, shrugging. "I only care about who wins in the end." "What?" Nelson pushed hard, and the lounge door slowly opened. "I mean, I just care if you win in the end." He stepped forward, his voice drifting into Tom's ear. "This is probably the least suspenseful thing," Tom muttered, and followed Nelson into it. Nelson and Tom walked into the lounge one after the other, and there was a grand party in sight. A group of people were sitting around an lit fireplace and discussing something. They didn't hear the door of the lounge. They walked near the crowd. Alfred's voice came from inside. "I found it." Alfred's voice came from above the stairs leading to the dormitory. "During the holiday, my relatives went to Nermengard and took a precious photo. That is Nermengard, a statue of Pythia in front of Germany's largest library. It is said that, because Grindelwald himself admired it very much, with a duck call." Alfred's voice stopped abruptly. He ran down the stairs and almost staggered and rolled down, because he couldn't hold his feet. His eyes were fixed on Nelson and Tom, who appeared at the door of the lounge. Although he almost fell, he didn't dare to look away at all. He held onto the armrest tightly with one hand, and kept waving the photo with the other hand, froze in place, like a rock with broken wings about to take off. The Slytherins who noticed him turned their heads slowly, and saw Nelson and Tom standing behind them, wands in hand, friendly smiles on their faces. There has never been such a neat swallowing of saliva in the world, and perhaps there will never be another in the future. They turned their heads again in unison, and turned to Alfred, who seemed to be under the petrification spell. "At least he didn't say we took Mr. Black there," Nelson whispered. "I think Mr. Black would be very sad if he knew that he was only a relative of Alfred." Tom shook his head, raised his wand, pointed at Alfred, and said, "The picture is coming." He said this in English, but it achieved the same effect as a spell. Alfred lowered his numb right arm, threw the photo into the air, and slowly flew towards Tom and Nelson under the control of his own floating spell. "Come." Under the reflection of the water of the Black Lake and the lights of the lounge, his already pale face seemed to have been painted with a thick layer of green paint. "They all did it. It seems that you can only tell me about the test you have prepared for after the game." Tom strode forward. "Other people's events are as simple as they are, but with you, I don't want to cheat. This is a report from the Daily Prophet, and everyone can see it." Alfred was still quibbling, but his words seemed to add fuel to the fire. "Well, you have to be careful," Nelson said with a smile, watching Tom walk towards Alfred's back. Then he raised his voice, and walked towards the group of Slytherins gathered together. "Boys, let me see what wholesome papers you're reading. Today's second update is about 2 o'clock. My day is refreshed at 6 o'clock. Everyone thinks it's better for me to release the 2 updates together, or staggered, one morning and one night." Chapter 260. Williams, have you found a partner yet? At noon the next day, Nelson, who was looking for a clean seat in the auditorium with a plate, was stopped again. This time, it was a girl from Bogsbuttons. After the announcement of the ball, several people from Bogsbuttons had already approached him. "Sorry, I'll invite others later." Nelson raised his head and declined the 1.8 meter tall girl. In order to avoid shocking her, he added specifically, "I'm not very good at dancing French minuets." Nelson shuddered as he imagined himself cuddled up in this girl's arms. "It doesn't matter, we can dance the national standard, which is formulated by you in the UK, said the tall girl. "I have specially learned." "Nelson, have you seen my dear sister?" Her attempt again was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Not far away, Alfred, with the words "I want to be a performance artist" written in gold powder on his school uniform, floated faintly. Nelson almost laughed out loud when he saw Alfred out of the corner of his eye. "Is this your friend?" The girl frowned and stared at Alfred, who floated towards him, and asked with disgust on her face. "Ah, yes, this is my good friend." "Okay." She shook her head in disappointment and left Nelson. "I hope you find your favorite dance partner." Nelson sent his blessings, put down the dinner plate, and greeted Alfred. I seem to have seen Wahlberger just now, but are you sure you are going to find her now? Nelson looked at the big golden characters on Alfred's body, a little worried about his safety. Of course, I'm going to tell my sister that 3 girls approached me today. Alfred hadn't been spanked by his sister for 3 hours, and he felt ants crawling all over his body. This is not a chat, it's a visit. Nelson cursed. Congratulations, have you found a dance partner? Nelson asked with a forced smile. Is it the girl who hit on you? I found it, Alfred said as a matter of course. I agreed to the first one. It was a 6th grade girl from Gryffindor. I watched the Quidditch match with her when I was young. Haven't you found it yet? Do you want me to ask her to introduce you? Of course not. How could it be necessary? Nelson scanned the auditorium and suddenly saw a familiar figure. He waved and shouted, Metal, have you found a partner yet? Nelson's expression was a bit complicated. The girl in front of him was Myrtle, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. If everything went according to the established destiny, she should have been stared to death by the basilisk by now, and turned into a translucent ghost, living in the toilet in the maid's bathroom at the entrance to the secret room. She weeps and cries against the water tank every day. The phrase 18 changes of female university is not suitable for everyone, but it is perfect for Myrtle. Nelson still remembers the first time he met her. She was almost squatted on the ground in Lehen bookstore. Myrtle stumbled. At that time, she might not be called ugly, but she was definitely not good looking. Her baby fat face was dotted with freckles. Although she was fair, she always buried her head with her breasts in her back and hunchback. Not to mention the thick double ponytails. That can be called death aesthetics. But when Nelson saw her today, he seemed to be a different person. This holiday, she has grown a lot taller like hearing ears, and her slightly chubby figure has also become well proportioned. I don't know if it is because of the growth. She has become more confident, her chest is raised, and she is very energetic. She also finally untied the 2 thick ponytails, and a head of smooth brown hair hung behind her. She turned her head in a daze, and when she saw that the person calling her was Nelson, she smiled and walked over. Your color is much better than before. Honestly, I still don't know what color you're talking about. Nelson shrugged and asked, have you found a partner yet? Nelson, you don't want to ask her to be your dance partner, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud and piercing laughter broke in, and Nelson frowned. It turns out that this kind of person really does not only appear in novels. He turned his head to look in the direction of the laughter. A tall, dark-skinned boy put his hands in his trouser pockets and laughed like a toad at Myrtle. Who is this? Nelson murmured unhappily, and the good mood for lunch suddenly disappeared. Alfred, do you know him? Oliver Homp, from Ravenclaw, is in the same grade as us. Alfred whispered to Nelson, and then he looked at Olive and warned, Humpy, don't you have a long memory? What memory? Olive glanced behind Alfred sternly. He didn't know what he saw. He suddenly puffed out his chest confidently and said, Riddle is not by your side now. No, who is this person? Nelson interrupted their reminiscence, squinting at Olive. Your name is a little difficult to pronounce. I'll call you Little Husband. Little Husband, do we know each other well? Nelson, if I remember correctly, I don't seem to know you. Nelson said bluntly, call me Williams. Well, Williams, Kit, like another famous kid, bowed his head quickly and heartily. We've met, we've had classes together a lot, and I just wanted to tell you, find Metal the Ugly being a dance partner will embarrass you. Sorry, we don't seem to know each other very well. Nelson maintained the most basic politeness, but his patience was about to be exhausted. He ignored the husband, turned his head to Alfred, and said, Alfredy, I remember Tom should have dealt with these people right. He put a lot of emphasis on the word processing. Myrtle is a classmate Nelson and Tom have known for a long time, even an old friend, but she has been tortured by campus bullying since the beginning of her enrollment. Nelson once consulted Tom, who is very wild, for advice on this. As an absolute opponent of campus bullying, Tom thought of a coup to bully those bullies. How should I put it? Although the methods are a bit extreme, the effect is immediate. At least Metal has rarely been bullied in Ravenclaw since the 2nd year, especially after she and Christian got acquainted. She can have such a big change. It is not unrelated to Tom's special help. Yeah, but this guy's different. He only harassed Metal alone. He was honest when Tom was around, But when Tom wasn't around, Alfred shrugged and greeted Slytherin on the long table they leaned over. You know, this kind of person is. I can't describe it, but you should understand. Now, after being glared at by Nelson, Ziofu immediately rolled back the tongue he was pronouncing. Williams, you don't need to mix with these dubious people. You have excellent grades. You should contact more people as good as you. What do you mean by someone who is as good as you? What kind of porcelain do you touch? Alfred said disdainfully. You don't think a row of O's is the same as a row of A's, do you? Is his grades good? Nelson still ignored the husband. He picked up a glass of undrinked orange juice from the table and handed it to Myrtle. When she saw the husband, she was already trembling. It seems that he was really bullied by this guy. Like I said, a row of A's. If I can make a row of T's, I might be able to look up to him. A row of T's is too difficult. It doesn't matter. Nelson finally looked at Ziofu, and his first words almost shocked the jaws of the people around him. Do you like metal? To be honest, your method is quite inferior. Since the 15th century, humans have rarely used this method of communication. Nelson decided to take a few minutes to educate this confused guy. I'm curious, why are you biting metal? Because you think her appearance doesn't match your aesthetics? I think you are so ugly, Nelson said with a grin. Can I bully you now? Alfred, you can call our friends over and block this place. Called by Alfred, a group of Slytherins with the words I want to be a performance artist surrounded them. A look of panic flashed across Ziofu's face. He didn't know Nelson very well, but he unexpectedly turned out to be someone who was better than him in his nightmare. Dell is even more straightforward. The little husband hurriedly said. You don't have anything? Nelson raised his eyebrows. Didn't you reflect? It seems that you haven't reflected at all. Nelson didn't even give him a chance to reflect and immobilized him with a petrification spell the moment Ziofu touched his pocket, and the golden Slytherins around him slowly surrounded him with a human wall up. By bullying to get others' attention, 7-year-olds don't bother to do it now. Nelson shook his head and looked at Myrtle. Matra, how do you want to punish him? Punishment? Myrtle didn't seem to care and didn't take it seriously at all. He just said it, and he can't do anything to me. Aren't you bothered? I learned a magic that can specifically block a person's voice. Can you teach me? Nelson cleared his throat when he realized that his thoughts were going astray and turned back to the topic. Since you don't know, let us help you. The moment Nelson pulled out his wand, another Williams, what are you trying to do to my students? After seeing the person coming, the impenetrable human wall quickly opened a gap. Nelson raised his head. It was Professor Sykes. The husband was fixed in place, his eyes rolled wildly. Professor Sykes, Nelson replied, your student is maliciously injuring another student. I know, Williams, Professor Sykes said softly, reaching out to the husband, but my students don't need corporal punishment from others. The curse stops immediately. She raised her wand and pointed at Ziofu, but Ziofu, who lifted the petrification curse, still stood motionless. It's not physical punishment, Professor. We are just helping him remember what he should reflect on. I will punish. Professor Sykes nodded, looking at the 4 hourglasses behind the long desk of the staff. Ravenclaw, 100 points for Humber's stupid behavior. The sapphire in the hourglass was falling, and before the Ravenclaws could react, Ravenclaw's hourglass had already bottomed out. I also think he needs some confinement to learn to manage his mouth and his mind. Professor Sykes waved his hand, and Ziofu had already floated into the air. We will see each other often in the future, Nelson said with a standard smile that showed 8 teeth. But to be honest, I heard you got all A's before. I thought you were educated, but I didn't expect you were just literate. With a wave of his wand, Professor Sykes did not block it, nor did he have time to block it. A line of glittering golden words appeared behind him, saying, I'm a work of performance art. After seeing this line of writing, she quickened her pace and left with her husband. Mr. Williams, you are right. Bogsburton's warrior Margaret suddenly appeared at the gap in the human wall where Professor Sykes had just left. After seeing Nelson and Alfred, she hesitated for a moment, putting on the glasses. After confirming that Alfred was not Nelson's phantom, he asked, can you choose me as your dance partner? Me? Nelson shook his head. Aren't you going to dance with your brother? He doesn't have to jump either. Nelson glanced at Alfred. Same world, same sister. You saw it too. I'm asking her to be my dance partner. Nelson pointed to Myrtle and said, sorry, I don't want to do the opening dance either, so my quick dance steps will definitely be revealed. Haha. Margaret covered her mouth and laughed. Then I won't bother you. She said don't bother. She really didn't bother, turned around and left. At the main entrance of the auditorium, Tom, who was late, was happily chatting with Wahlberger, but Wahlberger's good mood disappeared immediately after seeing her brother's appearance, and she secretly clenched her fists and walked towards Alfred. Michael, do you want to be my dance partner? Yes, but my requirements may be higher, Myrtle said without hesitation. My parents are both members of the Royal Federation of Teachers of Dancing, and I just heard you say that you are not very good at dancing, so I can teach you. Thank you so much. Nelson showed a grateful expression. Then contact me when you are free. Come on, Nelson said, facing Tom. It's almost time. What should we eat? Look at them, Tom asked. I just saw an unlucky fellow being taken away by Professor Sykes. You won't. You guessed it right. Nelson and Tom quickly found the women's bathroom, and after entering the secret room, they disapparated and left. Have you found a dance partner? How could I not find it? Asked Tom back. A few minutes later, the two appeared at the door of the two brooms. Long time no see. Newt and Phileas seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Chapter 261 An Awkward Lover. There are 8 fights in the world of Tsundir. Tom has 1 stone to himself, and the others owe him 2. At the Two Broomsticks bar, Nelson couldn't help but think of Tom, who was saying the Triwizard Tournament is a fair, just and open competition, while carefully writing down the words of Flitwick and Newt in a small notebook. Laugh. 2 tables were set up in the private room of Two Broomsticks. Tom and his 2 seniors sat at the round table and had a good conversation, while he was sitting at a small square table like a magic table. He and Tina looked at each other, chatting awkwardly. Compared with when we first met in the United States, Tina has not changed much, except that her hair has grown a little bit, and the exhaustion of running around for the past 2 years has not left any traces of time on her face. In comparison, her clothing has changed the most. Although she still likes simple dresses, she has a few more jewelry on her body, the most conspicuous of which is the shining jewel on her left ring fingering. From the moment she walked into this private room, Nelson noticed that Tina always put her left hand in the most conspicuous place intentionally or unintentionally, showing off her shining ring, almost blinding herself under the sunlight outside the window. But Nelson just didn't mention this, and chatted nonsense about the adventures of Tina and Newt in the past few years. Nelson, when are you going to get married? Finally, Tina couldn't bear it anymore. She seemed to be concerned about Nelson's relationship status, but she said it very bluntly. Ahem. Nelson almost spit out the butterbeer he just drank in his mouth. He swallowed the drink forcibly and was almost choked out of this beautiful world. Tina asked this question, as if she had seen it when she was a child. When my relatives met more than 10 years later, I didn't know what to say, but I had to care about it, so I had to find a topic. Tina quickly picked up her wand and used the family charm to relieve Nelson's pain. Noticing that Tina was even casting spells with her non-dominant left hand, Nelson caught her breath and said, "Is this your and Newt's wedding ring? It's beautiful." "Ah, yes. Did you see that? We are married." Tina brightened and raised her voice, but her elm-headed husband was still engrossed in spiel about fantastic beasts. Her expression immediately collapsed, and she thought sadly, Newt is always running around with me, dealing with matters related to fantastic beasts. It seems that he really likes fantastic beasts. "Congratulations," Nelson said with a smile, taking out a small wooden box from his pocket. "In fact, Newt wrote to me about it last year, and I never had the chance to congratulate him in person. This is what Tom and I prepared for you. Gift. I hope you will grow old together." Last year. Tina opened her eyes wide. "We didn't get married last year." "Yeah, but Newt said he's ready to propose." Nelson blinked. "But it's me, damn it." Tina took the wooden box with both hands, feeling that she had lost 100 million, and secretly decided to torture Newt after eating. Then she looked at Nelson. "Can I open it?" "Of course. I hope you like it." Nelson nodded with a smile. in his opinion. Although Tina is famous for her keen observation skills, the more sensitive she is, the easier it is to be dull in her feelings. What's even more outrageous is that her lover is a person who is even less expressive. Nelson will naturally send his heartfelt blessings to lovers who have gone through all kinds of hardships to get together. From that side a few years ago, Newt embarked on a journey to follow Tina's work and continue his own adventure. From time to time, he would share with Nelson what he saw and heard during the journey, as well as descriptions of some rare magical animals. In his letters, Nelson can see a genuine love for fantastic beasts. But people always change. Recently, the frequency of Newt's letters has dropped significantly, while the number of sentences about Tina in the letters has increased significantly. Tina, who followed Newt back to London, always felt that Newt's family and friends didn't respond very warmly to her, and she was even depressed for a while. She just felt that Newt didn't value her, but she didn't. I don't know. The reason why these family members and friends didn't react much was exactly the opposite of what she thought. Everyone had heard too many stories about these two people when they were thousands of miles away, so that there was nothing to ask when they actually met. Such a not so beautiful misunderstanding on the lovers of Newt and Tina is very interesting. Notice that Newt's topic has shifted from the Triwizard Tournament to the huge and powerful encounters he encountered while traveling in South America. Nelson, a monitor lizard of dragon blood, coughed lightly, attracting the attention of the three people around the round table. Gal, looking at Nelson and Tina across from Nelson, Tom froze for a while, as if organizing his words, and finally managed to say, "Did you give the things to Ms. Goldstein?" Hearing this, Nelson wanted to jump up and press Tom's head into the cup. "Look, what did he say, Ms. Goldstein?" Nelson suddenly felt a little out of breath. "It's Mrs. Scamander, so I can count you as half of your seniors." Tina finally recovered her ability to deal with people. She looked at Tom with a smile and said, "Can I call you Tom? Newt always remind me of you." "Oh, of course." Tom had heard about Tina's deeds from Nagini a long time ago, and Tom also admired her deeds as an American aura, but spoke out for Credence Barburn. "Mrs. Scamander, do you like this gift? It was made by Na, and it can be used to lock Newt's suitcase when he pays too much attention to fantastic beasts. Of course, it can also be used to store some small bits and pieces." Opening the wooden box in her hand, a red and white metal ball lay quietly in the wooden box. She tentatively pressed the button on it, and the metal ball opened from the middle, revealing a row of densely packed empty squares inside. She put a finger in it to test the size, and each square can hold a suitcase-sized thing. "It's amazing." Tina raised her eyebrows, closed the ball with satisfaction, and hung it directly on her waist, strung together with the admonisher that hung there all the year round. "Thank you, I like this very much a gift." "What about me?" Newt spread his hands, signaling that Nelson should not forget himself. Bang bang bang, there was a knock on the door, and the waiter at 2 broomsticks walked into the private room with light meals and drinks, and Newt could only be forgotten. Nelson and Tina also stood up and walked to the table. Speaking of which, Nelson, at the dining table, Flitwick, who had watched the small ball, pulled out the chair that had just been stuffed in for testing, stacked it on the chair next to the round table, and sat on it so that he could finally wait with the other 4 people. "Gayo." He looked at Nelson and asked, "Is your unmarked stretching charm already this powerful?" "It can hold a lot of things in it, and the weight is also reduced. The main reason is that the material is good," Nelson said. "There is a small silver mine in southern Poland. The silver and other associated minerals in it are very adaptable to transformation magic, and are also very suitable for use as alchemy materials." "Does it matter?" Flitwick became interested. "Why do I feel that no matter where the silver is, there is not much difference in use?" "Yes," Nelson explained. "I made a special comparison, and it is indeed more conducive to deformation than the silver products I bought from the market. We guess this may be because this silver mine is located in a deep mountain, and there are few human activities. The surrounding residents are all magical animals, and they rarely come into contact with non-magic environments." "Fantastic beasts. What fantastic beasts?" Newt, who was whispering to Tina, suddenly raised his head, as if he had received a call, but Tina pressed it down again. "But it's amazing." Flitwick returned the ball to Tina, amazed. The help of foreign objects is not as great as you imagined. To make this kind of thing, an understanding of alchemy is extremely necessary. Sophistication is. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, that silver mine should have been discovered by Nermengard. Well, Nelson nodded, holding up the water glass. Phileas, don't worry, hey, listen to me. Flitwick waved his hand and said, Minerva told me about you before, and she told me that you defected to Grindelwald. As soon as the words fell, Tina, who was whispering to Newt, immediately raised her head. I don't care about that, though, and if I have to say, I'm pretty annoyed that you didn't write to me, Flitwick said, half joking, half complaining. It seems to me that everyone making his choice, I only care about one thing. Did you really choose to go there from the bottom of your heart? I mean, not under any spell. I'm actually on a different path from them, although I did stay there for a while, Nelson explained. I also checked later, and apart from some protective magic, I don't have any other magic spells on my body. Grindelwald is a master of magic. Flitwick was still a little worried. Don't let your guard down. I will. The dishes were served quickly, and the topics on the table became more suitable for the table. Nelson learned that after graduation, Flitwick first went back to his hometown for a few months, and then went to Gringotts to work for a while, but his development there did not seem to be smooth, so he returned to his hometown again, this time as a guest participating in the Triwizard tournament as also, based on the idea of whether I can find a job at my alma mater. Minerva is one step ahead of you. She also entered the teacher's state very quickly. Tom imitated McGonagall vividly, holding his head high and staring at Nelson with his nostrils, and said, Please call me Professor McGonagall. Speaking of Minerva, Flitwick asked, Did she come to you, Nelson? I found it. I was asked to paint the walls of her office yesterday. Nelson spread his hands and said helplessly, I have to help her every Tuesday for the next 3 weeks to offset the confinement. Haha, but that's not what I'm talking about. Flitwick waved his hand. It's her own business. Something happened to her last year. I suggest she ask someone who is Muggle born and understands Muggle society. She tell me she'll talk to you when you get back to London. What are you talking about? Didn't she look for you? Then I won't tell you. Flitwick shook his head. Maybe Minerva thinks it's not the right time. Okay. Nelson shrugged and sighed. There are so many twisters. Aren't you too? This pleasant long-lost reunion conversation unconsciously consumed the entire afternoon. For those who have the desire to talk, a few years is enough time for them to talk for a few days and nights, but seeing the sun in situ, Nelson and Tom had to say goodbye to them. Before leaving, Newtler took Nelson to check out and pulled him into an empty box on the way. Newt, I really didn't find her name, Nelson said as soon as the door closed. I went through all the rosters I could find in Nermengard, and I even found a wizard who used to be a university professor. But I never found Queenie Goldstein's name, and I also asked Nermengard trustees, and I couldn't even find a person who matched her characteristics until I returned to London. Is that so? Newt shook his head and said, I thought you said in your letter that you couldn't find it because it was inconvenient over there. It's really not, Nelson comforted, but I think you can rest assured. Didn't you see her at the door of Mr. Jacob's shop that day? I met Grindelwald later. At least it shows that she did not missing. Indeed working with Grindelwald. Okay, I'll trouble you later. Tina is very worried about her sister. Newt patted Nelson on the shoulder and said, by the way, there is one more thing. The clay you asked me to find ends Barburn. There are some clues. Did you find him? Nelson said, he asked Professor Dumbledore to bring you something before. I know that. He told me 2 days ago. Newt lowered his head guiltily. Fortunately, it helped in the end. Otherwise if I didn't cause Nagini too. He shook his head and said, when I accompanied Tina in America to capture a dark wizard who controlled muggles, I found a stronghold of Second Salem by following the vines. When I arrived, it had been destroyed. The next piece of ruins. The name of Professor Dippard was still on the gate. I went in and searched, and saw their plan in recent years. To capture the obscurant, to catalyze their magic, to attack the magic of the world. The school, the closest one, is Hogwarts, where the Triwizard tournament is about to take place, the first target of which is the defected Credence Barburn. Strike 3 schools at once. Are they so well informed? No, that's what worries me the most, Newt said, frowning. I've carefully checked the date of that document. It was drawn up 5 years ago, before the Triwizard Tournament. Where is the shadow? Chapter 262 Nonsense, delirious. Nah, Metal has come to ask you to practice dancing again. In the Slytherin lounge, Nelson is sitting at a long table in the corner and writing quickly. There are parchments full of words in front of him, and there is a huge woven cloth at the feet of Wahlberger sitting opposite him, bag full of letters. These letters are the help of the Black family and even the entire Slytherin to Tom, and each envelope is filled with the analysis of every guest who participated in the opening ceremony of the Triwizard Tournament. Some of them are from people who know them well. Some of the memories come from the years of reports in the newspaper, and Boraux even specially hired someone to dig out the experiences of those guests from childhood to adulthood. When you don't know what kind of medicine is sold in Sigmund's Good, comprehensive preparation is the safest way to deal with it. For Boraux, this is definitely a surefire investment. Neither Nelson nor Tom thought it was a fuss, and there were 3 days until Saturday's kickoff dance, followed by the first round of the Triwizard Tournament on Monday. Whether it was Margaret of Bogsbuttons or Ludwig of Durmstrang, they conquered the students of Hogwarts with their performance in just 1 week, although most of them still had a crush on Tom. Full of confidence, but no one is still holding the stupid idea of Durmstrang is nothing but black magic and Bogsbuttons can only cultivate beautiful idiots. During the time of sharing classes with Hogwarts students inside, not only the 2 warriors, but even the students who accompanied them as additional heads gave amazing performances, especially after the professors adjusted the content of the course to actual combat and practice. The Hogwarts students put away their short-sightedness early on, especially Tom, who already hated the bad habit of arrogance, and he also felt a little pressure. Ludwig, who was in the 7th grade, defeated the same grade everyone, and even more outrageous Margaret, was born with the ability to influence other people's thoughts like a spell of confusion. After meeting Newton Flitwick, Nelson, as Tom's appointed assistant, devoted himself to gathering intelligence from the guests early on. Speculation is particularly important, and the warriors of the other 2 schools are doing similar things at the moment. Just as Nelson thought, after Sigmund's whim, the game has entered into a fever before the start of the main game competition. The parchment in front of him was a partially completed analysis of the guests, as well as a long list of speculations about possible projects. According to the stereotype, if the Hogwarts warrior in this Triwizard Tournament is a Gryffindor, then he may choose to face unknown challenges and dismiss such skipping preparations. But Tom is a Slytherin who is more Slytherin than any other Slytherin. For him, his unprepared chicness is certainly admirable, but all value is based on victory. However, he was extremely stubborn towards Nelson, who had already been confirmed. He didn't want to listen to Nelson's leaking the question no matter what. This is a less Slytherin quality about him. Of course, if Sigmund said those things to Nelson that day, he was just joking. Figure is fun. In the end, Nelson is indeed Tom's dueling assistant, and he won't even play at all. If he is really teasing everyone, then the development is a bit funny. Tom from outside the lounge was holding a stack of letters, and the 2 students behind him were also holding a thick stack of papers. He put the letters in his hands on the table at the door. Neither Wahlberger nor Nelson said what he said just now. Hearing that, he wiped the bruise on his forehead with his sleeve, and shouted again, "Nah, Metal came to ask you to practice dancing again." Nelson still didn't hear it, and he still kept his head buried in writing. "Wake up." Wahlberger stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Nelson. "Metal is looking for you again." Nelson raised his head, first stunned, and then stunned. "What's wrong with you? Are you tortured to the point of deliriousness?" Wahlberger smiled and continued to wave in front of Nelson. She was probably the happiest person present. After returning from Hogsmeade, Tom happened to meet her walking with the little sister by the Black Lake, and quickly agreed to her. Invited by her dance partner, she picked up a daisy from the table, tied up her loose hair, and turned to look at Tom. "Tom, do you want to practice?" "Forget it, let's do a simple dance." Tom quickly shook his head and refused. He took out a box of small tomatoes from his arms, walked to Nelson, and put the box next to him. Half amused and half speechless said, "Look at what it looks like." On the second day, after inviting a dance partner, Nelson regretted it. It turned out that Myrtle said my parents are both members of the Royal Federation of Teachers of Dancing, was not just talking, she was really professional. The first class that morning was potions class with Ravenclaw. During the class, she asked Nelson for a copy of the Slytherin class schedule, and Nelson gave her one without thinking. But he never thought that this was the beginning of his nightmare. Except when Ravenclaw is in class, Nelson will see Myrtle appearing at the door of his classroom almost every class is over, and entrusts Tom to relay a sentence. Let's go to dance practice. Tom thought it was amusing, and always took the trouble to tell her the story, but it was a pain for Nelson. When Myrtle took him to the tapestry where the troll stick hit silly Panama on the 8th floor of the castle, Nelson was a little surprised at first, thinking that Myrtle could find the room of requirement. When Myrtle called out the door and opened it, and saw the practice room surrounded by 2 mirrored walls, Nelson gave a thump in his heart. In any case, he never thought that the invited Myrtle would practice dancing so crazily, as if she would not give up until she trained him as a professional dancer. But how can a few days be enough for a person to go from scratch to specialize in a skill? Myrtle thought of a stupid way. After choosing a movement, she kept practicing and practicing. Rayo is that Nelson's physical fitness is different from ordinary people, and after a few days, he can't bear it anymore. He has not figured out until now why he, who carries weight every day and often climbs towers to exercise, will be so tired by the seemingly fragile Myrtle, especially when the movements she designed for him are full of high speed. Under the premise of such difficult movements as rotation and air roll, it looks like you're going to be the prettiest boy at the ball. Wahlberger became even more cheerful. She simply stretched out her hand and pushed Nelson's shoulder, waking him up, who was pretending to be asleep or dead. Hurry up, nah, Myrtle's waiting outside. Tom picked out a small tomato, threw it into his mouth, and grabbed another for Wahlberger, and said, "You can take this, give Myrtle a box of tomatoes, and if you get tired from dancing, at least you won't die of thirst." Alfred once suspected that Myrtle was actually doing something bad after calling Nelson away, so he specifically asked his sister to occupy the room of response in advance, and he and Tom followed Nelson and Myrtle, who could only move to the empty activity room. Mother, after observing secretly for 3 hours, he was surprised to find that these 2 people had really been dancing all the time. Ugh. Nelson sighed, grabbed the box on the table, and stood up propped on the back of the chair. Nelson didn't even want to say anything to keep himself from getting thirsty too quickly. Tom happily took Nelson's seat and took over from him, wrestling with a pile of parchment. Nelson took off his school robe and draped it over the empty chair beside Tom, which creaked under the weight of the 1,000-year-old chair, still as solid as new. "Help me look at my clothes, Tom," Nelson said weakly, pulling his wand out of his pocket and holding it in his hand. "No problem, let's go, come on." Tom glanced at the stool with Nelson's clothes on it with a bright smile and sighed. "It's so heavy, won't the chair be crushed?" "Probably not." Nelson shook his head, "but if it's really broken, you can lift the floor tiles next to it." "What?" "You'll find a bunch of repair parts wrapped in oiled paper underneath, and if you can't fix it, just dig further down." "What can we dig up? A new chair?" "No." Nelson walked to the door of the lounge, adjusted his appearance in front of the mirror at the door, put on a relaxed expression, and said, "You will find a German engineer." "What are you talking about? You've started talking nonsense. Are you really out of your mind?" Nelson did not explain the charm of German industry to Tom. He had already opened the door and left the lounge. "Hi, Nelson." Myrtle was standing in the doorway, her big eyes fixed on Nelson, who pushed the door open, and he almost shrank back in fright. "Good afternoon, Myrtle." Nelson raised his wand, holding hand in greeting. "Let's go, we are still going there today." Myrtle went first, and Nelson followed her on heavier legs. Gradually, Nelson with longer legs kept up with Myrtle, and the two became side by side. Interestingly, when Nelson walked in the castle by himself, there was a high probability that he would be attacked by stairs. But when Myrtle walks, the stairs are as gentlemanly as a real staircase. "What's that?" Myrtle looked at the box in Nelson's hand. "Little tomatoes," Nelson explained. "This is Tom's favorite fruit. He heard that we have been practicing hard recently, so he gave me a box." "Oh," said Myrtle, nodding her head vigorously, "but aren't tomatoes a vegetable?" Nelson was silent for a moment, then handed the wooden box to Myrtle. "Help me get it." After that, he turned sideways, stretched his hand to the stairs that had just rotated to the side, took 2 bottles from Dwight, who was passing by with several bottles of butterbeer, turned his head and said, "I'll give you back a dozen at that time." Before Dwight could protest, he was taken away by the spiral staircase. "By the way, Nelson," Myrtle said suddenly, when she walked up to the 7th floor, "aren't you a little tired? Let's stop for a while after today's practice. I think you have basically mastered it. When the dance starts, we will stop. It's good to find the feeling again." Listening to Myrtle's words, Nelson froze for a moment and remained silent for a moment. "Metal, I just mastered it basically." Nelson twisted his neck, feeling a pain in his shoulders, and he practiced a lifting movement many times. "Many movements are not proficient. Let's practice hard. Such a good dance. It's a pity not to dance well." It's not because Nelson suddenly discovered his love for dancing, but from the very beginning, he felt Myrtle's strong desire to dance this dance well. Although Nelson didn't quite understand Myrtle's thoughts the reason, but he felt that her obsession with this dance was even comparable to Tom's obsession with wanting to win the championship. It seems that for her, being able to dance this dance well is her biggest dream. "This is the dance partner I chose. How can I ruin other people's dreams?" in a muddle-headed way, with a self-deprecating smile, Nelson walked up the last flight of stairs. There are many worthless people in the world, or people who think they are worthless. When every once worthless person finds his own shining point, he will reach out and hold it desperately. Myrtle may be such a person. She is not good enough, not even bad enough. She is not good enough to be a heartthrob, not bad enough to make a lot of friends everyone looks around and sees. If you don't see such a person, maybe this person is yourself. She used to be anxious for a long time because of her image, grades and even popularity. It was not until the 5th grade teacher opened that this anxiety was relieved a little. She was indeed useless. That one, when she had a wand and became a wizard, she was also the most ordinary one. Since she was a child, her only commendable specialty is the dance her parents taught her, but this insignificant specialty may never be used in her life, and she can't even find a dance partner. Until this year, Myrtle learned that Hogwarts was about to hold a major event, which had nothing to do with her, but there would be a dance before the event, and one of the few people she didn't hate won. Invite yourself to be his dance partner. I must dance this song well. Myrtle's thoughts are so simple. I want a room where I can help Myrtle perform a perfect dance. When Myrtle was about to open the room of requirement, Nelson had already moved one step ahead of her. Chapter 263. Before the dance. Metal, we did it. In the room of requirement, Nelson stands in the center of the stage, bent over her knees, with his right arm around Myrtle, who almost bends herself into a bow. Her long hair is scattered like a peacock on the floor, full of footprints and sweat. Under the light, the sweat beads on the tip of the hair shone brightly like diamonds. Nelson raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. They finally completed the dance that Myrtle was thinking about. At the end of the whole dance, Nelson threw Myrtle into the air with all his strength and a little magic. And Myrtle lived up to expectations and completed the finishing action of spinning 720 degrees in the air and falling back into Nelson's arms. Sweat dripped from Nelson's blonde hair close to his forehead, flowed down his cheeks to his chin, and finally fell on the back of Myrtle's hand. Even if he was in good shape, he couldn't stand this kind of exercise. Nelson was a little unimaginable, and it was called how the weak Myrtle gritted her teeth and persisted in this set of movements. His eyes fell on the face of the girl in the mirror, and Myrtle was also staring at him in the mirror at this moment. Their eyes met through the mirror, but Myrtle quickly avoided her eyes. Sweat dripped down Nelson's lap. Nelson sighed slightly in his heart, and with strength in his arms, he supported Myrtle's back and helped her up. He could feel Myrtle's body trembling slightly, and the protruding bones hurt his forearm. Nelson raised his left hand, and the box on the sidelines flew over with a whoosh and fell into his hand. "Myrtle, eat some fruit." Nelson opened the box, held it in front of Myrtle, and said seriously, "I don't think there is anyone in the world who can dance better than you." Myrtle just leaned on Nelson's arm and said nothing, whether from fatigue or excitement. After a while, she raised her hand and picked up a small tomato from the box. "Thank you, Nelson." The voice is so thin that it is almost impossible to tell whether it is talking or chewing. A few days later in the evening, by the Black Lake, Hagrid was dragging a huge pine tree towards the castle. From a distance, he looked like a giant monster with a big stick, and Nelson was chatting with McGonagall by the tree stump. When I saw him, I said, "Hello, Hagrid, are you going to make a Christmas tree? What are you thinking? It's only September now." Mag stood aside, holding the small book that had made a training plan for Nelson, and gave him a blank look. "Christmas is still far away." "Ah, Nelson, Minerva." Hagrid let go of his hand, and the pine tree hit the ground with a bang. He scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Og wants to set up a tree in the auditorium. Band stage. Let me find him a big log." "I see." Nelson scratched his chin. "Speaking of which, the festive atmosphere of the Triwizard Tournament Ball is much stronger than Christmas. After all, many students went home during Christmas, and there were not many left." McGonagall put away the notebook and said, "There are far more people in the castle than the usual Hogwarts students few." "It is." Nelson nodded and looked in the direction of the castle. The tall castle of Hogwarts was decorated today, and the outer walls were painted with red, green, and blue ribbons, making this ancient castle look like a tourist. Like a paradise, the whole castle is decorated with lights and festoons, permeating a more festive atmosphere than festivals. Newt somehow found a group of fairies, flying around the castle with small lanterns. The campus is full of students and teachers from the 3 schools, as well as guests who came to the dance, guests, and judges from competitions, bands who came for tonight's banquet, and some spectators who came to watch the ceremony. Hog people who have studied in WAS are seizing the opportunity to reminisce about their youth, and guests from other schools are guided by Hogwarts students to visit the campus. At this time, the people in the school can be said to be a mixed bag, and this is also the largest opening of Hogwarts in many years. Other residents in the castle were also agitated by this event. Phantoms, which are rare to see at ordinary times, floated in 2s and 3s in the castle that had lived for many years. Stone statues and armors could be seen walking around everywhere. The armor that he called himself a brother, but he met a stone lion walking by the Black Lake with a picture frame in his mouth. Several characters in the picture frame were holding wine bottles and getting drunk next to a pile of barrels. Gryffindor is fat. The lady was holding a half bottle of whiskey and yelled loudly, "Why are you so drunk before the banquet starts?" Og is in a hurry to get this piece of wood. "I'm leaving first." Hagrid picked up the pine tree under his feet and said to Nelson and McGonagall, "I'll see you at the banquet." "Yeah." Mag nodded. "See you at the banquet." Nelson stretched out his hand to touch the pine tree in Hagrid's hand, and Hagrid suddenly felt that it was much lighter. "Have you found a dancing partner yet?" "Found it," said Hagrid, blushing. "It's a Boxburton's girl, and she's very cute. Come on." Nelson joked, and the shy Hagrid ran away. "Professor McGonagall," Nelson asked curiously, watching Hagrid's receding figure, "why didn't you correct Hagrid's address?" "Hagrid." McGonagall shook his head and said old-fashionedly, "Anyway, he might not remember what I said." "I actually can't remember." "It's okay. I think you also like confinement." Hagrid also, don't you know that working in the Forbidden Forest is more enjoyable to Hagrid than a holiday? McGonagall gritted her teeth and said that, because she was too familiar with Nelson, it was always difficult for her to find the feeling of teacher's dignity that Dumbledore said when they got along. "Okay." Nelson shrugged. He turned his gaze to the castle, which was a little more refined than before, and asked, "I'm still curious, who did you choose as your final dance partner?" "I don't dance." Mag raised his hand and touched the tightly tied bun on the top of his head, shaking his head. "Actually, I didn't find a dance partner." "Didn't it mean that everyone must find a dance partner?" Nelson rubbed his sore arms. "Is this rule only for students? I sprained my ankle and couldn't go to the dance tonight." McGonagall unabashedly gave Nelson a life lesson called how to make an excuse for time off. "Do you need Miss Joy to look at it for you? A sprained ankle that lasted for a week is not a minor injury." Dumbledore's voice suddenly came from behind Nelson. "Minerva, that's how you prevaricated me last week." "Professor Dumbledore." Nelson and McGonagall greeted at the same time. I'm sorry to interrupt your eminence. I swear I only heard Minerva's last words. Dumbledore blinked and said to Nelson, Nelson, Miss Warren asked me to tell you that she chose a red dress. Okay, Professor. Nelson nodded. Thank you. Let's talk. I'll go to Durmstrang. Dumbledore turned and left with his hands behind his back. Minerva, if you really don't want to dance, you can also come over to have something to eat after the opening dance. Well, we have specially customized lemon ice cream. If you miss it, you will regret it. If my feet didn't hurt so much, I would go, McGonagall said without blushing. After Dumbledore left, McGonagall asked curiously, a red dress? Is it a code? No. Nelson shook his head. She's just reminding me to change my tie and pin to red. So particular? Mag was speechless. Yes, Metal's dance was flawless and impeccable. The only thing that can be improved is these details, Nelson said confidently. If you don't come and see, it will be a big loss in your life. Mag hesitated for a moment, but shook his head. Then I'm going to change my clothes first. Nelson looked at the setting sun. I hope your feet will get better soon. Thank you, McGonagall said weakly, and when Nelson was about to leave, she suddenly stopped Nelson. By the way, Nelson, okay. I remember you grew up in a Muggle family, right? Yes. That's it. McGonagall hesitated for a moment, then whispered, when you are free, can you find a weekend to accompany me to do something? I need the help of someone who understands Muggles. No problem. Nelson agreed without hesitation. Flitwick had vaccinated him for a long time. He waved his hand and trotted towards the castle. In the dormitory, Tom, dressed neatly, stood beside Nelson and looked in the mirror. He stretched out his hand to help Nelson pull the pleats on his collar and joked, Nelson, I didn't expect you to be a hidden Granfendo. Nelson looked at himself in the mirror. It had been a long time since he appreciated his appearance like today. The pure black dress robe absorbed all the light that hit the body, making it look extremely deep. The robe did not have any extra fancy design and fit well. The cut made his figure look tall and slender. The collar of the robe was neither high nor low, just enough to reveal the neckline of the shirt. The dark red tie and ruby pins adorned the neckline, becoming the only bright color on Nelson's body. He stretched out his hand and straightened his neckline. A black ring was worn on the middle finger of his right hand. The clumsy shaped ring made his fingers even more slender. Tom immediately recognized that it was the gaunt ring with the resurrection stone that Nelson wanted to give back to him, and he was immediately happy. Nelson, you brought all your valuables with you, Tom joked, turning around Nelson, rubbing his chin, and said, although you do look more like a Gryffindor, I can't add some green, can I? That color scheme is too stupid. Nelson is also very helpless. If he wears enough Slytherin tonight, the death color scheme with Myrtle may directly destroy her. Let me think about. Tom turned around Nelson, making him a little dizzy. Suddenly, his right hand clenched into a fist and slammed it hard into the palm of his left hand, making a crisp sound of snap. I see. Tom ran to Nelson's bed and put his whole arm into the pocket of the school uniform hanging on the hanger beside the bed. After a while, he took out a shiny silver medal. Tom pointed to the extra silver hoop with his wand. It shrank slowly and turned into a pin. He proudly took the medal and walked to Nelson and pinned it neatly on Nelson's chest, as if the medal belonged to him. The medal of the Guardian of the Garter. The card is full. Tom looked at Na, who was no longer Gryffindor, with satisfaction. Although the main body of the medal was still a red cross, people who saw it would pay attention immediately seeing the medal, not the color. Tom clapped his hands and opened the door. Mr. Riddle, the Hogwarts warrior, is going to prepare for the opening dance first, and you can only enjoy it in the dormitory by yourself. After that, he patted Nelson on the shoulder and left the dormitory. The old wooden door creaked shut in front of Nelson. He shook his wrist, and 2 small silver balls fell into his hands. He stuffed one of them into his ear and brought the other to his mouth. Newt, Dumbledore said it was red. I spent a lot of money to invite these little fairies. Along with the noisy background sound, Newt's voice rang in Nelson's ear, and the voice over there suddenly became quiet. After a few seconds, Newt's voice became clear. What? Did they find someone from Hogwarts? I don't know. Maybe you can ask Dumbledore. Nelson replied. I personally tend to think that they replaced someone from Hogwarts. The lunatics and Salem collaborated. Is that so? Hold on a second. Newt's voice faded again, but then came again quickly. Have you got the looking glass that Tina gave you? I'm carrying it. Nelson said, I'm in the Slytherin lounge now. I can check in the direction of the auditorium from here. Let me make sure again. This thing won't suddenly make any strange noises, right? No, it will vibrate only when there are people with traces of transfiguration within 3 meters of you, and only you can feel this kind of vibration. I understand. Gal, I still think you. Newt paused and said, actually, there are not as many people as I expected today. I heard from Tom that you have made a lot of preparations for this dance and rehearsed for a long time. Dance, you should enjoy the dance. It's a big day at Hogwarts, Nelson said, and all the preparations I've made will only make sense if nothing goes wrong. If the Great Hall does get blown up, we'll have to come back and dance together as ghosts. Okay, Newt instructed. If you encounter anyone suspicious, contact me immediately. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Prom. Nelson thought that looking for a few suspicious elements in the castle was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Maybe the looking glass in his pocket wouldn't ring before the ball started. But unexpectedly, he made a big mistake. This job was indeed a needle in a haystack, but the difficulties he faced were completely different from what he had imagined. As soon as he entered the lounge, Nelson felt a strong vibration in his thigh. He held his wand vigilantly, but saw a scene that left him speechless. Abraxas, are you sure you can make me taller? A little girl in the 3rd grade that Nelson had a little impression of was standing in front of Malfoy, nervously rubbing the corner of her pink skirt. Of course, Malfoy stood up triumphantly. Seeing his height of 1.8 meters, Nelson on the stairs was taken aback. Malfoy shook his head and said, Belinda, this is a magic trick I learned after spending a lot of money on vacation curse. Hey guys, is that what body shaper shifting is for you guys? Nelson was stunned. He helped his jaw, which was almost dislocated, back to its original position. Seeing that the little girl had closed her eyes and was about to accept Malfoy's spell, Nelson hurriedly jumped down the stairs and rushed up. Stop. Good evening, Williams. Seeing Nelson, Malfoy put down his wand and saluted respectfully. For some reason, he was very polite to Nelson now, even more polite than Tom as a prefect. Good evening. Nelson nodded, without a single pause in his movements, bent down, and pressed his wand against Malfoy's leg. Don't you know that human body deformation may cause irreversible damage? This is the person I specially invited. You've been tricked, Malfoy. Nelson interrupted before Malfoy could finish. Even Professor Dumbledore can't teach a little wizard to transform a toothpick into a needle. But I obviously. Malfoy stomped his feet, as if he wanted to say that he had clearly transformed successfully. Sit down. Nelson pushed him into the chair behind him, and held out his hand. Give me the wand. Malfoy handed over his wand in a daze. Flashback to the previous curse. Nelson frowned, and pressed his wand against the tip of Malfoy's wand. After seeing the last spell Malfoy used, he let go of his hand, and threw Malfoy's wand back. The Transfiguration Curse and the Growth Curse. Malfoy, now this little girl can kick your long legs in half with a single kick. What? Seeing Nelson's serious expression, Malfoy suddenly lost his mind, and shouted out loud. Keep your voice down, lest you break your leg with your voice. Malfoy, who was stared at by Nelson, immediately fell silent. Nelson pointed to the chair behind Malfoy with his wand, and 2 wheels suddenly appeared on both sides of the chair, which crossed the boundary, and became a wheelchair. Are you Malfoy's partner? Nelson looked at the flustered little girl opposite, thinking about her name. Belinda? Yes. She was completely confused. He may not be able to do the opening dance. Nelson straightened up, waved his wand, and several cloth straps swish out of Malfoy's trouser legs, securing his legs firmly on the chair. Can you help me take him to the school hospital? If you move fast enough, you should be able to catch the dance, but you can only miss the opening. Okay. Belinda tremblingly stretched out her hand towards Malfoy's wheelchair. The little girl was terrified. On the one hand, she was afraid that she would break Malfoy's leg. It's prom. By the way, please help me find someone to tell Myrtle, who is in the 5th year of Ravenclaw, that I have something to do, and I may not be able to arrive early, Nelson added, but I will definitely arrive before the dance starts. Okay, thank you. Malfoy in the wheelchair looked at his long legs suspiciously. When Nelson said this, he also felt the pain in the shins and knees of his lower legs. William S. But Nelson didn't hear his thanks, and he had already walked out of the lounge at lightning speed. Malfoy looked at the back of this windy and strange man, and felt that his legs didn't hurt so much anymore. Sorry, Belinda. He held Belinda's hand, lowered his head and smiled dryly. I almost put you in a wheelchair with me, and so you couldn't dance. It's not your fault, Abraxas. Belinda walked around behind Malfoy and pushed him out of the lounge. Her pink dress was dragged to the ground because of the lack of heightening, and the hem of the skirt looked like a mess. We can catch up with the dance later, but I have to go to Ravenclaw first. I have to say that some things still depend on talent. Newt, are you sure they will use transfiguration? Nelson, who was staged wolf is coming by Tinner's looking glass and Amy's students in turn, stood in the middle of an empty corridor and said with some doubts, after all, the human body is deformed. It's not too difficult even for a wizard with a full magical education. Are you sure those people in Second Salem will use it? I think they are more likely to use Polyjuice potion. After all, it costs money to buy it. I'm not sure. Nah. Newt's voice was light. You can go dancing. After you check the last place, we've rescued the Obscurant Watchers they brought. Luckily, we took them directly to their lair. What about the rest of Second Salem? You can pay attention at the ball. Newt's background voice was mixed with Tinner's tortured curses. They can't make any trouble anymore. I'll contact you after I finish the examination. Nelson muttered. They shouldn't be hiding in the school hospital, right? I still have at least an hour and a half to go to the school hospital. The already spacious Hogwarts auditorium was expanded several times under the influence of the untraceable stretch curse. In a corner of this empty auditorium, students from the 3 schools lined up to enter the arena. The leader of this year's Triwizard Tournament, the 3 warriors and their partners. Tom stood in the middle. His black hair, black robe and black eyes contrasted sharply with his fair skin. The only accessory on his body was a necklace with amber. Under the light, he looked like a young god, proudly raising his chin. He looked down at the people who were about to be conquered by him. Wahlberger was standing beside Tom with his arm in his arms. She was also a little lower than Tom in her high heels. The skirt is layered like a rose, and the long hair is carefully coiled on the top of her head, revealing a swan-like neck. She wears a crown studded with diamonds, which blinds the eyes of the people around her, and is caught by the diamonds. Ludwig, with a face, felt like he was going blind. Both Nelson and Tom had an amazing feeling when meeting Wahlberger tonight, and Nelson even suggested that she take a picture of herself after the dance and have it glued to Grimmauld Place No. 12 on the wall. On Tom's right hand side, Margaret hugging her younger brother is like a princess who walked out of a fairy tale. The white gauze dress makes it hard to look away. She didn't wear glasses tonight, and her younger brother is half a head shorter than her. I'm afraid I'm going to feel pain tonight. As for Ludwig on the left hand side of Wahlberger, he did not wear the dress robes popular among British wizards, but instead wore a short white trench coat shaped like a suit, which was worn by the boys in Durmstrang. This type of clothes, I have to say, after taking off the robe, Ludwig finally showed his burly figure. He filled his dress to the full of power, but the ordinary small crew cut looked he is more capable. The Latina girl worn by Ludwig is wearing a long skirt with hips, which perfectly shows her bumpy figure. This is one of the only girls in Durmstrang, and Ludwig is inseparable, as if originally it is his girlfriend. In the center of the auditorium, on a high platform that had just been built, a group of wizards in suits and leather shoes held musical instruments and quietly looked at the white-haired wizard in the same suit and leather shoes on the top. He had a long beard hanging down to his chest, looks kind-hearted. This unremarkable old man is the most popular wizard singer nowadays. Bob Bowie, of course. People prefer to call him another name, BB, Big Brother. Bob was very old, stooped, and his baggy suit hung like a robe over his bony body. but when he raised his head and grabbed his tie, everyone held their breath. The dance party of the Triwizard Tournament was about to begin. Myrtle stood at the end of the line, looking back from time to time, but every time she looked back, she always brought an increasingly disappointed look. Don't worry, Myrtle. McGonagall, who sprained her ankle, walked swiftly, and she was also at the end of the line without looking for a partner. She patted Myrtle's arm and whispered, "You are so beautiful, Nelson will definitely catch up." But Myrtle wanted to say something more, but on the stage in the distance, Bob ignited tonight's dance with a roar that sounded like a black voice explosion. Everyone looked at Big Brother and saw that he pulled hard on the tie with his hand, and it snapped off the tie abruptly, pulling it off his neck. He tossed the tie into the air, and a flame ignited above his head, lighting up all the candles in the auditorium in an instant. It's hard to imagine that this is an old man's show. The only normal ones in this band may be the trumpeters. Unlike the common ones in concert halls, the cellist carries the piano on his body, and the drummer throws the drum above his head, bombarding it with curses and clanging roar. Amid the deafening, literal beat of drums, the pop star roared at the top of his lungs. "Tomorrow I will be guillotined, but I still choose to dance. I may be dying tomorrow, but dancing is my only choice. If tomorrow I'm lucky enough to sleep forever, my love, please choose a new partner. In this crazy and calm world, you and I have only the right to dance." This song called "Please Take My Afterlife to Dance" is Bob's famous track, but tonight he only sang a verse. The stars shot down, illuminating the three warriors and their dance partners, and as the band slickly shifted to more rhythmic dance music, Bob lowered his hands and pointed at the six of them. "Warriors, come in." The first person to enter the dance floor was the host Hogwarts hero, Tom Riddle. If someone likes to secretly review while telling others that they are going to fail, then this person must be Tom. After completing a difficult lift, Alfred, who witnessed all Tom's remarks before the dance, said, "I really believe it, you're evil." I saw Wahlberger with her head held high, and under the guidance of Tom, she easily completed various movements of turning around, turning away, and turning back. Even Bob, who was at the top of the band, gave her applause. The warriors who will participate in the Triwizard Tournament in the future may dare to say that Fizz is stronger than the warriors of this year, but they should not feel that they can dance better. After Tom entered the arena, Margaret and Ludwig entered the arena one after another. On one side was a dignified and elegant minuet, and on the other side was a tango full of power and tension. In addition, Tom and Wahlberger played first. In this way, the dance reached its climax at the very beginning. As the dance music progresses, more and more people enter the dance floor. The most amazing thing about the Wizard's dance is that even if each dances separately, there will be no sense of disobedience, just like the Hogwarts school song without a tune. Dance steps from different nationalities and different eras appear on the same dance floor today. Some people hug their dance partners, swaying gently and chatting intimately, while some people like to play tricks and try their best to express themselves on the dance floor. Gradually, most people have entered the dance floor, and only a few people are left in line outside. Myrtle stared down the corridor, bewildered. Finally, Mag raised his head. "Michael, it's really not possible. Let me." Before she finished speaking, Myrtle's expression suddenly became pleasantly surprised. Mag turned her head and saw a small white figure approaching quickly at the end of the corridor. McGonagall held Myrtle's hand distressedly. She felt that the little girl had been tormented mad by Nelson, a dishonest guy. "Myrtle, that's just this is the second time Meg was interrupted tonight. I saw the white cat rushing over like lightning. When Meg was about to pull Myrtle to avoid it, it grabbed Myrtle's hand. The moment the penultimate couple entered the dance floor, they pulled her into the auditorium. A cat. Everyone watches in amazement as Myrtle bursts onto the dance floor with the cat. Even the band's dance music pauses. When Myrtle was unsteady, and before everyone could react, the white cat landed lightly, and Myrtle, who couldn't stop her forward leaning due to inertia, was half kneeled on the ground the moment she was about to fall. Blonde teenager with arms in his arms. The band's dance music was completely interrupted, and then, a more passionate dance music than before almost tore apart the full starry sky above the auditorium. Chapter 265 Dance, Dance, Dance. Everyone is combustible. On this night of much anticipated night, Myrtle put those words on everyone's minds. The little known young witch who literally turned into a burning flame in the middle of the dance floor. Together with her partner Nelson, Myrtle quickly conquered the dancers around her with her skilled movements. Myrtle took care of herself tonight and asked Dean Sykes to help her put on her makeup. She took off her glasses, and the budding girl finally showed a blooming posture. Even familiar Nelson is a little strange. How many girls at this age are not beautiful? How many boys at this age are not handsome? The pulsating flames in the crowd are like bright meteors in the dim starry sky, and the judgment is judged, but dance is the art of expressing and venting emotions, so how can there be a distinction between high and low? Seeing the two walking through the crowd with dance steps, the people embracing each other feel delighted that they have participated in such a dance party. As the dance music continued, they also attracted more and more people's attention. McGonagall, who had been standing in the shadow of the door silently watching the dance, showed envious eyes. She sighed, turned around, and was about to leave. "Wait, Minerva." A shrill voice stopped Mag from leaving. She turned around, and there was nothing in front of her. "Sorry, Phileas, I didn't see." Mag lowered his head and saw the short Flitwick. He was wearing a blue dress robe with lotus leaf lace today, and he looked much taller than before. "It's okay, Minerva, you know, I'm used to it." Flitwick raised his head and looked at Mag with a smile. "Since you're here, why don't you go up and dance? I remember, you like it very much." "Dancing? Mag was at a loss for words for a moment. She raised her head and looked at Myrtle and Nelson, who had moved to the center of the dance floor. The young girl was like a deer covered with flowers, and a dash of red was particularly bright on the already colorful dance floor eyes. The passionate dance music came to an end, and also ushered in the most exciting climax. Nelson stretched his body and stretched himself into a bow like a full moon. With his arms outstretched, the Myrtle in his arms was spun away from his embrace under the pull of his whole body. A blooming rose, and Nelson is her toughest vine. Myrtle pointed to the ground, opened her arms, and walked away from Nelson with a gesture of embracing the world. At the moment, when the two arms were stretched out and were about to separate, Bob, who was on the high stage, tore off his suit and swung his arms vigorously. Under his command, the band exploded like a tsunami of drumbeats. At this moment, Nelson clenched Myrtle's hand tightly, stretched his arms, and leaned back, as if he lost his center of gravity. He abruptly pulled Myrtle back, who was still spinning. Under Nelson's strong pull, the Peach Jin Niang's body was tense due to the pain, but she overcame the pain in the next second. This movement had been rehearsed countless times in the past few days. With the help of pulling force, Myrtle stood on tiptoe, facing the opposite direction. The direction spun back into Nelson's arms. The moment he returned to Nelson's arms, the music stopped suddenly. The crowded dance floor fell into silence for a moment. The dancers held their breath and became the best spectators. Myrtle crossed her arms in front of her chest, closed her eyes lightly, and leaned on Nelson's chest in a praying posture. The bright red dress seemed to be still immersed in the rotation just now and couldn't extricate herself, and she refused to let it go for a long time. The fair skin is reflected in a translucent pink, like the climbing and blooming Ling's eye, very bright. A few seconds passed, and Nelson maintained a motionless posture like an oak tree. When everyone was reminiscing about this amazing dance, the musicians on the stage smiled. Under Bob's command, all the instruments went into battle together. The ending is more turbulent than the turbulent waves. Myrtle opened her eyes, and Nelson, who knew what she knew, bent his knee slightly and embraced her belly with his hands. Immediately afterwards, his body tensed up like a cheetah and instantly burst out all the strength he had accumulated in carrying weight for many years. Under the attention of the audience, Nelson stretched his waist and abdomen, opened his arms, and threw Myrtle into the air. In a state of complete weightlessness, Myrtle stretched her body, completely gave up maintaining her balance, and entrusted her safety to the dance partner below her. She mobilized her muscles and turned in the air by virtue of the inertia of rotation. When she was thrown by Nelson, the crimson dress was opened, and the limbs, skirt and movements were perfectly combined. This group of radiant flames burst out with even more dazzling light tonight. At this moment, she is no longer a Rosaling's Iro, but standing proudly on the branches, like a raging fire. The K-pop is facing frost and snow in early spring. The audience staring at this scene felt that maybe they would forget today's dance partner in the future, but they would never forget this scene. After completing the final movement, Myrtle closed her eyes, feeling the breeze she caused across her body. It only took a few seconds to take off and land, but this short stay in the air seemed to take her whole life. This time, Nelson did not seek the help of magic. He clearly knew what the dancing Myrtle wanted. He adjusted his movements, and the next second, the Myrtle who lost her kinetic energy fell heavily his arms. Losing her balance, she almost overwhelmed Nelson. Nelson knelt on one knee and used this action as a small buffer. Myrtle's body was fully stretched, and when Nelson stabilized her figure, her waist was bent back to the limit. Her head almost hit the floor, just like the scene rehearsed countless times in the room of requirement. Her long hair bloomed on the ground, and to her tonight, it was just a small one. Boom. The lead drummer of the band dropped the drumstick in his hand and stuck his head into the paper drum that had not been touched for several years with a head hammer. The last drum beat announced the end of the song. Looking at this scene, Tom stopped, stood where he was, and applauded sincerely. In fact, when Bob directed the band to change for the first time, the people on the dance floor stopped their movements. Like the fairies outside the castle, they maintained the basic dance steps, cuddling each other and watching the performance in the center of the dance floor. Applause replaced the music and echoed in the auditorium. Without knowing it, they made room for the two in the center, drawing a perfect circle around them. Wahlberger, who was let go by Tom, may be the only one who was not attracted by Myrtle's dance today. She raised her head, gazed at Tom's sculptural chin and bridge of nose, closed her eyes, and gently rested her head on Tom's shoulder superior. But how keen was Tom's sense? After feeling the discomfort in his shoulder, he shrugged his shoulders and pushed Wahlberger's head away. Wahlberger, who was almost staggering, opened his eyes, wishing to pick up the knife on the dining table in the distance and stab the guy who doesn't understand the style twice. Not far away, Dumbledore, who was competing with Constance on stepping, stopped and took the initiative to admit defeat. Under Constance's suspicious gaze, he drew out his wand and pointed at the starry sky dome. The spotlight that Constance imagined did not fall, but clusters of lavender flower buds burst out from all directions of the auditorium. While breathing, these hard-growing flower buds showed smiling faces, pushing the entire auditorium into a purple world. "What is this?" Constance asked suspiciously. "This is Myrtle, Constance." Before Dumbledore could explain, Sigmund, who was dancing with Professor Sykes, jumped out and said meaningfully, "That girl's name is Myrtle." Before Dumbledore could say how, "Do you know my students better than me?" Myrtle in the middle of the dance floor had already opened her eyes. What catches the eye is the clusters of small, cute but ordinary Myrtle girls. Seeing these flowers, looking up at Nelson, who was taking a deep breath, a big smile appeared on Myrtle's face. Yes, at this moment she is no longer a gorgeous rose, a softling Zyro, or the fiery Kapok is just one of the ordinary myrtle flowers that grow all over the mountains and wild, and only produce sour berries after a short flowering period. "Gal, I'm tired," Myrtle whispered in the ear of Nelson, who was half kneeling on the ground, calming down her violently heaving chest. "Help me to the seat, okay?" Without getting entangled in her address, Nelson used a little force to help Myrtle, who was about to lie on the ground. He deeply understood that some people may look ordinary, but they always have a chance to bloom. Just like the phrase that came to his mind when he started dancing, "Everyone can burn." Myrtle, who had exhausted almost all her strength, could no longer move her legs, so Nelson simply picked her up and walked to the seat by the dance floor. Only then did Myrtle feel her allergy to the crowd, and she simply wrapped her arms around Nelson's neck and hid her face. "Nah, you are the warrior tonight." The crowd consciously parted ways as they made their way to their seats, and Tom walked up to Nelson, admiring. Wahlberger, who was left behind, had no choice but to follow up angrily. "Myrtle is the warrior tonight." Nelson placed Myrtle on the chair and finally felt the soreness from his calf. The exhaustion quickly spread throughout his body. He twisted his neck and let out a long sigh of relief. "Go and play. You don't need to stay with me here." Myrtle curled up on the chair, hugged her knees, and said softly, Nelson looked around, just in time to see Christian trotting towards this side, nodded in relief, and after calling a glass of lemonade for Myrtle, he and Tom walked towards the door of the auditorium. Wahlberger gave Tom a bitter look and sat down beside Myrtle. As soon as the song was over, there were not many people left on the field. Most of them were holding wine glasses, as if they were attending a dance party for adults, and started their own communication, although the wine glasses were filled with juice or drinks. "Why don't you dance? I remember you were fond of dancing when you were in school." Looking at Dumbledore, who appeared beside him like a ghost, and asked the same question as Flitwick, McGonagall felt that his ankle really hurt. "Look, here comes Nelson and Tom." Dumbledore tilted his head back. "These are the best dancing men tonight. I don't have any clothes ready tonight." As Hogwarts Transfiguration assistant and actual teacher, Minerva McGonagall, who was evaluated by Transfiguration today as the youngest Transfiguration master, can't conjure a dress. Nelson and Tom walked up to them and greeted the other two together. "Professor Dumbledore, Filius, good evening." "How are you?" said Dumbledore cheerfully. "Tonight is great, Nelson. I haven't seen such a performance for a long time." Flitwick also expressed admiration for Nelson and Myrtle's dance, which, in his words, was, "I may never see a dance like this again in my life. It's all due to metal." Nelson shook his head. "Your waist is incomparable to others." Dumbledore blinked and slipped away, as if oiling the soles of his feet. His eyes seemed to say, "Let the young people solve the young people's affairs." "Minerva, do you want to dance?" "Call me Professor McGonagall." McGonagall didn't know how to refuse, and could only regain her traditional performing arts like a broken repeater. She pursed her lips with a struggling expression. She didn't want to dance. As Flitwick and Dumbledore said, her love for dancing was as well known as her love for Quidditch. "Nelson, it's not that I don't want to dance with you." McGonagall's expression showed no emotion. "It's just, the me now, I don't even want to go to the dance floor." "Minerva, it's not your nature to dare to face it. You two had dinner together. Don't you even eat in the future?" Hearing Nelson's words, McGonagall's eyes instantly turned sharp, and Flitwick on the side hurriedly raised his hands, saying, "I didn't say that." But McGonagall still gave him a hard look, looked away, looked at Nelson, and said resignedly, "I haven't finished the last song. How can I do a new dance?" "Why don't you finish the dance?" Nelson drew out his wand. "Minerva, do you have a picture of him? Can you still change?" Looking at the wand in Nelson's hand, McGonagall was silent. After a while, she reached into her pocket and took out an old yellowed photo. A moving photo. In the photo, a young man in overalls and a shirt is standing by the stables, touching the back of his head and smiling brightly at the camera. "Do you like to drink sherry?" Mag looked at Nelson, who was holding up a wine bottle in surprise. A cloud of human-shaped water mist peeled off from his body, and the bright red wine in the bottle poured into it. With a blink of an eye, a man wearing the most popular tuxedo with a sunny smile, the young man appeared beside Nelson. Mag stared blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar man in front of her. She had mixed feelings in her heart. Even he himself probably hadn't shown such a sunny smile for a long time. In the distance, Constance, who was watching this scene, held the little purple flower she had just picked off the table in her hand. Looking at this familiar magic, her eyes were full of nostalgia. Wildening. "There is a power outage. I owe a chapter, and I will write during the day. Monthly pass 32 plus 71 plus 16 plus 14 plus 14 equals 147. 147 over 388. Recommended ticket. 56 plus 244 plus 108 plus 112 plus 127 equals 647. Chapter 266, The Man Who Embraces the Phantom. It will be years before McGonagall will untie her bun next time. But at least this night, she danced happily. Their dance steps are not complicated. In fact, this is just a simple dance popular among farmers in Caithness County, and it is also the dance steps that Mag has danced since he was a child. Every Sunday, McGonagall's father, the respected Reverend Robert McGonagall, would take his daughter to the town closest to home. After presiding over the service in the dilapidated church in the center of the town, he will take out his beloved accordion and play a song in the open space in front of the church. This is also a rarest time of the week for the devout believers who are busy with their livelihoods. They will light a bonfire and dance around the dance steps that Mag is very familiar with. Old couples lean on each other, young people look for their sweethearts, and children seize the opportunity to escape from the constraints of their parents, running around the square like crazy, but they don't know that their parents are embracing each other and looking at their love crystallization, as if returning to the time when I was young. Precocious McGonagall feels out of place in this simple, unchanging town, but she also cherishes these moments where she can let go of stress and enjoy leisure time with her father. But as Zyoj grew up day by day, she could hear the increasing pressure and anxiety in her father's accordion. As smart as she was, she would certainly understand that in the heart of her father, who has always been known for his piety and honesty, the witch about him, the secret of his wife and the witch's daughter, brought him so much pressure. Looking at his father's increasingly haggard face and the gradually widening rift between his parents, McGonagall understood the difference between a wizard and a muggle, even when he didn't know anything about magic. But she was still like the protagonist in every sad story about fate. On an afternoon as usual, sitting beside her father playing the accordion and feeling the breeze, she saw a hand reaching out to her. She raised her head, and the boy in front of her was wearing a shirt and overalls. His leather shoes and trousers were covered with mud, and he had a sunny smile on his face, almost blowing away the haze that had accumulated in Mag's heart for years. "Minerva, may I ask you to dance with me?" Mag didn't know if the haze in her heart dissipated, but she knew that the moment the dark shadow saw the boy, it loosened a little. "Dougal, after so many years, you are still so young." In a trance, the music in the auditorium pulled Mag back from the blurred thoughts. She held his hand tightly, stared at his face, and murmured. Hearing her voice, the man lowered his head and smiled brightly. Even though she knew that the man who hugged her was not her ideal, Mag was still intoxicated by the touch of his embrace. I don't know if it was because of the sherry wine Nelson poured out, or because of the bitterness that had been suppressed in her heart for several years. "Love. Dougal, I'm sorry." Mag closed her eyes, put her ears on the chest of the person in front of her, felt the sound of running water from where the heartbeat should have been, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes and merged into the in his body, made of flowing water. "I love you." The man's face still had the sunny smile at the beginning, but for some reason, this smile seemed a little bit bitter. Before the end of the dance, Mag stopped suddenly, and the puppet-like man was almost tripped by her. Under Nelson's emergency operation not far away, the man maintained his balance and stood in front of Mag. Just when Nelson was thinking about what to do next, McGonagall had already given him the answer. Just let her Dougal stand in front of her. McGonagall threw herself into Dougal's arms, weeping uncontrollably, but the band's louder music gently covered up her crying. From outsider's perspective, this petite young teacher was throwing herself into her lover's arms and exchanging words. "Tell my heart." Mag's hand holding Dougal's chest was so emotional that it pierced his clothes and skin, but the blood did not flow out. He was still smiling, and the silent Mag felt his increasingly moist palm and tears flowed down the cuffs that were soaked. Growing up in the tragedy of her parents, she did not pursue that illusory love at the cost of hurting 2 people's life like her mother did. In the first year after leaving Hogwarts, in her year, she tasted the desperate love, the pain of falling in love and losing love. After several years, she still dare not go back to look at Lugir, still dare not tell him what choice she made on that night when she left without saying goodbye, and how tormented she was in her heart, how much she loves him. "Dougal, sorry, Dougal, I love you." McGonagall, who had always been sane, was sobbing incoherently in Dougal's arms. She couldn't even control her magic power like those little wizards who didn't have magic wand. She hugged Dougal vigorously, wishing to rub him into her chest. Her 5 senses gradually blurred, and her consciousness almost drifted back to the summer, when she accepted the invitation to dance in front of the small church on the outskirts of Caithness County. Finally, her magic power broke out uncontrollably, and the strong shock caused Dougal's body, produced by Nelson's transfiguration, to return to its most primitive form in an instant. The water ball wrapped in alcohol exploded and turned into a misty drizzle, floating over the auditorium. "Is there such a show?" The wizards twisting their bodies on the dance floor felt the drizzle above their heads and sniffed the sourness and sweetness of the exclusive sherry wine mixed in the rain. Mag froze in place. The coldness of the rain made her understand that she had already lost her former lover. She must love him very much. Just when Nelson was about to stand up to comfort Mag, the exhausted Myrtle in the chair beside her suddenly said in a weak tone. Nelson turned his head, just in time to see Myrtle flashing a bright smile at him, and then she jumped off the chair and ran staggeringly in McGonagall's direction. Meanwhile, Nelson notices that Hufflepuff's Sprout has run to McGonagall's side, and they seem to be very good friends. Nelson yawned. It seemed that McGonagall didn't need to be comforted by a rough guy like himself. He pulled out his wand and waved it casually. Body. It's really interesting magic. Tom turned to look at Nelson, who was sitting aside. It feels very practical. Looking at Tom, whose eyes were full of "so where can I learn it?" Nelson shrugged helplessly. This magic seems to be only known by the Wurtling family. It doesn't matter. Do you have the genealogy with you? You can write me next to your father now. Tom blinked and said frantically, I have long thought that the surname Riddle is not pleasing to my eye. I don't think my father might want a brother. Nelson said after thinking for a while, but he wouldn't mind having a grandson. But according to Wurtling's naming rules, you need to change your name to an O. How about O'Neill? What kind of strange name? Shouldn't the O start with Owen or Oscar? Tom didn't mind Nelson making fun of himself and said with a smile, I'm sorry to disturb your seniority discussion. An old but powerful voice jokingly intervened in their conversation. Nelson raised his head and saw a kind-looking old man crouching in front of them, wearing a quilt. The suit was torn into tatters. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a good man. Bob Bowie looked at Tom. O'Neill warrior, can you lend me this gentleman for a few minutes? After seeing the person coming, Tom stood up straight and helped Bob before Nelson. He always respected people with unique skills, especially when Bob presented Nelson and Myrtle tonight. After calling the perfect accompaniment, Mr. Bowie, you were great tonight. You're great tonight, too. Bob blinked. Mr. Riddle, if I had been half as handsome as you, I wouldn't have become a singer when I was dying. It seemed that Tom didn't want to lend the gentleman beside him to Bob for a few minutes, and even wanted to drive the gentleman away and talk to Bob again. Seeing this scene, Wahlberger seized the opportunity, jumped up from the chair, and appeared beside Tom in a teleportation, holding his arm. Shall we go dance again? Tonight's first song hasn't come yet. It's over. It's the gentleman, quipped Bob, pointing at Nelson. That he's awesome. Before Tom could say anything more, he was dragged and grabbed by Wahlberger. Long time no see, Nelson. After Tom left, Bob straightened up and sat down next to Nelson. Before he could be shocked, he looked at Mag, who had calmed down at the entrance of the auditorium, and sighed. Love is the most beautiful emotion in the world, but under the constraints of stereotypes, it can even become a poison that destroys a person. Minerva can't be destroyed. She's stronger than anyone thinks, or she wouldn't be a Gryffindor. Nelson shook his head, retorted. But the tragedy of unrequited love will naturally leave scars on people. Bob changed to more comfortable posture, raised his hand to call for an empty chair, and put his feet on it with his legs crossed. It's a pity. What's the difference between a lost life and a ruined life? What's the difference between losing 10 points in Quidditch and losing 300 points? Besides, a hat doesn't make or break our lives. Bob suddenly said that one afternoon when Nelson first entered Hogwarts by the Black Lake, what McGonagall had said. Nelson turned his head and looked squarely at the wizard known for his music. After a while, he showed a playful smile. Is this how you persuaded Queenie Goldstein back then? Mr. Grindelwald? I didn't try to persuade her. Grindelwald, who was shown as Bob, spread his hands, refuting Nelson's accusations against himself. You should ask the Magical Congress of America. How did they force a loving couple into that pretty? Nelson frowned and looked around. Look, Grindelwald raised his head, pointed to McGonagall, who had put his loose hair into a bun again, and said, even in England, this country that claims to treat muggles equally, has brought a lot of trouble due to discrimination and prejudice. Tragedy happens to us all the time. Perhaps you are right on this point. Nelson had to admit that what Grindelwald said was a little bit reasonable. Compared with the Rappaport Law and the Secrecy Act, deeper grievances and gaps existed in people's hearts. In the final analysis, the source of these tragedies came from wizards and the objective differences and oppositions of muggles. That's what I like about you, Nelson, you're reasonable. After that, he looked at Dumbledore, who had changed his partner again in the middle of the dance floor, and smiled jokingly. As if feeling something, Dumbledore turned his head and looked in Nelson's direction. Grindelwald raised his arm and greeted him with a smile. Seeing that Nelson and Bob Bowie had a good conversation, Dumbledore smiled politely and went back to the rhythm of the dance. It's really interesting. Grindelwald, who put on the face of others, let go of the burden of being an idol, and said without limit, it's really exciting to be sneaky like this. Mr. Grindelwald, the real Mr. Bob Bowie? Nelson asked. Don't worry, Bob knows me very well. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. You don't have to worry about his safety at all. In fact, Bob Bowie also found this very interesting. Why do you want to replace him as the leader of the band? As we all know, I'm a person who likes to join in the fun. Grindelwald smiled slyly on Bob's old face. There is such a lively scene. Why should I not come to see it? Fortunately, I came to the right place. I have to say that the dance between you and that little flower can be called the only one. If I hadn't come, your dance music wouldn't have been so exciting. It's really exciting. Nelson agreed. By the way, this is what you want. Grindelwald took out a small black ball similar to Nelson's small silver ball from his pocket, with the silver Deathly Hallows logo printed on it. Don't say this thing, it's really useful. Nelson took the ball, felt the cold and brutal breath coming from his hands, and shivered uncontrollably. However, Grindelwald changed the subject. I thought you would be the hero of Hogwarts. Tom is much better than me in some ways. It doesn't matter, the stage will always be set up. Grindelwald first said something serious, and then asked imaginatively, you said, if he died in this Triwizard tournament, what would Dumbledore do? Mourning for him? Oh. Sorry. Grindelwald stretched out his arms and patted Nelson's shoulder. Don't worry, people who I asked this question are generally able to survive. Chapter 267, A Stillborn Attack. Let me thank you for him first. Nelson was thinking about Grindelwald's purpose of coming here in disguise while chatting with him about the family affairs. He couldn't really just come to the dance party of the Triwizard tournament, present a powerful opening song, and then leave behind, hiding his achievements and fame. Mr. Grindelwald, if you are really interested in Professor Dumbledore's life, I suggest you ask him yourself, Nelson said after being dismissed for failing to answer 5 questions about Dumbledore in a row. He said helplessly, as you know, Professor Dumbledore is very busy recently, and I rarely even see him. Of course, this is also thanks to you. Holding the idea of he's not here to join in the fun, Nelson was horrified to find that this auditorium, including teachers, students, and guests, almost included most of the elites and hopes of the European magic community. Combined with the plan for second Salem heard from Newt, as long as there is a bang, Grindelwald's footsteps of conquering Europe will not be hindered in any way. Nelson thought about it again. Grindelwald liked the elite so much, so he couldn't be so mad. But just to be on the safe side, he sneaked a peek under Grindelwald's stool to see if he had hidden credence there. What are you looking at? Ah, it's nothing. Seeing that there was nothing under Grindelwald's stool, Nelson heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head, just in time to see a little blonde wizard sneaking in from the door. I saw an acquaintance. Abraxas Malfoy. Half an hour ago, Nelson saw with his own eyes that he drank the bone spirit in the water of life and death, and lay on a bed in the school hospital. Are you familiar? Grindelwald followed Nelson's gaze. What a little mouse. Mouse. Nelson didn't know for a moment whether he was describing Malfoy's attitude or something else. Malfoy, where's your little dance partner? When Malfoy passed in front of him, Nelson suddenly called out and stopped him. Looking at Nelson, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Malfoy was stunned for a moment, and then showed a flattering smile. Mr. Williams, long time no see. Looking at his glib appearance, Nelson always felt a little familiar. His eyes wandered to Grindelwald beside Nelson, and he said in surprise, Mr. Bowie, where's your partner? Malfoy. Nelson put his hands in his pockets and asked again, is Miss Joy's healing effect so good? Dance, partner? Malfoy froze. thought for a moment, and replied, "She fell asleep in the chair next to me." Before he finished speaking, he ran away. Before Nelson raised his wand, his left leg suddenly stuck to his right leg with a bang, and he froze in place, as if standing in a military posture. Under the inertia of running forward, Malfoy his face hit the ground hard. "Leave your dance partner behind, and come to the dance secretly by yourself. Do you want to steal?" Grindelwald's hands were still on the armrests of the chair, without any movement, but Malfoy, like a prey bound by a hunter, was dragged by an invisible rope, rubbing against the floor and slowly squirming towards the two of them. "Nelson, this is what I often say, some seemingly inconspicuous small magic can play the same role as those advanced magic in many cases." Grindelwald turned his head, and rushed Nelson explained, "You like those powerful spells with a huge range too much. In fact, it's really unnecessary when facing an enemy with little resistance like this." Nelson stared at Malfoy on the ground. Although he was sure that he was not the one who was still lying in the school hospital, he still said unlucky boy in his heart. In contrast, your friend did better. Grindelwald raised his chin and said to Tom, who was dancing with Wahlberger on the dance floor, "I saw him fight once. Although sometimes you will do some flashy actions, but the overall pursuit of speed and refinement, it is true that your spells are very powerful and look very, very big, but if you face those masters who are good at killing with one blow, this can become your greatest weakness." Nelson nodded, touched the little silver ball in his pocket, and felt relieved. "For example, what I just used is just a little jinx that a first year student might use, the leg locking curse, but it has the same effect as when you transformed into chains to tie him up." And Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore, who was separated by the dance floor. He had already sat in the rest area, holding a bowl of lemon shaved ice, and chatting with Sigmund, completely oblivious to the fact that his students were being dragged along. In fact, no one in this auditorium, except Nelson and Grindelwald, saw Malfoy lying on the ground. Besides, low-level spells are often cast quickly, so I can spend more time casting some high-level spells with higher tactical significance, such as this. Grindelwald explained patiently, "The spell is seeing is believing. The effect is to make people in an area visually obtain an effect similar to closed and deaf. Older gingers are more spicy." Although Nelson's view of big is good has not been reversed in the slightest, his thinking is still much clearer. The strength of a wizard cannot be developed overnight, and it takes time to accumulate. Seeing Nelson's thoughtful look, Grindelwald lowered his head and looked at Malfoy, who had been dragged to their feet. "Okay, it's rare for me to sing on stage for the first time. Let's see who dares to disturb me." Grindelwald twisted his neck, and before he knew it, he had returned to his original appearance, stretching his much taller body. "Do you like to put your head on the ground when you kneel?" Grindelwald stood up, bent down, supported Malfoy's shoulders, and made him kneel on the ground. The simple movement made Malfoy almost suffocate. When he saw Grindelwald's original face, Malfoy, who was unable to move, began to tremble all over. His fear of Grindelwald had surpassed the shackles of the wand. Compound decoction, what a hassle. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes and said trouble, but when he drew out the scarred Elder Wand and pressed it against Malfoy's face, his immature face faded away like a melting candle in an instant, peeling off from it. What came out was a face that was grey and white like a dead man. The man who turned into Malfoy had very thin skin, and the top of his head was covered with earthworm-like twisted veins and protruding blood vessels. The protruding blood vessels ran down his neck and spread all over his body, swimming like blue and black tattoos on him. These decorations that would not appear on a normal person's head made him look particularly hideous and terrifying, and what was even more disgusting was the wet and greasy skin exposed after he tore through Malfoy's robe. It was as if he had just been vomited out of his stomach by some giant beast, and his whole body was covered with unknown, foul-smelling mucus. Except for the grey-white dead skin and terrifying blood vessels, about 1/3 of his back there was not even skin in the place, and the grey bloodless mass of rotting flesh was exposed in the air, making Nelson almost suffocate. Even Grindelwald, who was used to seeing the market, frowned because of the pungent smell. But he suppressed his nausea, leaned closer, and asked, "Why did you come here?" Looking at the increasingly frightened expression on the bald man's face, Grindelwald said softly, "It seems that you know me, but even the stupidest wizard would not be so afraid of me, so you must be living in a world full of prejudice and a place of ignorance." The bald man simply closed his eyes, not looking at Grindelwald. "Oh, you must have suffered a lot with these foreign objects, hidden under the skin." Grindelwald reached out and touched the man's head. His hands were covered with the man's slippery mucus, but he didn't care at all and stayed there for a few seconds instead. "Thankfully, this summer, I've seen something like that." When he took his hand away, the protruding vessels on the man's body twisted into his skin like a creature with its own consciousness. Seeing this scene, Nelson felt his teeth ache for a while, until a steel strip with a ferocious mouth but like a wire worm pierced the skin on the back of his neck, and rushed frantically towards Grindelwald's face. But in the next second, it hit a transparent wall, smashing the seemingly sharp mouthparts into pieces. "Son, do you know who you are?" Grindelwald picked up the paper towel on the table, wiped his hands, and burned it to ashes with fierce fire. The ashes scattered on the man's scar made him extremely painful. "Do you know who your father is? Do you know what your mother's name is?" Grindelwald couldn't see his pain, and continued to ask, "You know that, if you don't fall into the hands of those fools, you will receive which magic school's acceptance letter?" The bald man was panting heavily. There were more and more holes on his body. Long worms made of steel came out of the holes. Not a drop of blood flowed out, only the friction between steel and muscles could be heard. With a loud noise, they all hit the solid barrier, and Grindelwald even used a table knife to pick at the gap of one of them, and forcibly pulled it out of the bald man's body. After Credence Barbone escaped from the Devil's Nest, they seem to be able to control you only in this way. Grindelwald sneered. "It's better to have a smart traitor than to turn people into loyal fools. It's really short-sighted." The bald man's eyes slowly opened, as if he had recovered a little clarity. "Let me see who you are." Grindelwald nodded with satisfaction, and put his hand on his forehead again. "I see." Grindelwald, who was familiar with legilimency, quickly read the dull and painful memories. Just when he read the key memory, he noticed that the bald man whose memory was being read turned blue, showing a painful expression. Then, the long worms rushing out of his body lit up red, emitting there was a burst of scorching energy, and in just a split second, Nelson felt short of breath. He finally understood what Newt meant by bombing up the school with a silent man. Looking at the man's skin, that was gradually turning red like a boiled shrimp, Nelson understood that the dissipated energy alone was enough to make him feel hot, so the explosion of his whole body was a bit unimaginable. Nelson was ready to run. He touched the few small silver balls in his pocket and estimated the equivalent of the upcoming explosion. "I really feel sorry for you, poor children." Grindelwald shook his head sadly, obviously possessing extraordinary power, but was coaxed into a pig's nest by a descendant of a squib to be concocted into a weapon against his own race. "Make it look like a human, a ghost. I will save you, poor child." Grindelwald seemed to be overflowing with sympathy tonight. Facing the bald man who had turned red and his skin began to crack like the dry earth, he didn't want to hide at all. Bang bang. A heartbeat sounded beside Nelson, and just as Nelson was guessing what it was, the countdown, the bald man suddenly exploded. This is a silent person with an explosive device installed in his body. The most amazing thing about Second Salem is that, even though everyone knows that everyone in it from top to bottom has a bad brain, they can always accomplish such pioneering things, such as mass production of Obscurus. Nelson didn't have time to react, and the right arm of the dress robe close to the bald man was instantly reduced to ashes under the protection of the water mist. His body was not harmed by anything other than the scorching heat. Nelson closed his eyes. Was he going to run naked for such a funny reason? But the expected explosion never came. Nelson opened his eyes and saw a scene that shocked him. Grindelwald tapped his wand on the bald man's chest, forcing back the explosion magic that escaped him. His chest. "Son, I said I would save you," Grindelwald said gently, and once again put his hand on the bald man's head. Like enlightenment, the bald man suddenly awakened his childhood memory and judgmental IQ. The facial nerves of the man who recovered his memory twitched, and 2 lines of blood and tears squeezed out from the corners of his eyes. "Remember?" Grindelwald smiled. "You can go on the road when you remember. 1 yard for 1 yard, kid. This time is punishment." Grindelwald put down his wand with a smile on his face. Against the backdrop of Nelson's dumbfounded background, the magic power agitated by the last suppression surged out at a momentum several times stronger than before. Grindelwald and the bald man suddenly disappeared in place, and the magic of seeing is believing suddenly failed. Nelson found that Dumbledore, who had been sitting opposite and looking around, was staring at himself, or the empty seat beside him. Nelson turned sideways, and when he turned to Dumbledore again, the Ashi's sleeve groaned again. Chapter 268 Fireworks. Gal, watch out. Newt's voice came from the small bull in Nelson's ear. The intelligence is wrong. Everyone they came is silent. Nelson looked at the empty seat beside him speechlessly, touched the armrest that was still hot, and picked up the small silver ball used for communication. After reporting his safety, Nelson complained, "You can speak later. It won't be too late to write a letter and burn it to me after I die." As soon as the voice fell, a violent earthquake-like vibration spread throughout the entire castle. The floor of the auditorium trembled, and the people on the dance floor, the tableau on the table, and the simple wooden band stage all began to shake. The music of the band stopped abruptly. Dumbledore raised his head and looked at the dome. The vibration soon stopped. Except for some overturned cups, it was as if nothing had happened in the auditorium. It seems that there was an accident in the program we prepared for everyone. Dumbledore's loud voice sounded in the auditorium. "The fireworks are set off early. Let's continue dancing. Music and dancing cannot be disturbed by anything." After all, a ball of fire appeared where he was standing. The fire dissipated, and Dumbledore disappeared. The band members picked up their instruments, and cheerful dance music sounded in the auditorium again. Fireworks? Nelson raised his eyebrows, and all the Hogwarts professors who participated in the dance disappeared. Only the sociable Professor Slughorn remained in the auditorium, and exchanged glasses with the guests. "No?" Nelson scratched his head. "Didn't you say that Hogwarts forbids the use of apparition? Why did they all fly away?" A huge roar spread into the ears of everyone in the auditorium. The sound came from above. Everyone looked at the top of their heads. At some point, the dome of the auditorium was replaced with a transparent one, and the star map was replaced by a real brilliant starry sky. There, blossoming blooming fireworks overwhelmed the light from distant stars. It actually set off fireworks. Nelson raised his head, leaned his neck on the back of the chair, and enjoyed the shocking fireworks show. Under the rendering of colorful fireworks, the monotonous night presented an unprecedented beauty. The fly in the ointment was that there seemed to be magic. The mantra is mixed in the fireworks, trying to fish in troubled waters. It's pretty nice. Tom, who was sweating from jumping, appeared on the sidelines, sat on the chair that Grindelwald had just snatched away, unscrewed the stopper of the butterbeer on the table, and drank tons and tons. True, but I've always felt that, while magical fireworks are grander, Muggle ones are more imaginative. Come on, you didn't see Muggle fireworks at all. You probably saw the bombing of the London air raid. By the way, I just inquired about it. The warriors of Durmstrang are masters of dueling. If you want to make a duel your project, I suggest you prepare a lot. Tom finished off a whole bottle of butterbeer and grabbed another. After drinking a bottle, it seemed that he was really thirsty. After his dry throat was moist enough, he continued, "If you are killed by him, I will laugh at you for the rest of my life. Don't worry, my express is coming soon. You will be surprised." Nelson said nonchalantly, "How about we make a bet? Just bet that I will knock him down within a few moves." Huh. Looking at the confident expression on Nelson's face, Tom thought for a moment, raised his right hand, stretched out 5 fingers, and said, 5. Within 5 spells. If you can't defeat him within 5 moves, you had to call me the Great Lord Riddle while I was at school. 5? You're confident in me, Nelson said, shaking his head ruthlessly. I can tell you. Can you hear me? It's too shameful, and if I win, what will you call me? Great Lord Williams? That's too dumb for me. Indeed. Tom held his chin, thought for a moment, and suddenly slammed his right fist hard into his left palm, making a snap sound. His eyes flashed with excitement and sly light. I see. I'll call you Great Lord Dark Lord. No, I'll let everyone call you Great Lord Dark Lord. That's it. Nah. Do I need to sign an unbreakable oath with you? Nelson was too lazy to refute Tom. who seemed to be 5 years younger at the moment. He took the bottle of butterbeer on Tom's table and looked at the alcohol content. That should not have been written on it. Sorry to tell you, Tom, Nelson said, spreading his hand. It doesn't look like butterbeer. The one you killed was equivalent to boom. Tom threw himself on the table. Whiskey. Nelson picked up a napkin and covered Tom's face. I hope you wake up and forget what stupid things you said tonight. What happened to Tom? Wahlberger came running red and having fun on the dance floor. She looked content. I drank the wrong thing at the wrong time. Nelson picked up the bottle and shook it at Wahlberger. There were not many people left on the dance floor at the moment, only scattered people who could still dance. Among them the two tall figures were unusually abrupt. Wahlberger, can you give me a hand or call your brother over? I think Tom might have to go to the school hospital. He's never had so much alcohol before. Nelson had already held one of Tom's arms, cast a lightning spell on him, and complained to Wahlberger, this is a real dance. Can't there be some restrictions on alcoholic beverages? Let minors drink, how bad? Really? Wahlberger waved her fist, looking even more dissatisfied than Nelson, but she took Tom's other arm without slowing down. The two supported Tom and walked towards the gate of the auditorium. Meg, who met halfway, seemed to be ready to dance with Myrtle. Nah, you are braver than me. In fact, you should be the warrior. On the way to the school hospital, Nelson was attacked by the stairs again, and because of this stagger, Tom woke up a little bit, flushed, and mumbled nonsense. Warriors are not arranged according to their looks. The lights dimmed, and after a while, the three of them arrived at the last staircase, which was the school hospital. Ha 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 ha, you're drunk. Nah, do you think I'm uglier than you? Tom, who put his whole weight on the two of them, stretched out his hand and patted the back of Wahlberger's head. Strange. Why is your hair so long? But it doesn't matter. You are braver than me. Really, you are much stronger than me for the things we have experienced together. You bastard. Panting, Nelson wanted to throw Tom down the stairs so that he could just roll to the door of Miss Joy's office and drink a bottle of bone spirit by the way after the alcoholism was solved. Do you know more about the Triwizard Tournament than the Goblet of Fire? I don't understand. But Dumbledore. Tom muttered two more unintelligible words and lowered his head. Wahlberger, please help him on my back. It's not convenient for the two of us to drive him on this narrow staircase. Nelson turned to look at Wahlberger. By the way, you may have to pay attention to me. Recently, this staircase seems to be in a trance, and it often targets me. Okay. Wahlberger helped Nelson carry Tom on his back, and asked curiously, you two, do you usually do this? Of course not. Nelson shook his head, and stepped up the stairs. We don't usually drink. I mean, nothing. Wahlberger shook his head, raised his wand, and carefully illuminated Nelson's feet. Tom, don't you think you're worse than me? No, said Tom, who was awake, but not quite awake. If the dragon had been left to choose, I'm sure he'd have chosen me in the end. But, you know, he did that kind of thing. You're wrong, Tom. I can see clearly. Nelson shook his head, almost pushed Tom's head to the side, but fortunately Wahlberger took a step forward to support him. You just think that Professor Dumbledore will do this kind of thing. So he did it. In fact, you are the one who was finally chosen by Hogwarts. Above Nelson's head, a fat cat with a question mark painted on its face squatted on the squeaky chandelier, and beside it, a thin shadow was holding a wrench on the screws that fixed the chandelier, but saw the student under his feet was sending his friend to the school hospital, so he slowed down his movements after all. I'm so merciful, don't you think so? Kitty cat. Question mark turned his head to the side, not really wanting to talk to him. Albus, you see, in order to help you out of this trouble, I didn't even have time to drink the wine I just brought. On the spire of the castle, Grindelwald knocked down a tile and built a simple platform where he could sit. Looking at the twinkling stars on the dark black lake in the distance, he said with a smile. After arranging for the professor to return to the auditorium, Dumbledore returned to the place where the fireworks had just been set off and saw Grindelwald sitting on the roof and counting the stars. Gellert, you can count the reflections without counting the stars, Dumbledore said softly, standing in midair with his back to Grindelwald. There will be ripples on the calmest lake, as long as it is enough to crush those reflections. The numbers you have counted will turn into a phantom even more unreal than the mirror. Oh. Grindelwald simply answered him. Is this your warning? Or a threat? Albus, do you think the number of stars really wants to count how many stars there are? Grindelwald did not respond to Dumbledore's guess, but said lightly, there are so many stars in the universe. How many stars are there? The stars are just for counting the stars. If you don't try, how will you know that there are countless stars in the sky? At this moment, just as at that moment, Dumbledore felt the breeze on his face, as if he had returned to that morning, when he and Grindelwald fell from the top of the Eiffel Tower while embracing him. The evening breeze was very pleasant, but his face was sorely scratched. It seems that they really have nothing to do with you. Dumbledore was relieved. I think, no matter how extreme you are, you would not do such a stupid thing to die together. I still recognize Newt Scamander's skill in catching people. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, looked over Dumbledore's back, and looked at the forest in the distance. If I only want your fate, in Norway, there are not many wizards left in Europe. If you could kill me that time, I could lock you up again. Fortunately, there was no audience for their conversation. It was simply two riddlers playing riddles on the roof. I'm so happy. Grindelwald clapped his hands. In terms of self-confidence, we can always reach a consensus very quickly like today. Let's get straight to the point. Gellert. Dumbledore turned around suddenly, staring at Grindelwald with fiery eyes. I don't care what you want. I just want the children in this school to stay out of danger. Of course. Do you think that what I did tonight is for this? I didn't expect those Muggle lunatics to be able to do this. Grindelwald asked back, but have you ever thought that these things you want the kids who keep them safe are stronger than you think and don't need your protection at all? Of course I know. Dumbledore gave an unexpected answer to Grindelwald. They don't need it, but it doesn't mean I can let go of it. Gellert, since you can see the future, why should you be here? Are you talking to me in vain here? Oh. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. Since this is the sincerity of this country, then I want a grand event. Yes. Dumbledore replied without hesitation. I want you to give the same grand stage to anyone other than the warriors. No problem. Put away your pointless targeting. I never targeted anyone but you. Gellert. Dumbledore shook his head. Put away your meaningless speculation. Interesting. Grindelwald put away his smile and said after a moment of silence, I want to know the whereabouts of Aurelius Dumbledore. I don't know any more than you do. I believe you. Grindelwald nodded. I want you to try to avoid Constance Rousseau from contacting Nelson. What do you want from him? Dumbledore's eyes showed a look of sullenness. I can give you what you want. Let him go. Let it go? I never thought of seeking anything from a young wizard with nothing. I just want to watch him get better and better. But, what is good? Dumbledore turned back to Grindelwald. If your goodness is based on you, then I can't imagine anyone being worse. A duel? Albus, we haven't had a fight in decades. Okay, for a change, I want 2 front row tickets. Oh, by the way, Albus, you danced very well tonight. Chapter 269 Check the wand. The days after the prom passed quickly and slowly. The first round of the Triwizard Tournament is approaching. When such a big event is about to happen, no one's heart is inactive. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of the big game. The excitement brought by the dance will soon be waited for. Burned out. Fortunately, the few days between the prom and the start of the tournament don't take long, even if counting on your fingers. For the vast majority of young wizards, these days, their mentality has quickly turned from excitement like watching the excitement to uneasiness, especially when Durmstrang students and Bogsburton students are more. After joining the teaching activities at Hogwarts, they quickly saw the outstanding students who were born in different training methods from their alma mater. This Margaret is amazing. In a transformation class arranged on the Quidditch pitch, when Margaret commanded the transformed stone soldiers to join McGonagall's wizard chessboard and commanded them to defeat one of McGonagall's chess pieces with a spell, the students around all exclaimed in amazement, the wizard chess I conjured can only slide on the ground, and the best thing is to make the movement of swinging a sword, so that the product of the transformation technique can release magic. How did she do it? Maybe Bogsburton's transfiguration content is not the same as ours? But we are already in the 7th grade. Why haven't we been exposed to these content? A 7th grade Hufflepuff student was a little puzzled. Didn't I take it seriously before? A 10 class? I haven't heard of it either. This is a Ravenclaw with good grades. Could it be that only Bogsbuttons can teach this kind of transfiguration to conjure magical creatures? If this is the case, wouldn't we have no advantage for Riddle, who didn't even enter the 6th and 7th grades? Another Hufflepuff expressed his concern. One person beats 2 people. Riddle won't take a round trip, will he? The Ravenclaw's thoughts were even more pessimistic. What are you talking about? As long as the warriors don't lose their ability to move, they must participate in the 3 competitions, and the most points are the bottom, said the Hufflepuff at the beginning. Besides, you don't know about Slytherin. The Williams from the 5th grade? I heard that his transfiguration is quite powerful, and since Riddle can be selected by the Goblet of Fire, he must not be far behind. You haven't seen it with your own eyes, but I saw this Margaret with my own eyes, retorted his Ravenclaw companion. If only I were a warrior, at least I'm not afraid of her. Come on, you didn't dare to throw the registration card into the Goblet of Fire in the end. What's the point of saying these things now? A Ravenclaw who just dug up a pile of soil said disdainfully, "You are too self-righteous. His younger brother is a member of the Riddle Club. His strength is recognized, and the champion of the Triwizard Tournament must be Hogwarts." This time, the giant wizard chess is an in-class quiz specially set up by Mag for 7th grade students. The content is to use the soil on the field to make iron and steel chess pieces and compete with the chess pieces that Mag has set in advance. The main test is to test their deformation, the ability of large objects, the degree of understanding of human body structure and movement, and the ability to change materials. Hearing these whispers, Mag, who was standing on the sidelines, narrowed his eyes and looked at the magic soldier that Margaret made out of the clay beside the Quidditch pitch. After a while, she waved to Margaret. Frowning, he said, "Miss Sagan, this is not transfiguration." "Yes, Professor McGonagall," admitted Margaret generously, "but the magic I used to turn clay into soldiers is transfiguration, isn't it?" But Mag was silent for a moment. They only seemed to have changed in shape, the specific structure, movement, and those spells. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall," Margaret explained. "This has something to do with my own magic power, and any magic I cast will end up like this, but I swear, this is not my intention." Mag waved her hand, and the steel soldier made by Margaret walked towards her tremblingly. She put her hand on the soldier's lowered head, and she saw the essence of the matter after a while. Except for the material and shape, this soldier was not a product of transfiguration. It seemed to have developed a rudimentary intelligence, and performed those movements under a sort of imperious-like magic. As for the magic power, McGonagall found that the statue soldier seemed to have a connection with Margaret, and the magic power should come from her, but she clearly saw that Margaret only used one spell, and that was indeed Transformation Curse. This confused Meg. "I suggest you find an experienced doctor or a powerful wizard." Mag looked Margaret up and down, and suggested seriously, "I heard that you have the ability to influence other people's thinking. That's a good thing. It means you can't control your mojo very well." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Margaret nodded. "Mr. Nicole may prescribe medicine for me. With his help, my condition has improved a lot." "Nicole May?" McGonagall frowned and said rather dissatisfied, "I don't know what Constance thinks about letting an already weak student participate in such a dangerous competition." Margaret smiled and said nothing. "You go, Margaret." McGonagall picked up the notebook and said without raising her head, "I will keep it a secret from your classmates for you, but I can only give you a pass for your transformation." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. While coming to Hogwarts, you can go to the school hospital to see Miss Joy. She is the best doctor in the world." McGonagall nodded and called the next student to step onto the chessboard. After class, when everyone saw Mag's score, they couldn't help but become pessimistic. Even Mag wants to suppress Margaret by scoring. Her transfiguration is so perfect. It seems that she also has no confidence in our warriors. "You're a beggar fucking the Minister of Magic's heart." Hearing these remarks, Mag's footsteps paused. She didn't explain anything, but left the Quidditch field in a hurry. No matter how she stayed in this place, she felt uncomfortable. Margaret, they're looking for you. The boy who had been waiting outside the court stopped Margaret. Seeing her two younger brothers, Margaret stepped forward to chat for a few words, and then went to the principal's office together. Good afternoon, warriors. It turned out to be Sigmund who was greeted here. Tom and Durmstrang's warrior Ludwig had arrived early. In addition, there were 3 commissioners from the Ministry of Magic of the 3 Kingdoms and an old acquaintance of Tom. It seems that they are all here, so, according to the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, in order to ensure that the 3 warriors can perform stably in the afternoon game, Sigmund smiled and invited Tom behind him. We have invited Mr. Garrick Ollivander, one of the 3 great master wand makers in Europe, to inspect the wand for you. He comes from the oldest wand making family in the world. Actually, I don't think it's necessary. After all, how could someone who can become a warrior not love his wand? Ollivander, who couldn't wait, floated out like a ghost, staring at the ghostly silver-white pair eyes, said excitedly, but I haven't seen Gregovich and Garsha for several years. Seeing their wands today is as exciting as meeting old friends. I believe that you excellent wizards should get their best works. You're amazing. Ludwig lowered his head, holding the wand with both hands, and handing it to Ollivander. Oh. Ollivander took Ludwig's wand, which is thicker than most wands, and has a silk wand cover on the handle, and the black body is shiny. It seems that Ludwig must cherish it very much. Ollivander took out a pair of glasses commonly used by watchmakers from his pocket, and held it in front of his eyes. He carefully looked at this wand with a different style from his own. Grigorovich's work. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, my father gave it to me 10 years ago. Is your little wizard able to have a wand at such a young age? Ollivander raised his hand. A white glove flew out of his pocket and put it on his hand. He checked the wand when he was ready. Wand, oh, the heartstring of the dragon. This is Grigorovich's favorite material for the core of the wand. He finally likes to use this material to increase magic power. He always wanted to make the most powerful wand, but he seldom considered whether wizards would be suitable. I'm quite comfortable with it, sir. That's because you're strong enough to control it, not to mention you've been using it for 10 years, so it's no wonder it doesn't go well, said Ollivander, whose pockets kept flying out of tape measures, vernier calipers, test strips and various measuring tools, which reminded Tom on the side of Nelson's pocket. 13 inches. As a wizard, he should avoid this number, but Gregorovic has always been unbelievable. The material is aspen. No, if I remember correctly, isn't aspen white? How did you use it to make it black? I have beeswaxed the wand, sir. It's a good habit. Ollivander raised his wand and shook it lightly. Clear water is like a spring. A spray of water rushed into the sky, forming a perfect fountain. Ollivander put away his wand and returned it to Ludwig. Mr. Kant, your wand is in good condition. Thank you. Ludwig put away his wand and put it in his pocket. Who's next? Let me do it. Margaret took a step forward, pulled out a slender white wand from her cuff, and handed it to Ollivander. Is Garsha still customizing wands for customers with their own materials all these years? Ollivander took the wand and asked curiously. Yes, Mr. Ollivander. Margaret nodded. This is a wand that Mr. Garsha customized for me when I was in school. The wood is the beech my mother planted when I was born, and the core is the fur of a unicorn I met as a child. I have to say, this is quite a normal group of materials that Garsha chose. Ollivander was even a little shocked. I thought he would only use some weird materials. Mr. Garsha always believes that the most suitable for customers is the best. Maybe I'm suitable for this ordinary material. Margaret shook her head, watching Ollivander use her magic wand to conjure flowers. I love this wand. It's like family to me. Well, that's exactly what wand makers want to see most. Wizards regard their wands as their own family. Ollivander handed the wand back. Your wand is well maintained, Miss Sagan. Thank you. Margaret retracted her wand and stepped aside. It's your turn next, Mr. Riddle. Ollivander turned his head and stared at Tom with piercing eyes. I still remember that day you and Mr. Williams came to my shop together. From here I picked up that extraordinary magic wand, and I remember everything that happened that day clearly. Mr. Ollivander, I also remember it clearly. Tom flicked his sleeves, and the wand that had been with him for many years appeared in his hand, and his thoughts were drawn back to the afternoon when he walked into Diagon Alley full of longing. You, phoenix tail feathers, 13.5 inches. Tom raised his hand, his wand dangling in his palm, and flew slowly towards Ollivander. That's right, that's right. You remember very well. Ollivander took the wand with satisfaction. Although I put all my heart and soul into every wand I made, they are all like my children, but this one of yours is without a doubt one of my favorite children. You cherish it very much. He put the glasses close to the wand, admiring the unique and gorgeous grain of yew wood. It is almost as intact as when it left my shop, and even more beautiful. After the inspection, Ollivander waved his magic wand, and a rainbow appeared in the sky of the principal's office, which was extremely bright under the sunlight outside the window. Tom smiled, remembering the advice Nelson had given him when he got the wand. If only you were flying with rainbow spray under your robes. It seems that you have a lot of good memories about it. Ollivander smiled and stuffed the wand back into Tom's hand. Your wand is also in good condition. Let me just say, you three don't need me to check it at all. Wand. Thank you. Sigmund nodded and looked at the three warriors. You are about to meet the first challenge. It may be unexpected, difficult, complicated, or dangerous. Are you ready? Tom and Margaret nodded, while Ludwig straightened up in front of the principal. When I saw you, I remembered when I was young, but you are much better than when I was young. Sigmund raised his head and looked at the wall clock on the wall. I hope you enjoy this wonderful event. Contest. Chapter 270. The game begins. While Tom was checking his wand, Nelson was busy on the terrace on the top of the Ravenclaw Tower. An owl threw a huge package at his feet. Looking at the cube package that was 2 meters high and 2 meters wide in front of him, he felt a little sorry for the palm-sized owl and couldn't help but want to pet it. But this small and cute owl has a somewhat arrogant temper. It dodged to avoid Nelson's touch and rushed to the owl room behind him and quickly disappeared among the group of chirping owls. Have a personality. I like it. Nelson said softly. I will find you when I send packages in the future. Whoosh. A small black figure rushed out of the owl room and landed in Nelson's hands. It was the little owl, rubbing its head against Nelson's palm and making an adorable expression. Good boy. I will choose those big guys next time I send a package. The little owl pecked Nelson's index finger in satisfaction and hopped back to the owl room. Need help? Nelson, your box looks heavy. No, I'll just use the levitation charm to move it back. Nelson politely declined, and after he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head. Professor Dumbledore, why are you here? I thought you were arranging the venue for the competition. Oh, in order to prevent us from cheating, I think it is better to leave the work of arranging the venue to Constance. Dumbledore blinked and stepped forward to support the box. So I volunteered to take over and inform the contestants it's up to you. Nelson. Ah. So fast? Nelson raised his eyebrows. I thought it was still half an hour away from the game. Waiting will always make your concept of time blurred. In fact, the game is about to start in 15 minutes. Dumbledore raised his head and looked towards the direction of the Black Lake outside the terrace. You have to move it to where? Nelson looked towards the Black Lake in Dumbledore's direction. The calm waters of the Black Lake were filled with rough water at the moment. A witch in a golden robe stood on a floating stone, floating above the Black Lake. Her figure was so far away that there was only a small dot left, but Nelson still judged from her color that it was Boxburton's principal, Professor Constance. The giant dragon pulling Boxburton's big ship got rid of the shackles of the chains and was roaring and spreading its wings above her head, blocking a piece of the sun. The dragon was carrying a huge metal platform on its back, and the edge of the platform was shining with magic patterns. Hui Guang. On the platform, strangely shaped magical animals are waiting solemnly, waiting for the guests. That's Newt. He hid gems on every magical animal. Warriors can only go to the next level if they get 3 gems, Dumbledore explained. It's easy, but if he wants to attack, then he will be attacked by all the magical animals. Even I can't bear it. This is just a corner of the venue for the first round of the Triwizard Tournament. In addition to the platform where Newt is, there are also various floating buildings distributed over the Black Lake. They are connected by thick black steel cables. There is a long and thin standard dual field on a cursed floating boulder, in which Flitwick is waiting for the challenge of the warrior, and only after defeating him can he go to the next level. A huge silver crucible belonged to a very famous potion master in France. His test project was to jump into the crucible and climb out again. The crucible was full of poisonous mist and traps made of potions materials to resist these poisons. A mini pastry-shaped castle, which belongs to another witch who came from France. It is said that she has a research on the mind that transcends the age. Her castle hides various monsters that affect the mind, and the warriors need to enter through the front door and climb up. Go to the 4th floor and leave. In an octagonal iron prison, there was a test from another student of Durmstrang. Nelson once had a chance with him. It was that strange guy with a hooked nose, thick eyebrows and big eyes. Unfortunately, after that day, Nelson never saw him again, and had no idea what he was good at. Several ropeways protruding from various venues lead to the lake water of the Black Lake. In the lake is a level from a famous German adventurer. As long as you can dive underwater and find the key he prepared, you can pass the level. Of course, in the water there are also many surprises for the warriors. Except for the student of Durmstrang, these checkpoints were basically the same as Nelson's guess, based on the collected materials. Unfortunately, among the more than 30 candidates, only 6 were selected in the True Wizard tournament. Are they going to challenge every level? When does this have to be played? Nelson asked curiously. No, as long as you reach the end point. Dumbledore pointed to a black tower in the clouds. That's a venue that a friend of yours who didn't want to be named lent you for free. These levels are connected to each other, as long as past 2 of them, and you will reach the final level, which is the black tower that your friend gave you. Nelson held his forehead, praying that he would not see a statue in front of the black tower. As long as they pass your challenge first, they can end the game. Dumbledore said, but, compared to this, shouldn't we go there earlier? Wait a minute, Professor. Nelson opened the package with his wand, and there were pieces of silver ingots that had undergone some magical processing inside. He nodded and waved his wand, and the silver ingots in the package disappeared one by one. A few seconds later, he looked up. Let's go, Professor Dumbledore. Okay. Dumbledore stared intently at Nelson's pockets, holding his arm, leaving the empty parcels on the floor, which soon turned into a pumpkin carriage, and in a short while Nelson was transported to the house of friends from whom he did not want to be named. The top of the Black Tower presented as a gift. Dumbledore left quickly, and a few seconds later, the auditorium by the Black Lake flew up, carrying students from the 3 schools and the judges and guests into the air, and stopped in front of a grass-green bubble. Here is the best place to watch the game. You can see all levels, except the bottom and the Black Tower. As the organizer, how could Hogwarts have not thought of this? There are 3 huge water polos floating around the auditorium. After the game officially starts, they will display the images of the 3 warriors in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, the much anticipated True Wizard tournament is about to begin. The loud and passionate male voice resounded through the sky. Today's host is a professional Quidditch commentator who has commented on the World Cup. He quickly mobilized the audience's emotions, and 3 water polo players quickly appeared. The high-definition big face of the warrior. It can be seen that our 3 warriors are as puzzled as the audience present. Before the game started, they knew nothing about the competition system. Their goal will be to break through at least 2 checkpoints, and finally climb to the top of the Black Tower. At the top, they will face the most powerful wizards in various fields, pass their tests, and gain their approval. This will be an adventure full of unknowns. Every contestant does not know what is going on in the level they face. What is it? This will be the most comprehensive and detailed test of magic. 3 warriors, you must be careful from the moment you choose your route. The starting point is located in the very center of all levels. The 3 of Tom are crowded on a 1 meter square platform, wrapped in green bubbles. 3 ropeways connect Newt's Fantastic Beasts platform, Flitwick's dual arena, and the 3 in the water checkpoint. The excited Ludwig was cleaning his wand. Margaret looked indifferent, but her slightly trembling hands, when she took out her glasses, still revealed a trace of tension in her heart. Tom raised his head and looked firmly at the Black Tower in the clouds. The expressions of the 3 were very different, but there was no fear. It seems that, even if we choose different paths, we will meet at the end. Is there a confrontation in the first round? Ludwig looked at the two people beside him and said with a smile, maybe we won't reach the end. Tom lowered his head and said expressionlessly, with a flick of his arm, the U-wand fell into his hand. If we meet at the same level, the confrontation will be advanced. How about we fight here now? Margaret suggested, maybe it will be easier that way. No, I can't wait to find my friend. Tom shook his head. At the same time, the green bubble burst with a pop, and the surrounding scene fell in front of the three of them. Looking at the iron chain in front of them, Tom stepped on it without hesitation. The game begins. The warriors are starting. The commentator shouted passionately, the first warrior to make her choices. Oh, it's the youngest, Tom Marvolo from Hogwarts. Riddle. He's on his feet, and the path he's chosen is hearing the voice of commentary coming from under his feet. Nelson also became excited. A professional commentary is a professional commentator, but he still looks forward to what will happen if the commentator is Alfred. He chose Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts test. Could it be that our Riddler warrior is someone who knows everything about Fantastic Beasts? Or is he confident that he can fight against all the monsters on the dragon's back alone? What about Fantastic Beasts? The commentary did not forget to popularize science with the audience. Newt Scamander is a world-renowned expert on Fantastic Beasts, and his book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them has been rated as the most authoritative illustrated book of fantastic beasts in history. Was selected as a textbook for courses related to magical animals in 10 magic schools. Tom walked quickly and had reached the middle of the ropeway. Our second warrior also made his choice. He is a warrior from Durmstrang. Ludwig can't. He once won the Durmstrang Duel Championship in 5th grade. His choice was O. He chose Phileas Flitwick's duel test. The commentator shouted quickly. Phileas Flitwick once achieved by his subtle magic like sewing. He is the champion of the European dueling competition and is a famous dueling master. Is our young dueling champion the first to choose to challenge a wizard who has already won the highest dueling honor? How brave. Tom turned his head and looked at Ludwig behind him. The two did not take the same ropeway, but the distance between the two checkpoints was very close. Ludwig also cast his gaze at Tom, and the two nodded to each other. Go in your own direction. The one who made the final choice was Margaret Sagan. The commentator drank his saliva and moistened his throat. Now there is only the last way left for her. In other words, she is going to choose the first test and the previous one. Same for two warriors? Oh. What is she doing? The eyes of the audience were drawn to Margaret, who gracefully saluted the audience, raised her wand, and took a deep leap. She the commentator said she 3 times in a row, and finally said, she chose to go to the bottom of the lake to find the key. I saw Margaret stretching her body in the air, and falling rapidly under the action of the acceleration of gravity. Feeling the sound of the wind, she closed her eyes. When she approached the lake, her skirt fluttered by the strong wind was like a flexible fishtail. In the process of falling, her body kept shrinking, scales grew on her body, and she turned into a red fish while breathing. It's not easy, but our last warrior, a witch from France, shocked everyone. She turned into a fish. When the fish enters the water, it will be her world to roam. Marguerite entered the water without a splash. Come on, Tom, Nelson said, standing on the edge of the tower, looking down. Go and get back the low-hanging glory. Listening to the voice and cheers from the commentator, knowing that Tom had reached Newt's checkpoint, Nelson turned around and came to the spiral staircase leading directly to the bottom of the Black Tower. This tower only has the basic structure of the tower body and the stairs. There was nothing like it, like a gun barrel. Nelson looked at the dark interior of the tower, raised his hand, and a silver lighter appeared in his hand. He lit the torch that was at hand. Boom boom boom, the torch is inserted next to the spiral staircase and lit up one by one from top to bottom. His arms were outstretched, and his robes did not budge even in the high winds. Wisps of silver light flew out from his pockets, collar, and cuffs, pouring down like mercury, and pouring into the empty tower like a waterfall. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The fine impact sound reflected back and forth between the circular walls and completed a brisk concerto in conjunction with the Black Tower. If you can climb up, you will win. Listening to the sound of gears snapping inside the black tower, Nelson took out another folding stool in his pocket, and after a while, he took out a folding stool. He pointed to the crude folding stool with his wand, and it quickly became a folding stool. Put a gorgeous high-back chair. Nelson sat in the center of the tower with his back to the sun, with his hands resting on the armrests. I thought it was Lubu fighting against the Three Kingdoms, but I didn't expect it to be Lubu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Can we score now? I remember that there was diving in the Muggle games. On the rostrum in the middle of the auditorium, Dumbledore picked up the scorecard at hand, fanned it around his face like a fan, and joked, "Just for this splash, I'm willing to give her points. I suggest that you add a diving competition. In the future, you can send 3 fish to dive in the Triwizard tournament." Constance said angrily, "Do the easy contact work by yourself, and let the lady here do the miscellaneous work of setting up the venue. You are too ungentlemanly, Albus." He did it to avoid suspicion. "After all, you were the one who suspected that we would cheat before the game." Sigmund shook his head. "Besides, Constance, you are not a lady." Listening to the 3 headmasters telling each other, and even quarreling, Nobby Rich, the British Minister of Magic who is no longer young, can't wait to stuff himself under the seat. So this is the friendship of famous wizards. Nobby couldn't help but miss the time when he was a small employee. In contrast, the commissioners sent by the German and French Ministry of Magic sitting in the corner are more professional. The hairy German commissioner is talking with the French witch with a strong Bulgarian flavor. The main content of the chat is focus on telling how unfamiliar you are with English. Riddle has stepped onto the platform guarded by Newt Scamander. The passionate words of the commentary attracted the attention of the judges and the audience. It is worth mentioning that Newt Scamander once studied at Hogwarts' Hufflepuff College, was expelled for some reason, but he became a world-renowned expert on magical animals after leaving school, and his challenger, Riddle, who was excellent in campus education, can he defeat his former senior? Can he justify his teaching level through his performance at Hogwarts? Let us wait and see. Is there such a link during rehearsal? An embarrassing expression quickly appeared on Dumbledore's face. Constance and Sigmund beside him were amused. Constance patted Dumbledore's back and teased, "Hogwarts. Every wizard expelled here is quite a character, which at least proves that you have laid a solid foundation for the students in the lower grades of education. Didn't Hogwarts only fire 1 person?" Under the control of the staff, the water polo playing Tom's figure quickly spread out and turned into a big pie. The field of view it can display also expanded rapidly, and the picture became more detailed. Wow. When they saw the scene where Tom was in, the audience present let out an exclamation in unison. Newt's platform is bigger than it looks from a distance, and Tom's back is facing the camera. His thin and slender back is in stark contrast to the scene of dancing demons in front of him. Compared with the giant beasts in front of Tom, Newt's platform seemed a bit narrow and cramped, and even the sky above his head was squeezed airtight. Standing in the front row was not the beautiful owl that Tom was familiar with, but a leopard as huge as an elephant. Its appearance is similar to that of a common jaguar. Its yellow hair is covered with black spots, and thick black venom is constantly dripping from each black spot. The venom evaporates quickly during the fall, and with each drop, the surrounding air will become more gloomy, and the venom that falls on the ground by chance will corrode the platform under the feet like a strong acid, despite the protection of magic. But the ground, where the giant leopards are entrenched, has also been eroded and pitted. Panther. Tom's face became serious, and the screen that was divided into 2 quickly showed his expression. My god. What contestant Riddle is facing? Is the commentator paused for a while, then took the note from the assistant on the side without changing his expression, cleared his throat, and continued. This is the world famous, the most dangerous animal in the world, the poison leopard. Its body fluid is the most corrosive natural strong acid. It will spit out hundreds of millions of germs every time it breathes, and the person who inhales it will experience more than seconds of pain and get relief. Newt Scamander is indeed the person who knows the most about magical animals in the world. How did he regain this beast that requires hundreds of wizards to work together? The commentator expressed the feelings of everyone present, but Tom's face remained calm. He never thought that Newt's test would be to play games with cute magical animals like Bowtruckles, but the vanguard sent by Newt had already yet exceeded his expectations. Although Riddle only needs to obtain 3 gems to pass the level, he can completely avoid the poisonous leopard, but fighting in an environment already full of poison is a life-threatening challenge for anyone. The commentator made suggestions. Riddle's best choice is to find a route as far away from the poison leopard as possible and get the gems by playing with those cumbersome big guys. Let's see what he will do. Tom also heard what he said, but he didn't really want to deal with this flamboyant guy. It is true that it is a good idea to avoid the poisonous leopard, but the magical animals behind the poisonous leopard are not vegetarian. Leaving aside the destructive magical animals such as worms, witches, birds and snakes, the cute behind them is enough to cause headaches for most wizards. Tom saw a few chubby chicken-like birds walking on the edge of the platform, each with a shining gemstone hanging around its neck, but he knew that these guys called bull squirrels had read through Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. They just look cute. As a kind of bad population that does not have the ability to fly and can only swing and move on the ground like a penguin, it can continue to this day entirely because they have a suffocating unique skill: teleportation. It seems that Hogwarts defense is not invincible. Many magical animals can break through the restriction of apparition with their own abilities, and not only the precious phoenix. Newt also specifically mentioned at the dinner table a few days ago the Muggles call them the dodo and they think they've made the bird extinct, but the truth is, they're still alive and well where they live. They're just out of sight for the Muggles. Tom shook his head and gave up the plan to steal the chicken from the flank. The exit of the arena was opposite him. There were 3 grooves on a stone slab connected to the iron chain leading to the next level. It should be the place where Newt was going to let the warriors place the gems. If you want to attack from the middle, you will inevitably be besieged by many magical animals. Behind the defense line, composed of several giant beasts, there are groups of small magical animals, and the flickering silver hidden monsters form a group. When they disappear collectively, there seems to be an open space. A half-human tall the big spider is covered with small spiders, and the surrounding magical animals don't want to get close to them. The South American sniff, which looks similar to sniff, has the same name, but it's a big mistake to think of them as those little guys who like gold coins. They have the ability to shape the soil. They mainly live in the Atacama Desert in South America. Their favorite way of hunting is to dig a large pit under the feet of their prey and then lock them with soil. When they fall into the pit, after completely losing the ability to resist, they gnawed from the bottom of the feet. There is also a group of fairies. They are not harmful, and they are even used by Newt to decorate the castle, but as a light source, they will become untouchable when attacked. It is helpless. Are those sniffs? If it were me, I would use gold coins. The narrator, who was interrupted by the assistant, wanted to show his professionalism, but quickly fell silent because Newt these various magical animals, he could only name some of them. Honestly, that's the downside of over secrecy, Constance commented. The casters don't know what to say. It doesn't matter. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a piece of parchment full of words dangled and flew towards the commentary booth. While commenting, the best choice for Tom is to surprise those big guys. If he wants to, bullying the small animals around may soon lead to a protracted war, and wait for the big guys to come back. Scamander probably wouldn't command these magical animals himself, Sigmund said. If that's the case, just cut off the iron chain. You also know that there is a problem with your competition system? Constance looked for the opportunity to make up the knife. I think it's very good. After all, even we can't see who is winning and who is winning. Hush. Dumbledore suddenly put his index finger to his lips, motioning to the other 2 headmasters, and Tom moved. I saw Tom stepping forward. Tom, I didn't expect you to choose me as the first opponent. Newt's voice came from the group of magical animals. With a dull rumbling noise, a huge horned camel squeezed through the group of animals and walked out slowly. Every step made the platform under its feet dusty. Don't worry, I have the antidote for all poisons. He was halfway through his words when Tom moved suddenly. From nowhere, he took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on his face. The sunglasses quickly unfolded into a translucent black mask. Immediately afterwards, Tom appeared in front of the birds and snakes on the edge of the herd of giant beasts. As Dumbledore had guessed, after weighing the danger of giant beasts and the nausea of small animals, Tom chose the middle path of surprise attack, but he chose a faster path. The bird snake looks a bit like the feathered snake god in the Aztec mythology of Central America. It is a snake with 2 wings. It is said that the birth of the first feathered snake came from a failed transfiguration experiment. The snakes fused together, eventually giving birth to the bird snake with the ability to fly. The bird snake is most praised for its eggs made of pure silver. Its appearance like a work of art and its habit of preying on insects make it easy to ignore its danger. But no one has ever thought that, since the eggs of bad snakes are so expensive, why so few people take advantage of this to make a profit? Why are the wizards who sell bird and snake eggs on the black market either missing arms and legs, or full of scars? In addition to the physical fitness that is far above the average line, the bird snake also has a special ability. It can freely change its body shape according to the size of the space it is in. In the outdoor environment, Newt's bird snake even for the companions made room to coil themselves up, but its height still surpassed the tallest horned camel present. Tom stood in front of the snake, and Parseltongue blurted out, "Hiss, hiss, swallow me." Parseltongue is such a kind of magic, as long as it is a snake, no matter it is a rooster, snake, goat or snake, it can communicate, and the Parseltongue with magic power has the ability to control the actions of snakes. It seems that the legend about the origin of the cockatrice is true. Tom smiled contentedly when he was swallowed by the suddenly mad cockatrice. A big question mark was written on Newt's face. Before the game, he deliberately set a path starting from the sack leopard. This will be a comprehensive test of courage, love, understanding of magical animals, patience, actual combat ability and physical fitness. As long as you choose to face this poisonous leopard that weakens its own poison, the perfect test will be given to the warrior. At least Newt thinks so. His bronze wall can almost stop most wizards in the world, including opponents like Dumbledore and Grindelwald. But how could Tom choose such a skip class method, style of play? After swallowing Tom, the calmest bird and snake suddenly went berserk. It raised its thick tail and slammed it heavily on the ground. Big circle. The bird snake opened its bloody mouth wide, roared and rushed towards the South American sniffing group behind it, and took away more than half of them in one bite. Although Newt acted quickly, he turned around and pointed at the stone slab where the gemstone was placed with his wand, and a huge rope net aimed at the wings of the bird and snake used it as a hood. But the enlarged bird and snake had already completed the acceleration, and it rushed towards the stone slab regardless of the pain and the wings roped by the rope net. The magical animals on the way were hit everywhere. Newt had no choice but to enlarge the rope net, but at the same time, the paws of the rope net became larger, and the paws were taut enough to allow a person to slip through. A person? When it was 2 meters away from the stone slab, the forward momentum of the bird and snake finally disappeared. It opened its mouth, and a black shadow rushed out of its mouth. Newt blinked. Tom was already standing by the stone slab, holding a handful of gems. He picked out 3 at random, and put them in the slate, and put the others in his pocket. Boom. 4 tongues of red flames shot out from the 4 corners of the platform, and Tom stepped on the cableway to the next level. "Sorry, Newt, I wanted to fight you fairly, but I'm in a hurry." The youngest warrior from Hogwarts, Tom Riddle. The voice of the commentary sounded at the right time. He passed the first level first in an unimaginable way. Ludwig, who had just walked into the Flitwick dueling arena, was a little confused. Why did it end there before I started? He raised his head and had a choice for his next level. "Do you think my level is easy?" Newt, who happened to meet Ludwig's eyes, rubbed his hair in frustration. "I hope you choose me for the next level." Chapter 272 Duel Challenge. Mr. Flitwick. Ludwig stepped into the standard duel venue set up by Flitwick and bowed. "I'm honored to have the opportunity to duel with you." His posture was very low, and he looked like he was humbly asking for advice. Flitwick nodded, but Ludwig couldn't look down on his short stature. He raised his wand to the top of his head and swung it down vigorously. A delicate hourglass about 2 meters high appeared in front of him behind. "The black quicksand has not yet begun to fall. Warrior of Durmstrang." Flitwick explained with a serious face. The hourglass behind me falls for 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, as long as you meet any of the criteria I mentioned, you can be regarded as a winner. Victory in this battle. Flitwick stretched out 3 fingers. 1. Break the hourglass behind me and let the sand flow out. 2. Fight until the last moment the sand falls. 3. Defeat me. I understand. Ludwig nodded, his eyes filled with excitement on his tense and solemn face. I want to beat you. Want to beat me? When the past experience reappears around you, when the old dream reappears in your mind, who would not be surprised by it? When Ludwig stood in front of Flitwick and performed a complete set of formal wizard rituals with an incomparably standard posture, Flitwick's eyes flickered with the same sense of familiarity as yesterday. Everything seems familiar. This sentence can always touch people's hearts. Once upon a time, Flitwick, like the young man opposite him, challenged the recognized strong on a field with the same length, width, and even material as a dual field under his feet. How similar to me at that time. Except for his experience as a prefect at Hogwarts, the young Flitwick is not worth mentioning in the duel competition, where there are so many strong players. His short stature, goblin his ordinary looks even became the subject of insults by his opponents for a while, but even he was like this, relying on his beloved magic wand. He passed all the way, and stood on the stage of the final. Flitwick has seen many excellent people. Nelson and Tom he just met a few days ago are living examples, but he has never seen the desire to defeat a powerful enemy in the eyes of these 2 juniors. He can't start from Nelson saw the balance of victory in his eyes. Because Nelson seldom bet on losing chips, he could see desire in Tom's eyes, and this desire was only expressed for victory. He didn't care whether he could enjoy a well-matched and hearty game compete. Even when he looked in the mirror, he rarely saw it in his own eyes, especially after he had won the victory and gained the honor, and the mediocre work at Gringotts and the ordinary life at home had almost been smoothed out. His fighting spirit, until today he saw his old friend again in the eyes of the boy opposite, the desire to defeat the strong. Flitwick smiled and pressed his hand on the hourglass, and it immediately flew to the edge of the field like a piece of paper. My name is Phileas Flitwick. Flitwick raised his wand to his chest and gave a full set of smaller wizard salutes to Sigmund opposite him. Tell me your name. I'm Ludwig Kant. The excitement in Ludwig's eyes was already uncontrollable, and he understood that Flitwick in front of him had already regarded himself as a real opponent. Very good. The 2 turned around at the same time, walked towards the end of the long and thin field, and when they reached the end, they turned around at the same time. Ludwig turned around quickly, and a jet of black lightning shot at Flitwick, and he actually made the first shot. It's too slow. Flitwick lowered his head and said in a voice that could just be heard by Ludwig, there is no law that stipulates that wizards need to raise their arms above their heads to release the spell. Whoosh, black lightning shot into the sky against Flitwick's scalp. Ludwig Kant from Durmstrang has completed the attack. Beautiful silent spell. The voice of the commentary became passionate again, and after there were no more dazzling magical animals, his commentary resumed go professional. But wizard duels are fundamentally different from playing house games with your schoolmates. His attacks hardly even elicit the attention of former dueling champion Phileas Flitwick defense. The audience turned their attention to the duel platform in the distance and Ludwig's water polo in front of them. The breakthrough between him and Tom was the difference between the front foot and the back foot choose among people. Oh. Flitwick fought back. It was also a wonderful silent spell in response. The commentator said extremely fast, his mouth could hardly keep up with Flitwick's spell. Kant simply and rudely said the iron armor curse resisted. I have to say, this iron armor curse is really beautiful. It completely blocked Flitwick's attack. Did you teach him to trick the shield with the tickle spell, Albus? On the rostrum, Sigmund said dissatisfiedly, I've never heard of you being a man of this style before. Wizard. This is the student of Hogwarts, Sigmund. Dumbledore stared at the attack and defense of Flitwick and Ludwig with great interest when he saw that Flitwick's second attack was still cursed by the iron armor after blocking. He laughed. It seems that Phileas has regarded Kant as a worthy opponent. Respect. Sigmund was stunned for a while and continued to watch the game. Which respect is more important than winning? It seems that in the first round of confrontation, Kant and Flitwick were evenly matched. Listening to the nonsense narration in his ear, Ludwig was full of bitterness in his heart. So, is this the gold content of a duel champion? He clearly felt that the two spells that hit him were just two small evil spells that were not worth mentioning, and the barrier he erected in a serious manner seemed like a joke. Even if he rushes to attack by himself, the rhythm of the duel has already tilted towards Flitwick. It's foolish to reveal your intentions, Flitwick continued in a voice that Ludwig could hear clearly, dancing his wand into a flower with his right hand, and despite his dwarf size, the casting action of the spell is wide open and closed, coherent and smooth, giving people a sense of elegance and beauty. When you maintain the iron armor curse or something that requires continuous magic, you are destined to be unable to achieve the fastest defensive counterattack. In the ever-changing duel, it is something that must be avoided. While preaching, the magic wand in Flitwick's hand didn't stop for a moment, and one after another curses poured out, covering Ludwig's barrier and himself in an instant. Flitwick felt that he kind of liked the feeling of educating others. Maybe I'm more suitable to be a teacher? He couldn't help thinking, but the experience of the student Ludwig at the moment was not so good. Ludwig only felt that he was like a lonely boat in a storm, unable to support himself under the indiscriminate bombardment of the curse. This is the safest way for a powerful wizard to fight against someone who is weaker than himself. It drags the opponent into infinite defense, and makes the weakness of the weak magnified infinitely under the bombing. In Durmstrang, where the dual atmosphere is strong, this kind of thing Ludwig has experienced countless times. He felt itchy all over his body. It was a series of healed scars expressing familiarity and excitement to him, but Ludwig, who had devoted all his energy to maintaining the iron armor curse, could not stretch out even a little finger to scratch the itch. He resisted the itching, feeling the constant bombardment from the iron armor curse. The audience exclaimed, and some even stood up. Compared with two people sitting together playing chess or chatting, most people would choose to watch a program full of sound, light and special effects. The scene of Newt just brought them expectations. However, Tom's clearance time was so fast that even the audience didn't respond. Thank you. Ludwig's voice could hardly be heard amidst the explosions one after another. He tried his best to support the barrier, feeling the rhythm of Flitwick releasing the spell to suppress himself, even though the iron armor curse blocked those less powerful spells. But Ludwig was still pushed back step by step under the explosion brought by the magic. Finally, he grasped the short interval when Flitwick released a large amount of magic, just like people need to take a breath when speaking, and that was Ludwig's opportunity. Of course Flitwick understood this truth, so he didn't completely stop casting spells every time he breathed, but just reduced the frequency of casting spells, and put a powerful spell in it. This is a slender red light beam like a silk thread. After passing by, the surrounding air is distorted by the heat contained in the spell. It is enough to penetrate most objects in the world with its speed, impact force and high temperature, but the road Duicha showed a long lost smile. He knew this spell. Thunder Breakthrough. This is an advanced incantation of the cutting curse. Seeing Flitwick make a familiar opening gesture, Ludwig lowered his arms, revoked the iron armor curse, and spent the last time turning his body. Flitwick's eyes widened, staring at Ludwig, who seemed about to commit suicide, but the spell he shot couldn't be interrupted. Could it be? Puff! There was a muffled sound of a sharp object sinking into the flesh, followed by splashes of blood. Ludwig turned sideways, maintaining the movement of struggling to avoid the spell, while the audience in the auditorium held their breath. Watching the high-definition replay, they could see that Ludwig finally avoided the curse. Levy spell, but it landed in an unseemly position, with his right hand holding the wand close to his thigh, blocked behind him, but the wand didn't seem to be able to do anything about the magic that hit him. The curse hit Ludwig's left thigh near the hip joint. The cutting curse was widely used in many families for cutting meat. Naturally, or thigh could not stop its enhanced version, and it sank into Ludwig's thigh. The red spell rushed out of Ludwig's left buttock almost without hindrance. Around the two inconspicuous small holes on the black robe, the fabric of the black robe was being wetted by the gushing blood, presenting a dark red color, but the blood flow quickly stopped spreading, and this it wasn't Ludwig's self-help, but the high temperature attached to the spell that scorched the flesh around the wound. Ludwig is hurt. His iron armor charm couldn't resist Flitwick's spell suppression, and even though he tried to dodge it, the spell still hit him. Oh God, look at his ass. Flitwick was about to run to Ludwig's side to check, when suddenly Ludwig blocked his hand. The suppression of a large number of spells is also a continuous state, Mr. Flitwick. You have no chance to quickly return to defense. A long venom-coated object suddenly burst out from the ground under Flitwick's feet, engulfing him instantly. After it swallowed Flitwick and stopped moving, the audience could see its face clearly, and the scalp felt numb for a moment. What kind of long strip object is that? It is obviously a group of locusts hugging each other. The so-called venom is just the saliva of this group of locusts digesting the food in their mouths. It is no longer a long strip, but looks very much like a person. Flitwick, who was wrapped in locusts, struggled to use a spell to penetrate the worm wrapped around his right arm. The group stretched out the hand holding the magic wand, but it was covered again by locusts, replenished from other positions in the next second. The swarm snatched the wand from his hand and brought it to Ludwig. Ludwig stood on the spot, motionless. Not only was it difficult for him to move because of the damage to his thigh, his buttocks were also painful, but it didn't matter. Even through a sneak attack, he finally defeated his idol. Kant pulled off the sneak attack. He controlled Flitwick with a somewhat powerful spell and took his wand. Look, Albus, this is victory. Sigmund stood up from his seat, walked behind Dumbledore, and whispered, this is the magic you despise. No more than those childish tap dancing spells. 10,000 times stronger? Sigmund, Dumbledore frowned. Using black magic to harm minor wizards is even more powerful than the black magic itself. Dark magic can't hurt him, and I'm sure you can see that too. Albus, this is not a wizard whose mind will be ruined by magic. But what about the others? Does every student in Durmstrang have the ability to control black magic? Your idea is too extreme. Almost everyone in Durmstrang is advocating black magic. Everyone will cry out for what they believe in at different stages of their lives. But what do you want him to do? He obviously did nothing wrong. Sigmund shrugged. Anyway, he won in the end. From your point of view, do you think he was the one who won? Dumbledore shook his head, looking at the solidified locust swarm in Flitwick who appeared behind Ludwig. Ludwig took the wand and found that it had turned into a dead locust in his hand, so he threw it away. Bug turned his head in a panic. Didn't he win, Albus? As soon as Sigmund's words fell, Flitwick's hand was placed on the shoulder of Ludwig, who was kneeling on the ground with his head down. He beckoned, and the huge hourglass that was thrown to the sidelines flew towards him. The top half of the hourglass is empty. Go to the next level. Ludwig can't. There are 23 chapters tonight. I was poisoned by eating wild mushrooms and came back in the afternoon. Chapter 273 Stew Tom in Iron Pot. What? Didn't you hear clearly? Flitwick lifted Ludwig, who was kneeling on the ground, and patted the dirt off his body with his small hands. You have passed, Mr. Kant. I didn't know. Looking at Ludwig, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, Flitwick pointed to his thigh with his wand. Heal quickly. Ludwig's face seized from paleness, and Flitwick even helped him repair the holes in his clothes, so as not to embarrass him too much. After doing all this, Flitwick said with a smile, I said yes, as long as you meet one of the 3 standards, you will pass the test. But I didn't beat you. You didn't lose to me either. Flitwick patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. You have fulfilled the conditions required in my rules. Go quickly. You see, Tom has reached his 2nd level. When Ludwig was about to say something, Flitwick pushed him behind, and he stumbled towards the exit of the duel challenge. In the auditorium, Hagrid didn't know when he touched the back of Bogsbottom's seat. He tried his best to shrink himself up, but his big man gave him away in a few seconds. The 2 boys sitting in the back row of Bogsbottom laughed and made room for him and pushed him next to the equally tall girl. Hello, Arlim. Hagrid greeted timidly like a kitten that has made a mistake. Watch the game, Hagrid. The tall girl was the future Mrs. Maxim. She repeated with a stern face. Watch the game. Where's our warrior? A Bogsbottom girl stared at the calm water of the Black Lake and said with some concern, Durmstrang's guy has passed his first test. Wouldn't you drown? Another girl speculated with a bit of malice. I've already said that Sagan's fancy magic is useless, and taking her out to be selected is just an embarrassment. Her words were ugly, but the surrounding students did not refute. Only another group of Bogsbottom students a little further away cast dissatisfied eyes. Zoe, speak less. The girl beside her advised. Why don't you say less? Zoe burst out with strong dissatisfaction. She is the student with the best grades among Bogsburton students who came this time, and she is also one of the people who are most likely to become a warrior. Fish will not be drowned, Margaret's younger brother said in a low voice in the corner, and she is the chosen warrior of the Goblet of Fire. Come on, Margaret's younger brother, Zoe mocked. Look at her, pretending I'm not Margaret's brother. Margaret's brother was impatient, and he shouted, my name is Jean. Call me Jean. Okay, Margaret's brother. Zoe's tone suddenly softened. Then please tell me, where did Jane's sister go? She. Concentrate on watching the game. The team teacher on the side finally spoke out and stopped the dispute that had attracted many eyes. He shook his head, seeing the water curtain in front of him. Margaret was swimming so fast that the picture was blurred. But soon, an object shining with golden light in the water appeared in the picture in front of him. It looked like a key. It was rolled up by a thick tentacle and floated in the water like a bait. Oh my god. It's unbelievable. The voice of the commentary suddenly became high-pitched, and the eyes of the audience were immediately attracted to him. They saw him standing on the commentary seat, dancing and shouting. Riddle jumped directly into the cauldron. I admit that this speed is indeed fast enough. Yes, but doesn't he need any protection? You know, the commentary seemed to be choked by the throat, and the voice stopped abruptly. I saw a puff of black smoke coming out of Tom's robe when it was about to fall to the ground. It paused in the air for a moment, and then landed safely. Sir Newton's throat. Tom stood at the bottom of the cauldron, looking at the spiral staircase on the inner wall, frowning. His boots were half submerged in the purple liquid at the bottom of the cauldron, and the surrounding air was filled with a thin purple mist. Tom fanned some mist with his hands and smelled it. It didn't smell bad, but it smelled like violets. But his face slowly turned purple at a speed visible to the naked eye, obviously poisoned. On the rostrum, Gaston Raymond, a potion master from France and editor-in-chief of the Master of Practical Potions, was smiling and saying to the surrounding guests, don't worry, since I'm not there, I must have made a perfect plan to come prevent this handsome young man from being poisoned to death by me. You can see that his face is purple. The guest on the side was dumbfounded. It is obvious that he has been poisoned. Of course not, Gaston explained. This is my new antidote research method, which can also be applied to disease treatment. Before the game started, I had already killed the active ingredient in the poison with alchemy. Dead. It's just a dead poison. Death poison? That's right. For example, what this young warrior is inhaling now is the tranquilizer made from hydrangeas, which is a kind of tranquility that has long since been eliminated. I know. Let's get to the point. Tell me about your dead poison. The guests were all attracted by the owner of the level and almost forgot about the game on the field. Okay. Gaston waved his hand. As we all know, this tranquilizer will cause you to faint after inhaling it 3 times. I just need to find the main ingredient in the potion that causes fainting and make it ineffective. You see, he smoked a lot and now he's just a little purple. But what's the point of that? Making a poison that isn't poisonous? You have to know that many potions and even diseases have no antidote, Gaston said meaningfully. This method can provide us with an opportunity to develop an antidote. You must know that, although it is not toxic, it will eventually. It's still the original poison, so what can remove it is naturally the antidote. Well, in fact, everything you said can be solved with Bizarre. This is the difference between us. The most important job of a potion scholar is to solve problems. Gaston looked at Tom and the water curtain and ended the topic with a smile. In the cauldron, Tom was still standing at the bottom, and he seemed to notice nothing but a little stickiness under his feet. His entire face was already purple like a peeled and steamed purple potato. Standing at the bottom of the cauldron thinking about life, the audience laughed cheerfully when they saw Tom's appearance. It was difficult for those who were familiar with him to connect this funny purple face with him who is usually burdened by idols. It seems that Riddle is stunned. He doesn't seem to know what happened. Even the commentator joked, don't tell me, this special skin color can only be controlled by people with good foundation. You see, even if his face is purple and looks handsome too, Amidst the laughter of the audience, the commentator talked about the interesting things. When he was a Quidditch player, we played a friendly match with Tibetan wizards, and they had a custom called Zemian. The wizard over there would paint his face red during the celebration. After the friendly match I went home with a red face, and my little daughter, who thought it might be a squib, was terrified. When she saw me with a jump, magic power suddenly burst out. This kind of awakening of magic power due to extreme fear is not uncommon among wizards, but it is indeed a bit funny to be frightened by one's own father and show wizard talent. Tom heard the commentary talking, raised his head and looked up. Wow, it seems that our small talk made Riddle realize his predicament. The commentator shrugged and said, I think the competition team should consider soundproofing the players. Tom raised his hand and touched his face expressionlessly. The level of the liquid under his feet was slowly rising, and the purple fog in the air was gradually thickening. His vision was greatly obstructed, and he could no longer see the cauldron, the inner wall. He conjured up a simple mirror and took a look at his dark face. His expression was full of astonishment. Unlike the audience's imagination, his astonishment did not come from the checkpoints, but from the preparation before the game. Nah, what is this? A needle? Injecting liquid into the body? Is this some kind of torture device? On the second day after Nelson invited Myrtle to be his dance partner, Tom, who accompanied him to the owl room to pick up the package, was holding the opened package and flipping through the top book. The colorful illustrations on the first few pages made his heart naturally addressed to natural human discomfort with sharp syringes. The author of this book was Gaston Raymond. The unfamiliar French name made him a little confused, and the Muggle publishing house printed at the bottom of the cover made him even more confused about Nelson's purpose for buying the book. Who is this? A Muggle doctor? Why are you buying a book like this? This is not just a Muggle doctor. Nelson shook his head. This is one of the guests from France, but he only came once at the opening ceremony and did not attend the ball, so it's normal that you don't have an impression of him. Things. Is he a wizard too? Tom asked curiously, looking at the introduction to the Doctor on the title page. He is not just a wizard, but if you pay attention to the catalogue of Practical Potion Master, you will notice his name. He is the editor-in-chief of this magazine, the most powerful potion master in the world. Is Professor Sloan as good as him? 1. By the way, Tom put down the book and questioned his soul. Why do you read the Master of Practical Potions? Why can't I watch the Master of Practical Potions? Nelson was a little annoyed. You can't question me. Because of my poor grades in potions class I haven't said anything yet, said Tom quietly, stopping Nelson with a word. Well, regardless of my potions grades, this Gaston Raymond is one of the most likely to appear in the first level, Nelson said eloquently. Professor Sigmund is not. He keeps emphasizing fairness, justness and openness, so for the selection of personnel, he will definitely select the same number of candidates in the areas where the 3 schools are located. In my estimation, he will select 2 to 3 graduates from each school. It's the most appropriate number. Do we need to face 6 to 9 levels? Tom frowned. If we meet a difficult person, won't we have to fight until the next morning? No way. Nelson shook his head. You know, time is precious. I don't know the specific competition system, but if it's a level-breaking competition, there is a high probability that you will need to choose a level to challenge. In addition, I have counted in the previous Triwizard tournament format, the confrontation between warriors often appeared in the 3rd item, but only once in the 1st item, and the Triwizard tournament was also a failure. So the content of the 1st item has a high probability that the 3 warriors will each choose the same number of opponents from several wizards, pass through their checkpoints, and then be scored by the judges. I'm not sure if they can choose the same one, but even if they choose the same opponents also need to be prioritized. Nelson took out a small notebook, let Tom carry the package in a squeaky manner, and said relaxedly, so you need to challenge the 1st level as quickly as possible. People we know. Phileas? Tom pondered. I'm indeed familiar with his magic. If the requirement is not to defeat him, I should be able to pass the level quickly. No, I want you to pick Newt. Tom wished he could grow a lock of Nelson's hair that can transform freely. Didn't you see that poisonous leopard? Dumbledore would have to use up a lot of effort to face him alone. No, you may not have noticed, Nelson said with a confident smile on his face. The last time we went to eat, I saw the brown mouse unique to Central America in his box. It's nothing. The only use for magical animals may be food. Food? That's right. I asked Wahlberger to look it up. Nelson nodded. In an 1887 edition of Guidelines for Breeding Dangerous Magical Beasts, she found this kind of mouse. They are a common magical animal in Central America. Favorite food? Birds and snakes. Bird and snake? Tom's eyes showed playfulness. Is the bird and snake a snake? A former magical animal smuggler I know told me, Nelson said with a smile. The bird snake is both a bird and a snake. Since Newt specially brought the bird snake this time, it must be useful. You said yeah. Tom's hand holding the package became much lighter, and a stack of books was thrown back and forth by him. Sorry, Newt, Tom said suddenly. I'm sorry, Newt. Nelson also smiled. If the first opponent can choose Newt, I suggest you choose him. It's nothing for the sake of victory. What about the second one? The purple water was up to his knees under Tom's feet, but he remained motionless, as if under an illusion. Chapter 274 Tom's Behavior. Ludwig Pays. Gaston Raymond's most proud achievement is the application of Muggle medicine to potion research. Tom stood at the bottom of the cauldron, letting the purple liquid rise. Combined with a change of my skin color, his intention should be it is to let the players find the antidote to the poison on the spot. Feeling the cold touch from his knees spreading upwards, Tom lifted his feet, but found it difficult to move, as if he had stepped into a puddle of mud. He flicked his wand, and the sticky feeling under his feet dissipated a lot. It seems that the restrictions he made are not clear. Tom shook his head, thinking, even if I can use magic to break free, if I don't solve his puzzles, then my breakthrough in this level will be considered a failure. Judges, the score will be very low, and my advantage and time will be gone. He raised his head and looked up at the sky, and the tireless voice of the commentator came. Oh. She came out of the lake, and Margaret Sagan was climbing the cableway with 3 keys in her mouth. What is her choice for the second level? Woolen cloth. Did she pass the level too? Seeming to have had enough standing, Tom bent down and plunged his wand into the mire at his feet. Let me see. Tom fanned the slime under his feet with his free hand and smelled it. Oh, stinky hydrangea. I have a bush in my garden at home. Familiar. I guess I don't even need to use the Scapin's appearance charm. Material reveal. He finally used the Scapin reveal charm just in case. Immediately, purple light erupted from the liquid under his feet and slowly condensed into plants of herbs and minerals in the air. Hiss, what is this? Tom stared at the liquid under his feet in disgust and raised his head to observe the raw materials presented in front of him. Hydrangea, light powder, and even mercury. What is this? The ashes at the bottom of the pot? Look, it looks like this should be a hydrangea potion. Then Tom looked to the medicine cabinet just below the inner wall of the cauldron and held out his wand. His thoughts returned to the time when he predicted the level with his friends a few days ago. I'm very happy that diphtheria may become a word in the history of diseases in the near future. This may not be good news for the diphtheria bacterium, but for humans, the fear of it will be history. Vaccines are human. One of the greatest inventions that has allowed us to go out in the face of the threat of infectious disease and virtually eradicate diseases that have plagued humanity for millennia. Gaston Raymond, the venerable master of potions, wrote this sentence on the last page of his book on Muggle medicine. After Tom quickly flipped through the entire book, he felt infinite admiration for this medical worker, but he still didn't understand how this had anything to do with the level he was about to face. But he couldn't bear to bother the opposite desk writing. Nelson and Wahlberger picked up the next book in the package and continued to read. The Application of Muggle Vaccinology in Potion Research. This is the title of the next book in the package. The author is still Gaston Raymond, but at this time the publishing house has changed to French Potion Press. This is a book on magic. Looking at the title, Tom understood Nelson's intention to put the Muggle medical book on top. He took the book down and began to read it carefully. For most wizards, Muggle medicine is like a child's playhouse. For trauma, they only need heal quickly. For diseases, except for some magical diseases from magical animals, all kinds of magic hospitals, physicians can solve most incurable diseases that Muggles cannot solve in a few seconds except for magical injuries. Most diseases from nature cannot be taken seriously by them. Gaston may be one of the few wizards who takes Muggle medicine seriously. He not only takes it seriously, but also admires it. In his book, he introduced in detail the artifact that Muggle doctors use vaccines to prevent diseases. The principles are integrated and applied to the research of potions. Most poisons in the wizarding world are very violent, and the poisoned people are often poisoned to death before being sent to the hospital. This is the case with Gaston's roommates when he was studying in Boxbuttons. During the summer vacation of the 3rd grade, their family of 4 traveling to the mysterious east. During a picnic, his father threw a bright mushroom found in the mountains into the pot, and just in case, his father also sent everyone a small piece of bezoar. But tragedies often happen to those who are self-reliant. The mushroom is very poisonous, and their family died before they could throw the bezoar into their mouths. The taste is really delicious. These were the last words of his classmate. Young Gaston raised a dream to find the antidote to all the poisons in the world. Although he knew that this could not save those who put bright mushrooms in their pots at home, it could still give those who accidentally ingested the poison people have a lifeline. In the Muggle world, his identity is a veterinarian and a microbiologist. After learning the principle of inactivated vaccines, a crazy idea was born in his genius mind: if I can reduce the poison toxicity, then can the corresponding antidote be found through experiments? He thought so, and he did so. The first subject of the experiment was himself, and in the end, he succeeded. No matter how unorthodox the behavior of learning Muggles, Gaston's attempt to weaken the toxicity of poisons to provide experimental opportunities for finding antidotes has won him great reputation in the wizarding world. Finally became the editor-in-chief of Master of Practical Potions. Looking at the figure of Tom analyzing the medicinal materials on the water curtain, Gaston looked at Professor Slughorn beside him and asked, "You guys have learned the Scarpine Appearance Curse and Goblet since the 5th grade at Hogwarts Law?" Tom did. He asked me about it when he was in 3rd grade, but by then he was familiar with using Goblet's 3rd law himself. But for most people, these are 6th grade will only be exposed to the content after the potion's advanced class. Earlier than the 3rd grade? Gaston raised his eyebrows. That's really a genius. Actually, Professor Slughorn shook his head and said in a regretful tone, his talent in potions is nothing compared to magic spells. He just worked very hard. It's no use talking to me, Horace. I'm not Boxbuttons potions master. I'm sorry. As teachers, we rarely get good students, so we like to share the joy with others. Teacher Slughorn sat among the great wizards. His face flushed, as if he was the one who easily solved the problem on the stage. Like yourself. Speaking of which, since this riddle is so powerful, wouldn't the Williams he recommended be even more powerful, and his level is actually placed above mine? Gaston asked curiously. He is very good at potions. Do you have any accomplishments? Now it was Professor Slughorn's turn to be silent. Tom was concocting the potion. Although the experts on the stage were very interested in it, the audience was not interested in this kind of level without fighting. Ludwig walking up to the Fantastic Beasts platform. Since Riddle can pass the level quickly, this Newt Scamander must not have too much strength. He thought happily, and when he heard the commentary teasing Tom's predicament, he had already made up his mind to become the first round of the series champion's speech. I have mastered much more combat magic than the 5th grade students, and I should be able to pass the level faster than him. Thinking of this, Ludwig, who was already standing in front of Newt, unconsciously raised the corner of his mouth. What makes you so happy, Mr. Cant? Newt's greeting brought Ludwig back to reality. He raised his head and saw Newt standing in the middle of the herd with a bad expression on his face. It's an honor to be selected by the 2 warriors. I hope the wizard who has a bye will not blame me. Newt squeezed out a kind smile and patted Zawu's neck beside him. After Tom left, he put away those cute magical animals specially prepared for the warrior to pass the level, leaving the fiercest guy. After Tom passed the level opportunistically, even Newt, who is a good man, understood what it means to be unhappy. At this moment, at the entrance of the Fantastic Beasts platform, the 2 people facing each other at a distance are like a classic pair of mindless and unhappy. Mr. Scamander, what are the customs clearance rules? Ludwig looked at the most ferocious looking venomous leopard among all the magical animals, and at the same time, put a bubblehead spell on himself to resist the solid and dignified poisonous mist around Newt. "Did you see the gems on them?" Newt replied blankly. He would never get angry with his own junior, so he had to vent his anger with the young man, who threw himself into the trap in front of him. "Get 3, the victory is yours. Please advise, Mr. Scamander," Ludwig said excitedly, raising his wand in salute. The embarrassing leopard next to Newt returned the salute instead of him. It clapped its foreclaws to the ground, and the stone floor made a tooth-piercing sound under the double damage of its huge grip and steel-like claws. As if some heavy object was placed, it burst into a spider web-like crack. When hunting, a leopard does not howl. It bends down, its muscles tense, and it prepares to pounce. Although its body is huge, it still has the vigor of an ordinary leopard. It closes its mouth. There was a low growl in his throat, and the gemstones tightly clenched by the upper and lower jaws reflected the shining light, but the light quickly disappeared. Dark venom dripped from its mouth, completely enveloping the gem. Although Ludwig was misled by Tom, he was not an idiot either. After glancing at the poison leopard, he lost the desire to challenge it. "I'd rather slay the dragon," he muttered, trying to find a way around it. Kant chose Newt Scamander as his second opponent. The commentator fanned the flames again. "Then is it this young hero who has passed the test of the dual champion who won the second victory, or are we Will the master of fantastic beasts who passed the level the fastest clear his name? Let us wait and see." Newt looked up. He was almost laughed at by this old friend, and at the moment, Theseus, who was leading a group of Aurors to interrogate the suspicious person he had just captured, was near the Black Lake near the Forbidden Forest. Seeing his younger brother's embarrassment at the moment, he couldn't control the strength in his hand from laughing. Our scream resounded through the Forbidden Forest, and could even be heard in the auditorium. Miss Sagan finally climbed up. She chose Nicole Kingstein as her opponent in the second level. The voice of the commentary became louder again. "It is difficult for us to see her performance underwater, which may it is necessary for the event party to communicate with the level guardian after the game, but we can all see that she has indeed obtained 3 keys, and she is in good condition. The witch she challenged is good at magic of illusion and mind, and is nearly a star in the French wizarding world for a few years." Hearing Margaret's choice, Tom's hand that lit the fire in the cauldron paused slightly. "Sure enough, it's the same as we imagined. So we are sure we are going to challenge Newt in the first level?" In the library the day before the game, Tom was sitting among a group of busy classmates discussing tomorrow's game schedule with several key figures. "Yes," I asked him. Before the start of school, he received an invitation from the British Ministry of Magic to bring a large number of magical animals into the country. Nelson flipped through his notebook and said, "So adjust the competition system in Sigmund." Before now, he should have been selected as one of the leaders of the first project, and I guess it was a lottery for the warriors to fight against the magical beasts he brought. Due to cost considerations, he will also be arranged to appear in the first project. Tom nodded, and he obviously got Dumbledore's guarantee. Newt is not a person who can hide things very much, but if we provoke him so much, will he be angry? It's okay, I will give him my curled winged demon. He will definitely like it. Nelson replied, "Of course, everything is based on the fact that you saw the bird and snake." Wahlberger said on the side, "You must be quick. Everyone's tacit understanding is that the warriors will definitely choose their own unfamiliar opponents, but Margaret Sagan may not be sure. I have inquired about her popularity. Very good, so it is unlikely that so many of us will help her gather information. So she may preemptively choose British or German wizards to interfere with the opponent and pull you to the same level as her." Dwight, who came to the table from the bookshelf with a stack of books, added, "But if you act fast enough, then she can only choose the German wizard, either the alchemist or the adventurer. But the second level and even the third level after that will be difficult to be controlled by your actions. They will eventually choose a familiar opponent. After bypassing Newt, I have plenty of time to choose my next opponent." Tom nodded. "I hope we guessed right. The route is not arranged by the competition group. That wouldn't be fair enough, wouldn't it?" "Very well, nah." Tom licked his lips, and Malfoy at the corner of the long table graciously offered a glass of water. "I hope your magic can please me. If you want to win, I hope you don't choose me." "Really?" Tom quipped. What if every warrior had to pass you? I don't think the professors, no matter how insane they are, won't make this kind of schedule. Nelson shook his head. Unless someone is playing tricks. Who's going to play tricks? I'll have to thank him very much. I don't think it should. In the middle of Nelson's speech, the angry silverback suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He stopped talking and shook his head. It shouldn't be so. Chapter 275. My god. Newt Scamander is beating Mr. Conda. The commentator and the audience screamed together, and Newt, who was sitting on Zhao Wu's back among the beasts, raised his head in dissatisfaction and glared at the commentator. Oh no, no. The commentator quickly changed his words. Newt's gorilla is beating Mr. Cant. My god, this looks really painful. In the water curtain showing Ludwig's picture in front of the auditorium, a 2-meter tall chimpanzee was pinching the back of Ludwig's head and inserting his head into the ground of the stone platform. With 5 fingers growing, he slapped Ludwig's, but vigorously like a palm. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The gorilla's arms are muscular, and each swing is extremely powerful. With each slap, the spiderweb-like radial cracks under Ludwig's body deepen, and apart from the instinctive twitching every time he is hit besides, Ludwig didn't react at all like a corpse. Is he dead? Alfred asked in a low voice in the audience. Probably not. If the giant orangutan shot with all its strength, Ludwig should only have 2 calves, and the parts above the ribs. Dwight, who knows something about magical animals, shook his head, but with the strength, it seems at least it hurts. Hey, it looks like he can't keep his butt. As long as he doesn't die, Miss Joy will heal him. I hope his ass is not enough to support him to participate in the second round of projects, Alfred said maliciously. Then Miss Joy can use her medical skills. Sorry, Newt. Tom shook his head with a complex expression when he heard the howling from the commentary booth and the vague moans on Newt's platform. Sorry, Ludwig. The people in the auditorium only saw Newt sitting on Zhao Wu's back watching Ludwig, muttering non-stop. If they could hear Newt's voice, they would be quite shocked. Parcel tongue, huh? Quick clearance, right? Why don't you put on a show and make gestures before leaving? I even left a group of little fairies specially for you on the field. Isn't it easy to catch them? Newt gritted his teeth and thought in pieces. Every time he said a sentence, the slap of the giant orangutan would fall on Ludwig's ass on time. After a while, under repeated beatings by the giant orangutan, Ludwig finally became silent. Stop, don't really beat the warrior to death. Newt urged Zhao Wu to take a step forward and gently grabbed Ludwig's shoulder with his paw, but he still didn't respond. Shouldn't it? Newt jumped off Zhao Wu's back in doubt. The strength of the orangutan is not so great. Just when he was about to step forward to check, Ludwig's body suddenly twitched, followed by the sound of glass shattering, which was the final warning from the iron armor curse on his body, which was on the verge of extinction. Ludwig slowly stretched out his right hand and groped back and forth on the ground. After a while, it was covered with the hair and dust of magical animals. Finally, he touched a crack that was strong enough to draw on and stuck it in with 4 fingers. Mr. Scamander, Ludwig clasped the crack made by the gorilla with his right hand and propped up his body vigorously. There was no trace of blood on his swollen face, and his whole body convulsed violently, but he finally got up anyway and sat weakly on the ground, revealing his left hand hidden under his body. He smiled dryly. I underestimated you. No, you're very tenacious. Newt shook his head. He didn't expect this kid to have such toughness. Most people would probably pass out after being beaten by the giant orangutan's magical fist for so long. After such a long time, Newt also felt sincere admiration for this unbeatable Zhao Qiang. Ordinary wizards can't bear this kind of injury. You're joking. Ludwig smiled dryly, with his left hand still under his body. I have used all my magic power to maintain the protective magic of my body, and you didn't ask that orangutan to break my bubblehead curse, otherwise I might have died in the gas of the poisonous leopard long ago. Newt scratched his head embarrassingly. The poisonous gas of the sack leopard is still too dangerous for students like you. You can choose other levels, and it's too late to go now. I think the judges will give you the most. You deduct a little point. Thank you, but no need. Ludwig's bruised and swollen face was magnified by the bubbles of the head bubble curse, which looked extraordinarily funny. At this moment, his eyes could hardly be opened, and he said angrily, "I think I can go down one off." What? I saw Ludwig took his left hand out from under his body. This may be the only part of his body that was not injured. He clenched his left hand tightly, holding his thick black wand tightly, standing outside Newton the water curtain. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, he let go of his left hand, and 3 dazzling gemstones slipped from between his fingers and fell to the ground, making a tinkling sound, which was extremely sad against the backdrop of his indistinguishable swollen face. But for Ludwig, who was sore all over his body, as if every bone had been displaced, this was exactly the symphony of victory. When did you at this moment, the replay of Ludwig's acquisition of the 3 gems happened to be released on the water curtain in front of the auditorium. His posture of struggling to win was in stark contrast to Tom, who passed the test easily. After preparing the protective spell and the bubblehead spell, Ludwig rushed in without hesitation, with a determined smile on his face, as if he had a lot of ideas about taking Newt down, but his resistance was like the bubbles on his head, generally vulnerable. Even without those big guys, when he took the first step, a long-awaited vampire bird flew out from the hair on the top of the leopard's head and performed a vigorous show for him on the spot. In the singing, that was comparable to the cry of a man-rake, Ludwig did not make any effective resistance. His legs softened, and he fell to his knees on the ground. There was even a confident smile on his face. This is not because he still has a backhand, but because the singing of the wretched bird has paralyzed even his facial nerves. Flick off your clothes when it's over, and hide your merit and fame deeply. Point after the performance, the slapped bird lightly landed on the top of the leopard's head and cleaned its feathers with its sharp beak. After weighing it over and over again, Newt found the only gigantic orangutan among the big guys that would not kill Ludwig by mistake, and asked it to come out and give Ludwig a massage. The giant orangutan waved its 2 thick long arms, staggered into the arena, and howled excitedly. It held Ludwig's back neck with its big hands, and pressed his face firmly into the ground. And then it is the link that everyone loves to see. Ludwig threw the wand back under his body with the last bit of strength, and pressed his left hand tightly with his body. Never underestimate the heart of a championship contender. Although he was beaten overwhelmingly, he was always waiting for an opportunity that would allow him to leave a trace of magic beyond his protection and seek victory. Seeing the next scene, there was a burst of exclamation from the audience. Mr. Kant's first gemstone actually belonged to the gorilla who beat him for more than 10 minutes. The commentator exclaimed, "Oh my god. He is so brave. He is not afraid that he will poke himself with his wand if he does this. Do you stab your stomach right?" During the beating, Ludwig, who was gradually getting rid of the influence of the wicked bird, was once again sober in his eyes. He forgot how many slaps he had been slapped, and he used his right arm to support his. But when he was hit hard on the ground, the upper body was lifted up, which seemed like a normal reaction after being hit. But only Ludwig knew that this time he raised his upper body more and fell slower. Gems come flying. A few seconds were only enough for him to cast a soundless flying charm. He turned his head and fixed his eyes on the gorilla behind him. This stupid big man seemed to be showing off his spoils, and he tied the gems to his chest like a medal on the long hair. But the hair is not a brooch after all. The bright gemstone slipped down and fell under Ludwig under the pull of the spell. In one scene, he himself was immersed in the beating and couldn't extricate himself, apparently throwing his medal behind him. Ludwig held the gem tightly in his left hand, waiting for the next opportunity. His second gem came from, oh my god, it came from it. The commentator has said too much god today, which makes him seem a bit unprofessional, but no one can do better than him. There is an unwritten rule in the British Quidditch commentary circle. When using modal particles to express exclamation, commentators need to avoid repetition, such as changing words such as Merlin's pants, Merlin's toothbrush, and Merlin's alarm clock. But today he was shocked too much, so much that he even forgot about Merlin. How did he come up with the idea of taking the gemstone of the poison leopard? The commentator danced and exclaimed, "What a crazy idea. You know, at least 100 adult wizards are needed to capture an adult poison leopard." Let's not talk about where Newt Scamander's venomous leopard came from, but this at least shows that its toxicity is much more violent than we imagined. The more violent the poison, the more active it is, and the easier it is to deteriorate. Ludwig smiled reluctantly and then coughed violently. From the blood around his mouth, it can be seen that he obviously suffered a lot of internal injuries. As students of Durmstrang, we've been making poison since first grade. I saw the poison leopard in the water cut and yawned because it didn't have any sense of participation, and with this yawn, the gem wrapped in the venom in its mouth fell to the ground lightly because the venom was so sticky, it even yawned. It didn't bounce. It lowered its head and glanced at the black gemstone. It really didn't want to eat things on the ground like a dog, especially since the gemstone has its own venom protection. No one would be interested in it. It persuaded it with a simple mind myself. Besides being wrapped in venom, the voice is not too loud. But this extremely slight sound was heard by Ludwig. He tried his best to open his swollen eyes, followed the same pattern, and grabbed the gem into his hands with a painful expression. And this gem made his expression even more painful. Quack 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 quack. Newt lost his game. The commentator laughed like a duck. Originally, Ludwig had no strength at all, and even his magic power became weak, so he simply lay down and let him fight. But the less than a minute, when Newt stopped the giant orangutan gave him a chance to breathe, but he still lay motionless, waiting for the last chance. Finally, the merciful Newt asked Zawu to find out the truth. Its gemstone was hung above his head with a thin rope. When Zawu pulled Ludwig with his hands, his expression became tense until he couldn't stop. The patient Zawu lowered his head and arched his shoulder with the tip of his nose. The rope that tied the jewel seemed to be temporarily added, and it was very fragile. With a light wave of Ludwig's intact left hand, the jewel was actually picked off by him. He didn't even use magic. The commentator seemed to want to say oh my god, but he stopped in time, swallowed, and said softly, Melon's fork. It's really tenacious, even worse than those knees in the national team. Zal's players are too strong, you know? I thought there was a new rule for Quidditch, and every player had to slide and kneel on the ground while playing. Ahem. The assistant once again brought his topic back to the Triwizard tournament. Mr. Scamander, have I passed? Ludwig put his wand in his mouth and tried to stand up with his left hand, but a piercing pain crushed him instantly. Newt hurriedly stepped forward to support Ludwig, and he grabbed Ludwig's left hand. Although the venom of the sack leopard deteriorated quickly, the venom he held still corroded his palm to a bloody mess. There is no skin at all, and the bright red flesh stained with the soil on the ground looks filthy. On the wrist of his left hand, several conspicuous veins have turned black, and his hand has been arched into a chicken claw due to convulsions, and he is holding his wand entirely by willpower. You bastard. Newt snatched his wand, took out a bottle of powder from his pocket, poured it into his palm, took his wrists, and rubbed them together. Mr. Newt, why wouldn't you use the disarming charm to take my wand from me while I'm down? I'm an expert on magical animals, not an expert on disarming spells. Newt shook his head. In the rules I made, I can't even help magical animals arrange tactics. This is a test of magical animals, not anything else. Thank you. Ludwig grinned and smiled. It's a pity, the side effects of this drug are a bit big. Newt muttered dissatisfiedly, it would be great if it didn't restore other trauma. Feeling the strength and vitality gushing out of his body, Ludwig bowed deeply to Newt. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.